A History of Capitalist Transformation, a critique of liberal capitalist reforms highlights how, since the recent financial crises, the expression liberal reform has entered common parlance as an evocative image of austerity and economic malaise, especially for the working classes and a segment of the middle class. But what exactly does liberal reform refer to? The research analyzes the historical origins of liberal capitalist reformism using a critical approach, starting with the origins of the Industrial Revolution. The book demonstrates that the chief purpose of such reforms was to integrate semi-peripheral states into the capitalist world economy by imposing, both directly and indirectly, the adoption of rules, institutions, attitudes, and procedures amenable to economic and political interests of capitalist elites and hegemonic states, Britain first, the United States later, between the 19th and 21st centuries. As such, the reforms became an active tool used to promote social-economical financial institutions, norms, and lifestyles typical of a liberal capitalist economic order which locates some of its founding values in capital accumulation, profit-seeking, and social transformation. This book will be of significant interest to readers on capitalism, political economy, the history of the global economy, and British history. Contents. 1. The Identity of Reformism, Men and Laissez-faire 7. 1.1 Defining Liberal Capitalist Economic Reformism 7. 1.2 Reforms and the Problem of Sovereignty 16. 1.3 Liberal Capitalist Reforms in the Face of Systems World Theory, Unequal Exchange and Hegemony 22. 1.4 Defining the Role of Elites in the Reformist Process 25. 1.5 The Cycles and Timing of Liberal Capitalist Reform 30. 2 The Power of Ideas and Capital 35. 2.1 Reformism and the Modus Operandi of the Capitalist State 35. 2.2 When and how was external liberalist reform born? From mercantilism to free trade imperialism 38. 2.3 Differences between liberal capitalist internal and external reforms 43. 2.4 Fear of falling profit rate and the active role of the capitalist state 47. 2.5 Free trade imperialism, war capitalism, or reformist capitalism. 51. 3. Debt, credit, money 56. 3.1 Debt and credit, the double face of capital 56. 3.2 Lex monetae, the relevance of liberal capitalist reforms in the monetary system 68. 4. The case of the Ottoman Empire, Egypt, and China 76. 4.1 Material expansion in relation to free trade agreements 76. 4.2 Emerging elites 81. 4.3 Foreign debt and the Great Capitalist Transformation 86. 4.4 Monetary reforms in practical terms 93. Conclusions 99. Bibliography 108. The research herein stems from an analysis of and reflection on the present. The Great Recession of 2007 to 2008, which began in the U.S. financial sector, ended up contaminating the real economy worldwide, and also that of countries in the southern and peripheral areas of Europe. These countries' upward trend in public spending in an effort to bail out the ailing private financial sector has exposed them to speculation and economic crisis. Those at the highest levels of leadership in the European Union, the European Central Bank, and the International Monetary Fund imposed harsh policies that included structural adjustment, fiscal austerity, and an overall reduction in public spending on these countries as a condition for continued access to the capital market. Moreover, access to further aid packages was made conditional on a whole series of structural reforms designed to make the various national economies competitive again and boost their long-term growth. The reform programs were intended to create the necessary conditions and supply the proper tools to end the crisis and restore growth through a liberalist approach. In practice, however, the results of some of these structural adjustments have fallen short of expectations, also causing deep social malaise. Expansionary austerity has worked only in theoretical-based research and less so in practical and empirical testing. However, the liberal capitalist reformist-driven approach has prevailed in those countries that have suffered the most from the economic and financial crisis. Therefore, the question arises as to how to define, at the outset, what liberal capitalist externally induced reformism is or is not. The left-wing, politically inspired press has never failed to point to these reforms as an attempt to force the adoption of a liberal system tout court, taking advantage of the shock caused by the economic, financial, and, later, political and social crises. Liberal capitalist reforms were undoubtedly not intended to be seditious or revolutionary, that is, aimed at subverting the established order. Their purpose was to facilitate the adoption of a broader liberal framework of rules, norms, and ways of thinking. This would have involved making the labor market more flexible, improving the tax collection system, making welfare sustainable. Through an increase in the retirement age, and liberalizing the service sector, even according to some of the positive welfare principles of Anthony Giddens. Countries with high public debt, for example, are advised to embark on a deep process of privatization and reorganization aimed at rationalizing the national economy according to the rules imposed by the liberal market. Exploiting a state's weaknesses when it is worn down by a severe economic crisis is an easy solution and has often been sparked by the failure to comply with those norms and rules that are present and tacitly accepted in the capitalist world economy. However, what has happened in Europe lately is not a recent historical event. To understand how liberal capitalist reforms became entrenched over time, we must return to the birth of modern capitalism and the emergence of a leading liberal hegemonic power such as Britain. Indeed, Karl Polanyi reminds us of the presence of a series of combined forces meant to establish the norms necessary for reorienting society toward the recently established economic model through a full-fledged social transformation. A market economy can only function in a market society, and only the instrument of reform can effect this transformation. The reforms, then, are aimed at generalizing capitalist production within society so that social production becomes the production of capital. Thus, our aim is to answer the following questions: when did liberal capitalist-style economic reformism emerge? How is it adapted to the evolution of the capitalist world economy? What are the historical origins of this process? Can reforms be understood as an instrument of specific class interests? As we will clarify through a historical perspective, the purpose of some reforms promoted within a globalized world is to attempt to go beyond the simple budgetary adjustment of countries in crisis. Such reforms have taken on a propedeutic role in increasingly linking nation-states to a basket of rules aimed at allowing greater fluidity of capital and simplifying the transformation of the social structure to facilitate the principle of accumulation. Such practices enable foreign capital to discover the same rules of employment, exploitation, and investment present at home, that is, in the hegemonic state that dominates and controls the international market in a given historical period. It is, in fact, the harmonization of the various regulatory systems with that of the British, and later the United States, within the legislative space of the capitalist world or regional economy. At the same time, domestic capital can discover an outside outlet and more significant fields of employment in higher performing sectors in third countries. The legal framework for this process is Hans Kelson's well-known thesis that law is a deliberate construction in the service of known special interests. Two liberal capitalist reforms yesterday and today are an essential factor in the economic and social evolution of the world economy. This research investigates how foreign governments and financiers, in association with emerging capitalist elites in semi-peripheral countries, have directly and indirectly influenced capitalist-inspired reforms in the material and financial economy since the 19th century. Specifically, our research aims not to analyze the reformist process proper to evolutions and revolutions in economic theory. Rather, it concerns the transformative process enacted by state or class capitalist forces to integrate and adapt semi-peripheral economies to those of the hegemonic power dominating the market at the time of the 19th century classical liberal order. Specifically, by reform process, which we have called liberal capitalist external reform, we mean those transformative phenomena promoted by the hegemonic country, with the connivance of the peripheral country's financial elite, which are crucial to the reproduction of the existing capitalist social order for the benefit of maximizing the process of capital accumulation. The theoretical model proposed here aims to define and flesh out a practice hitherto little defined in terms of collective consciousness. Understanding this phenomenon is thus key to labeling and identifying a modus operandi functional to conferring an economic advantage on those who derive the most significant profit from the liberal economic order. Hence our analysis of an instrument of capitalist transformation whose purpose is to increase the profitability of capital by prioritizing this goal in society's scale of values. The rules of the game, that is, the ability to decide the prevailing norms in the market, are imposed by the hegemonic economic power. A hegemony is defined as a nation able to emerge in comparison with the other great powers in terms of economic, political, military, diplomatic, but also cultural power. This involves the power to impose its own rules of the game on all others. It is essential to use precise terminology in that definition, which is heterogeneous and often the victim of interpretive speculation regarding the concept of economic reform. Every revolution in this field actually imposes a reformist process geared toward changing the existing order for the benefit of new ideologies. What was previously not politically acceptable became politically accepted. In essence, it defines the instrument through which the existing social order within the hegemonic power is promoted to semi-peripheral countries. We define liberal capitalist reforms as external, that is, applied in states, empires, or territorial entities that are not British or at least not belonging to the exclusive club of the great capitalist powers. This reformist process concerns, in principle, especially those countries defined as semi-peripheral, that is, areas where the minimum requirements for a market, monetary, and exchange economy are present, for example, in the Ottoman Empire, Egypt, and China. Although we could call them developing countries, they actively boosted capital accumulation in the capitalist core countries. The exploitation of these countries, and many others in the semi-periphery, has allowed capitalism and the core countries to continue to thrive globally. Liberal capitalist reforms even acted to facilitate this process. From this perspective, the compelling question is this: with what elements, structures, methods, and instruments was England, as a hegemonic country during the 19th century, able to open the world's doors to its manufacturing goods, capital or financial services by making limited use of military force? In this research, we will identify in liberal capitalist external reform a non-directly violent, though no less coercive, process pivotal to adapting the local economy to that of the hegemonic capitalist country. The latter is, in fact, the one which, in a given historical period, sanctions the doctrine and rules of the capitalist world economy. While the threat and use of military force are always on the table, liberal capitalist reform intends to reduce, as much as possible, the actual and costly use of military force. Still, it does not fail to leverage military threat as a potential tool of external pressure. Reform is pivotal to minimizing, as much as possible, direct military intervention in support of specific economic interests. Classical liberal doctrine fits poorly side by side with colonies protected by armies and resorts to it only when a higher geopolitical interest is at stake. However, military intervention or the threat of resorting to armed force is always a viable option. This occurs not primarily when demands for specific reforms remain unheeded but rather when there is a risk of interference by a rival power. Using force to create a liberal world economy often remains more of an ultima ratio than a proper practice. 3. However, the economic model that liberal capitalist reforms inspired must still be defined. It is a matter of spreading abroad the economic system of the social class that assumed power in England in the 19th century and in the United States in the 20th century. We refer to the upper middle class with a liberal-inspired background, which advocates a model of capitalist economy inspired by free trade and free exchange, monetary stability and budgetary order, that is, a modus operandi of the economy that promotes material interests. To analyze the evolution of this social class within its own country of reference, we resort to the Gramscian category of hegemony. Once the bourgeois class assumes power, it shapes the society below and those orbiting within the cannon range of its military positions. The transformation that occurred is based on a system of rules that allows for the reproduction of the capitalist class structure and preserves its dominant position within society and the market in the years to come. It is not only a matter of promoting the adoption of a capitalist production system, that is, capital accumulation, recognition of private property, etc., but of making such instruments a means for the hegemonic class to gain the most significant advantage before all other social forces. It means, in essence, creating a structure of supranational interconnections capable of favoring the interests of a particular class. The rules of interstate sovereignty regulated by the Treaty of Westphalia weakened in favor of the interpersonal relationships typical of the flow of capital and goods. The laws of the market gradually supplant those of sovereignty. 5. First, this transformation process is initiated by signing free trade agreements. Laissez-faire, indeed, paved the way for a series of progressive changes in the manufacturing-related sector and later in the financial industry. This involves the creation of institutions, rules, and regulations crucial to maximizing capital returns in a given historical period. The capitalist class thus controls the state through which it exports a peaceful reformist proposal, a model, a social contract, often using the rhetoric of modernization, pivotal to the reproduction of a liberal capitalist-inspired economic system. Liberalism thus represents the ideological framework to which much of the aforementioned transformations refer. Although liberalism is the bearer of the principle of self-determination, factually it must come to terms with the very nature of the nation-state and its vocation for territorial expansion. The often coercive actions pursued by England evince the existence of a double standard, namely, the promotion of liberal doctrine beyond the force of conviction to the limit of coercion. Semi-peripheral countries are defined as unfamiliar and therefore subject to being guided, taken by the hand, so to speak, toward the necessary civilian, ideological, and even material modernization. In the incongruity between ideology and its practical action, we must find the origins of external inspired liberal capitalist reform. Liberal capitalist reforms move on a vertical and horizontal track, vertically through a top-down approach, that is, when the new capitalist elite, inspired by that universalistic rational ideology, assume power as the new hegemonic class and help transform and bend the underlying society to their capital accumulation needs, and, on the other hand, horizontally, when the elite of the hegemonic state ally themselves with the emerging class in the countries of the semi-periphery to increase their bargaining power and profit share. At the same time, such action helps increase the economic clout of the elite in the semi-periphery by increasing their political influence. Strengthening political clout means these elite have direct access to state power. What emerges is an interdependence between sovereign authority and the elite. The upper middle class can continue to exert hegemonic influence over time by controlling the political structure. As Karl Marx first and later Branko Milanovic noted, the latter allows the bourgeoisie to remain at the top. However, a power struggle can break out even among bourgeois forces. The internal clash remains confined to the internal conflict of the capital-holding forces that, however, do not challenge their hegemonic role in society. Indeed, as we shall see, we are witnessing the transformation of liberal capitalist externally influenced reform according to capitalist elites' new and well-defined interests. For as Fernand Braudel and Giovanni Arrighi argue, material expansion, which incentivizes a process of capital accumulation, is generally followed by a phase of profit-seeking financial development, which in turn transforms and globalizes the interests of capital holders even. 6. Further, in this stage, we witness reformism focused more on finance than on the industry and the material economy. To be effectively introduced, reform requires not only the political and military power of the state but also its respectability and credibility. It is crucial to prevent such transformations from being considered revolutionary or illegal and, therefore, unacceptable to the established international political order. Based on the aforementioned theoretical approach, This research aims to bring to the forefront of the current debate externally induced liberal capitalist reform as an active element of economic transformation and top-down class struggle. The book's time frame spans the late 18th century to the early 20th century and then briefly straddles the U.S. hegemonic period. One must refer to the general framework of the expansion and contraction phases of the business cycle in order to obtain a holistic view of this transformative process. 1.1 Defining liberal capitalist economic reformism from a historical perspective. The study of the business cycle has aroused far more interest in motivating the emergence or decline of hegemonic power. Such a state is thus one that, wielding economic, political, and military strength, controls and directs the rules of the market, as opposed to its competitors or subsidiaries. Fernand Braudel, Emmanuel Wallerstein, and Giovanni Arrighi have grappled with this approach within the dynamics of world systems following the directives proper to the longue durée of modern and early modern economic and social history. However, less attention has been paid to the instruments involved in such transformations, namely how a rising capitalist power can exploit its leading market position to establish itself as a hegemonic country. The hegemonic power can take advantage of a dynamic private economic system that is independently able to gain market dominance. However, that hegemonic power uses the force at its disposal to benefit its private economic strength by imposing its market dominance by establishing universal rules. Through what means does the hegemonic power impose and attempt to maintain its dominance within the capitalist world economy? Among other factors, external inspired financial reforms can be identified as an active element that ensures that satellite countries adapt to the center of the world economy controlled by the hegemonic power. The latter imposed the rules of the world economy, allowing it to preserve its economic leadership worldwide in the years to come. This process thus concerns the direct and indirect imposition of a set of rules that follow and are inspired by the dictates of liberalist doctrine. As we shall see, it is about sparingly and politely imposing the adoption of a system that looks favorably on the implementation of free trade as a means of maximizing defined interests, horizontally, the profits of the financial elites that have a market dominance and, vertically, the holistic economic-led ambitions proper of the hegemonic state. Thus the subject of our investigation also includes how the demand for adopting specific reforms and rules based on 1. Men and laissez-faire. 8. Absolute and comparative advantages becomes an organic tool for economic and political domination by the hegemonic power. The concept of reform is challenging to define and often liable to such vague and intangible interpretations that it may be difficult to circumscribe it correctly. The main feature, then, becomes transformation and adaptation to the rules imposed by the hegemonic power within the market in a more passive than active manner. It occurs through institutional reforms to create a market-friendly environment and promote and incentivize internal transformations, mainly in trade, public finance, and currency. According to Karl Polanyi, laissez-faire cannot be identified with economic liberalism. He states that until such a free trade system is established, liberals will require state intervention for its realization and, once achieved, for its preservation. Concretely, Polanyi notes how the process of economic liberalization is not the result of spontaneous market-led evolution but is politically constructed by Britain under the umbrella of Pax Britannica. As Emmanuel Wallerstein reminds us, the hegemonic power becomes the harbinger of liberal doctrine and champion in defending the principles of the free flow of factors of production such as commodities, capital, and labor within the world economy. Ideologically, liberalism, which is against mercantilist and colonial restrictions, advocates free parliamentary institutions that promote civil liberties and a high standard of living. These freedoms, however, are reserved especially for a social class within a specific geographical area understood primarily as Western Europe. Those outside must accept a liberalism mutilated by the principle of self-determination. As is well known, it is primarily liberal England that codified liberal capitalist market rules for much of the 19th century, in association with and with the active support of other capitalist powers. The major capitalist powers of the century, such as England, France, and later Germany, are interested in ensuring that the existing social order remains anchored in a capitalist economic model. 1. The exclusive club of the great powers may also act under this lens, a political form of international capitalist coexistence functional to promoting and preserving a particular economic model. Market opening is essential in the expansionary phase of British industrial capitalism first and financial capitalism later. More specifically, London is positioned as industrially and economically hegemonic because of the unique and unrepeatable process of industrialization in which England has been involved since the 18th century. It is enough to recall the initial position of near monopoly in the industry and commerce that enabled it to accumulate capital at a very high rate of profit. Next, it progressively placed itself in a position of global rents increasingly within the preferential zone guaranteed by the Commonwealth. British well-being drives liberal-inspired thinking to become synonymous with political, military, and economic progress and success. As a result, reformism inspired by liberal ideas is seen as a means of achieving modernization. Therefore, the elites in the semi-peripheral countries who wish to initiate their domestic-led development program never fail to 9. Promote some of the principles inherent in the successful liberal political and economic formula. However, by opening the doors to even some limited and circumscribed changes, codes, and institutions, one is bound to a system that requires and imposes further transformations to enable its proper functioning. From an economic perspective, the initiation of such a reformist process is intended to produce the creative destruction, an expression coined by Joseph A. Schumpeter, of existing models in favor of the liberal capitalist one. The idea of reform thus comes from an external input but finds fertile ground to flourish in the local social habitat. However, the success of this action depends on the political influence exerted by the local financial and economic elites. Indeed, implementing such reforms varies according to the cultural, social, and often even religious background but converges toward the leading aim of facilitating capital accumulation and increasing the rate of profits. The integration of Asian, African, and Latin American economies within the capitalist world economy would certainly not have been possible without the complacency of the various local elites connected to the world economy. Cooperation between European and non-European business people was precisely facilitated by sharing the same values of wealth accumulation that overcome divergent social and cultural traditions. On this basis, a strong connection among worldwide bourgeoisie is established, facilitating global economic transformations to adapt nation-states, empires, and territorial units to the capitalist production system by allowing a more significant share of capital extraction from productive activities. According to Benedetto Croce, Achille Lauro was a keen observer of that external induced reformist action pivotal to conferring advantages on those in a predominant position in the exchange game. The exploiters need a series of connective institutions, as he baptizes them, to secure the submission of those they exploit. These connective institutions would be the state, law, religion, not to mention science and art, all things the essence of which would ultimately become clear, as we have said, merely economic. The role of institutions emerges as a new element considered crucial to explaining the proper working of liberal reforms. Douglas C. North defines institutions as artificial neutral constraints that structure political, social, and economic interaction. That is, their function is to reduce uncertainty and create order in human relationships. These institutions are, for instance, public and private banks, the forum for arbitrations, or so-called governmental institutions such as the courthouse, the treasury, etc. They make it possible to institutionalize certain behaviors of conduct that perpetuate an economic model predefined by a set of rules the sovereign authority establishes. Narrowing the field and following up on the panorama traced thus far, it remains more straightforward for us to point out 10. How almost all the economic models hatched over the centuries see reform as such, an active tool crucial to adopting and operationalizing a new economic and social model. Firstly, the physiocrats pinpointed reform as an instrument capable of preserving the vestiges of that ancient society characterized by the domination of the landed class in France. Another famous case is that of Rosa Luxemburg's work Social Reform or Revolution. In this work, the desired transformation is framed as the need for a structural reform of the existing capitalist system to bring down the bourgeois power and economic model and its social superstructures in order to institute a full-fledged socialist society. Luxemburg's proposal falls under what John Stuart Mill defined as revolutionary socialists or communists, as opposed to reformist socialists. According to Werner Sombart, for revolutionary Marxists, the struggle for internally driven reforms is a means of preparing for the struggle of socialism. Such reformism is limited to improving the existing society. Left-wing reformism is contrasted with right-wing reformism. This category includes, for example, Otto von Bismarck in Germany and Giovanni Giolitti in Italy. The reforms they proposed were aimed at conservation, that is, at appeasing workers' claims to maintain the status quo. Such examples demonstrate how even non-liberal economic and social theories commonly use the tool of reform to subvert the existing order for the benefit of applying a distinct political, social, cultural, and economic design model. Paolo Silos Labani and Alessandro Roncaglia provide two views on liberalism. The first concerns the so-called left liberalism, where the moral issue cannot be considered private. The associated political position is thus called liberal progressive. In this category, the two authors also include Adam Smith, according to whom the moral question is essential for the very survival of the market economy. However, there is also a so-called right-wing reformism, which sees the opposition between state authority and the individual as its constitutive character. The individual will thus benefit from the broad discretion guaranteed by the non-interference of the state in the economy. Such liberalism also favors social preservation to keep the material interests of the capitalist class intact and inviolable. The principles of this liberalism demolish the morality of communal solidarity by reducing it to a mere rational calculation that is synthesized into a cold benefit of economic interests, especially when reinforced by utilitarianism. 2. According to Wallerstein, at the national level, liberalist reforms were intended to prevent, weaken, and lessen the demands of the 19th century's proletarian dangerous classes. The aim was to keep the profitability of invested capital as high as possible at the expense of the wages and rights of the working classes. England's three most ambitious reform plans, known as the Reform Acts of 1832, 1867, and 1884, can be seen as a step 11 toward liberal democracy. These reforms considerably expanded the electorate from 4.7% in 1832 to 10% in 1867. In addition, they greatly expanded the right to vote to near universal suffrage. As we shall see more fully later, the British reformist process in favor of an economically liberal-inspired society is not only centered on expanding voting rights but is defined through a fiscal policy that responds to the needs of private initiative and thus capital accumulation, profit, and savings. Such changes occurred following Cromwell's War and the Great Revolution of 1688, which paved the way for the financial revolution that followed accordingly. Tax system reforms are one of the foundational elements of the transformation of an ancien regime society to a capitalistically advanced one. However, Alessandro Roncaglia reminds us that even before 1688, William Petty understood that tax system reform was the first step toward unifying the rules of the economic system based on private initiative within a given country. 3. However, there is friction between what is proclaimed by ideology and what actually occurs. Liberalists succeed in giving their economically oriented actions new moral content based on the defense of their interests. This occurs by appealing to their primal instincts of conservation and prevarication. The creation of a new social order as a result of the industrial capitalist revolution has institutionalized inequality and legalized the domination of the wealthy, that is, the one who owns the large property and who can leverage the rhetoric of the irrevocable right of usurpation. As far as Domenico Losurdo is concerned, the liberal tradition is the tradition of thought that has most rigorously circumscribed a particular sacred space within which the rules of the limitation of power are imposed. Essentially, that tradition of thought is characterized more by the celebration of freedom of the individual than by the celebration of that community of free individuals who define the sacred space. Such free individuals are none other than those who belong to and fall within that sphere of exclusive social relations that ground their bond within that restricted place where capitalist forces influence the market economy. The free exchange system took shape in England between the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th. Adam Smith and David Ricardo were the first to formulate the working framework of such a system on paper. First and foremost, they witnessed the structural transformations of capitalist England. These early classical economists succeeded in giving voice to ongoing changes by pointing out the necessary path to be taken to keep the system working. However, the institutionalization of the win-win free trade model requires active political support to be accepted as a reference system by domestic and international social forces. For Immanuel Wallerstein notes how 12. Liberalism presents itself as a centrist, constitutionally moderate doctrine. Liberals, therefore, stood on the side of the inevitability of economic progress based on such ideals. To achieve this goal in its best expression is crucial to introduce a series of reason-inspired reforms coordinated by specialists capable of implementing them using the state's authority. Here, however, we must stay on track. First, it is necessary to clarify the connection between economic liberalism and capitalism. The assonance between liberalism and capitalism is often taken for granted, although much of it lies in two distinct hemispheres. The problem is not liberalism, whose ideological harmony is ideally confined to the theoretical world, but the practical need for capital accumulation. Capitalism exploits liberalist ideology, often mystifying its meaning because it best suits capitalist needs. According to Italian intellectual Ugo Spirito, capitalism and liberalism historically and ideally have the exact same origin and value. However, the same ideal of freedom has gradually come to be defined as the ideal of personal liberty, that is, of the individual in his specific, particular field of action outside that social organism in which he is defined, and thus outside the state, which becomes the mere overseer of the boundaries of an individual property. Liberalism is not necessarily indistinguishably linked to capitalism. It is a container of ideas that elaborates a value system at the theoretical level that has often been wedded to the practical institution of capitalism. Thus, if the cardinal ideas of liberalism are the perfect partner for capitalism, liberalism does not, however, share its violent vocation. That is, capitalism is a productive system that can function even in scenarios of military occupation, while political and economic liberalism, in theory, should guarantee fundamental freedoms for all citizens. Liberal capitalist reformism thus presents itself as an ideological basket within which can be found, among other things, those instruments seasoned to further the definition, creation, or refinement of the capitalist economic structure. Returning to the definition of liberal capitalist reforms, the term reform can be used to identify any ongoing transformation project. However, there is a substantial difference between liberal reformist goals pursued within advanced capitalist economies and what is promoted abroad, that is, in countries outside the circle of security and balance of the great powers and with backward and often non-capitalist economies. While at the political national level, the liberalist doctrine bases its strength on expanding rights, at the economic level it legitimizes economic inequality. As Fred Hirsch points out, liberalism confers political rights to a middle class that has already achieved a certain degree of economic power. For the bourgeoisie, it is the political recognition of economic reality. However, this postulate goes against the most disadvantaged social groups. Indeed, the latter progressively acquire political rights but retain evident inequality in economic terms. According to liberal capitalist ideology, these fundamental inequalities mean rights for all 5. 13. More specifically, liberalism, unlike Adam Smith's theorizing, lacks that definite possibility of reconciling individual welfare with collective welfare. Indeed, such a doctrine is indebted to the influence of utilitarians such as Jeremy Bentham. They influenced liberalism mainly in order to pursue a plan of rational-based reforms with the ultimate goal of increasing human happiness and well-being by minimizing the active role of the state, especially in the economic realm. However, the state is seen as an essential tool for achieving the greatest good for the most significant number of individuals. Therefore, to achieve this goal, the state must act through the instrument of reform. Thus, at the domestic level, reforms aim to increase the acceptance of liberal principles by extending political freedoms. In return, tacit and implicit approval of the liberal capitalist production system is required. From a chronological point of view, domestic reform anticipates external reform. Indeed, it is precisely at the domestic level that the hegemonic power experiments with those transformations are being applied worldwide. Sven Beckert highlights an initial distinction between internal and external reformism. Although the German historian does not mention the word reform per se, he highlights the willingness of Western European rich and powerful countries to divide the world into an inside and an outside. 6. The first case examines the laws and institutions enforced in the homeland where the order imposed by the state itself prevails. The second case, on the other hand, refers to places where imperialism predominates and where private capitalists' appropriation of territory and resources without direct interference from distant European states is enforced and permitted. Imperialism then becomes the political channel through which the countries of the semi-periphery are forced into the capitalist world economy. In fact, according to Bill Warren, developing nations are transformed from the outside into capitalist societies so that they are naturally drawn into the globalized economy. However, Warren shows us how such transformations result from the major capitalist powers' direct political and/or military action. More recently, however, Onur Uluzdins highlights the contradiction between the conception of the capitalist free market in the British metropolitan territory and the violent and coercive methods that enabled the rise of capitalism in the colonies, that is, in environments subject to direct political control by capitalist countries. Liberal capitalist reform does indeed match the kindness and calmness of moderate liberal ideas. However, it is much more intrusive in wanting to modify, adapt, and homogenize the local economy to that of the international market. Behind the latter, the hegemonic state and the financial elites controlled the great game of capital accumulation within the anti-market. Fernand Braudel states that the heart of capitalism's activity lies not in the sphere of material life and the market economy but in the anti-market, where the upper echelons of interchange are located. Thus, the anti-market is nothing more than an oligopolistic representation of capitalism. 7. 14. Promoting liberalism as the winning doctrine of modernization leads a non-negligible number of countries in the semi-periphery to accept the liberalist model as the dominant ideology of the international market. According to Harold Lasky, any reform that leads to the acceptance of laissez-faire seems to be a liberation of productive power. Such economic and political transformations bind the peripheral state into an ever-increasing dependence relationship with the center. In this unequal relationship, the hegemonic state and capitalist elite derive the most significant benefit in terms of capital accumulation. In practice, however, the theoretically harmonious liberalism proposed by England becomes an instrument of power and control through the promotion of norms and laws that impose liberal capitalism through the initial mechanism of free trade. Externally induced liberal capitalist reform is framed as a transformative process that carries elements typical of the European civilizing mission to the periphery. Outward-looking liberalism did not carry the same values and features as inward-looking liberalism. We are referring to racism, moralism, and a sense of prevarication. Such issues permeate the international law governing the British international liberal order. No wonder that external liberal capitalist reformism diverges from that promoted within European countries. Two prominent British intellectuals, Travers Twiss and John Westlake, actively contributed to shaping international law under British auspices. They do not fail to note how the developing law is vitiated by a sense of a civilizing mission at the turn of peripheral countries. The nascent international legislative order is based on a clear distinction between civilized insiders and uncivilized outsiders. To act in terms of the latter, international law takes its moral directives from British intellectuals and politicians. According to Caspar Silvestre, the writings of Mill and Gladstone demonstrate how a highly moralistic concept of righteousness, extended to international politics, becomes the most important impetus for reform. Generally, in the game of trade, those who could make the most of this situation promote reform. Reforms are introduced, encouraged, and implemented in various nonviolent forms by the hegemonic power in association and competition with other capitalist nations. The reformist process began with the signing of free trade agreements that paved the way for a whole series of transformations and institutional and legislative-driven reforms that were liberalist-inspired in character and focused mainly on public finance and trade rules. When countries begin to trade with one another, many of the pre-existing domestic institutions and regulations are eroded by the new course of trade. However, capital mobility must be identified as a fundamental driver of this transformative-led process. Free trade, the end of state monopolies, the adoption of a stable monetary system, and the opening to international markets are expressions of capital's need to move as freely as possible among states. Borders. 15. Become porous for capital, granting it large-scale global mobility. Thus, liberal capitalist reforms aim to make the reformed country attractive for capital profit-seeking and strengthen the bourgeoisie's ambition for political power. However, in an ancient regime society, capitalist reforms acted as a progressive force aimed at changing the political order in favor of the capital holder parties. When detailed, the reforms' characteristics are numerous and multifaceted. They enable those who dominate the market to avoid a dangerous standstill in profit returns and to maintain control in a hegemonic position over the forces moving within the world economy. Such reforms, however, are often not promoted according to the state's organic and well-delineated strategy but rather by those capitalist social forces that respond to the need to keep the accumulation phase ever profitable and fluid. Charles Tilly has also addressed the topic, defining the framework within which this induced transformation process operates. Tilly refers to the actions of the United States in the 20th century, but his definition is also perfectly adaptable to the case of Britain in the previous century. He states that when international institutions such as the World Bank lent money to troubled non-European states, they regularly required these states to undertake reforms that would bring them in line with European and American practices. According to our interpretation, Tilly here indirectly exposes the three elements that characterize liberalist and, later, neoliberal reform. 1. The presence of a hegemonic power and its affiliates that directly or indirectly support the new order. 2. The nonviolent process that relies on interchange that leverages direct need on the part of the third country. 3. The simplification for access to the new market, and thus to the new welfare, as a quid pro quo for introducing certain reforms. However, the past had already witnessed the tendency of the forces sustaining the capitalist system of production to shape and bend non-capitalist economies to the needs of capital accumulation. This action is expressed in various forms, including so-called war capitalism. Suddenly, this system allowed Europeans to establish their increasing dominance over the networks of interchange of goods and financial services worldwide. The domination of these networks was critical to fueling the profit-seeking strategy of the core economies. As the market sphere and powers widen, the sphere of policy intervention dwindles. The more the market expands, the more political sovereignty shrinks. The state institutionalizes the fundamental laws and rules so that the market, and the forces that move and interact within it, can regulate themselves. It should be remembered that the state remains essential and indispensable even in the new liberal capitalist order. According to Sven Beckert, in territories that are part of the so-called outside, rulers, bureaucrats, and capitalists can legally 16. Bureaucratically, infrastructurally, and militarily penetrate these territories to create conditions conducive to long-term capital investment, mobilization of labor, expansion of domestic and foreign markets, and protection of domestic industries from the uncertainties of the global economy. According to Fernand Braudel, the Industrial Revolution in Britain, as a worldwide phenomenon, cannot be a mere internal-driven process but must also be based as an indispensable condition on foreign market domination. The harmonious development of the different economic and social forces helps spur capitalist growth as harmoniously as possible. The successful British model prompted emerging capitalist elites in the semi-peripheral countries to try to reproduce and emulate that British model considered successful for their class interests and economic ambitions. The aforementioned transformations can only work properly when the bond between the capital forces and the territorial state is strengthened. We can define reformist-led action only when there is a clear programmatic strategy aimed at granting advantage on a broad scale to the entire nationwide productive sector, especially to those national economic forces interested in maximizing profits. Hence, these capitalist elites find in reform a means of allowing the renewal of the propositional and propulsive factors essential to forming or maintaining that economic environment crucial to increasing the profitability of investment and capital accumulation as much as possible. They support reform as a necessary tool for their material and financial interests. 1.2 Reforms and the problem of sovereignty. The relationship between sovereignty and external influenced liberal capitalist reforms is certainly disharmonious. The former precludes the full-fledged implementation of the latter and vice versa. Introducing reforms in monetary policy and public finance entails weakening national sovereignty in favor of an intangible system of rules peculiar to the global market. Thus, the gradual integration within the expanding capitalist world economy of peripheral countries causes profound changes both internally and externally. Economic and political integration are strictly linked. As early as the last decades of the 18th century, we see a gradual expansion of international markets. The 7 Years' War and the subsequent American War of Independence open up trade and interstate political competition at an increasingly global level. A new worldwide economic order emerged that increasingly placed the various national economies in an interstate relationship of interdependence. 17. Free trade and free commerce ideology begin to influence European economic policy and, indeed, that of England. Free trade replaced mercantilism as a leading economic ideology. On the whole, adherence to free trade also means a gradual cession of sovereignty for those backward semi-peripheral states with no say in the rules to be imposed on the market management. In terms of capitalist development, such backwardness concerning modern commercial and industrial development is perpetrated over time due to the signing of free trade agreements that confine the peripheral country to a position of underdevelopment. 8. Such agreements reduce the ability of these states to upward or downward customs taxes at will in order to meet spending needs in the immediate term, such as a war or famine. Ancien regime states, deprived of a modern tax system, have few tools to meet increased expenditures other than raising customs taxes. We refer to the possibilities of raising internal taxes, following up on confiscation policies, or plundering other states' resources through military conquest. What emerged from the Peace of Westphalia of 1648 is the creation of an embryonic international law that enshrines the legitimacy and mutual recognition of a given state's power domestically and globally. This means the state can claim the necessary authority for itself, such as the exclusive use of force within its borders and in interstate relations. It gives rise to a relationship based on exchange crucial to mutual recognition. This form of relationship gives the ruler of a given state a new form of recognition secured to increase the legitimacy of its internal power. Each state is granted by others the right to act unchallenged within its national sovereignty spaces. This system ensures that each state accepts for others the same principle of non-interference that it claims and demands. Thus, at the European level, the territorial entities that are signatories to the Westphalian treaties have accepted the principle of international law based on the balance of power and the recognition of the right of non-interference. Such agreements certainly do not eliminate the possibility of initiating an interstate war. Still, they do provide political elites with a new tool for action concerning the mutual recognition of common-based rules. In this system of continent-wide checks and balances, each state must have a valid reason to attack another based on the implicit rules to which they both theoretically subscribe. These rules of conduct are key to reducing the harmful effects of conflict among sovereigns. This principle indirectly increases the respective subjects' confidence to act safely from unilateral actions. It is a firm guarantee for increasing trust in social interactions, including economic ones. Within this basket of rules and legal framework that guarantees interstate balance, no state can directly extend its power and control over other countries participating in the system mentioned above. However, compared to the international scenario, in Europe these principles are fully applied. Silver and 18. Slater recall how England does not hesitate to manipulate the balance among states through its privileged access to resources from outside Europe at the international level. London dominates a range of states that are part of the periphery and semi-periphery of the world economy, albeit informally. The fact that non-European countries are excluded from mutual recognition agreements that are based on the principle of reciprocal identification gives the European powers moral, political, and economic carte blanche. Those who dominate and most influence the existing system of international rules that give substance to the value of national sovereignty can dominate that macro structure of interstate collaboration and understanding. Non-European states, as semi-states, cannot develop a modern political structure that could make them aspire to enter the system of rules enshrined by Europeans. Therefore, they are not considered de facto on par with said powers. Indeed, the right of a state to intervene abroad is limited by the rights of others to recognize it. However, if the one suffering aggression is not part of such a system of security and balance, intervening becomes easier. To simplify, the designation of semi-peripheral states as semi-states excludes them from the system of mutual sovereignty by depenalizing economic and political conquest or meddling by European powers. Therefore, the absolute values of sovereignty weakened, even among the core countries of Europe, during the trade and industrial expansion cycle. Signing free trade agreements, joining an international monetary system, or agreeing to incur foreign-denominated debt to foreign creditors, weakens the absolute value of respecting a given national sovereignty. It is, therefore, a paradox. Full national sovereignty cannot exist with the expansion of an increasingly worldwide market following the liberal capitalist model's ideological rules. England predominantly controls this international trading system and consequently acquires a share of other states' economic sovereignty. London dominates the global market by forcing other countries to adhere to its trade, financial, and monetary systems. However, London acted in tandem with other capitalist advanced states. Studies have shown how France is crucial to maintaining Britain's financial and trade hegemony. This was possible thanks to the actions of France's financial institutions and thriving capital markets, especially in the second half of the 19th century. For example, during the crisis of 1907, the Bank of France was a guarantor for maintaining the pound sterling as the international reference currency because of its gold reserves. Through the dynamism of its financial center, London operates as a clearinghouse for a whole range of trade, financial, and monetary relations. To maintain its hegemony within the world economy, England goes to great lengths to keep as many countries as possible bound to its system of rules. The aim is to create a worldwide division of labor that is key to keeping London at the center of such exchange networks by making the associated countries increasingly dependent on such a system and thus eager to maintain it over time. Thus, England places itself in a privileged position in controlling each country's sovereignty status by holding its participation in and adherence to a system of international trade that responds to the rules it has imposed on the global market. By joining such a trading system, England must support the various liberal movements in the semi-peripheries of the world economy. Ironically, liberalist ideology increases the consciousness of exploitation among the same liberal groups sought out by London or other advanced countries. Here, too, it is clear that this is a paradox. The promotion of liberalism serves to voluntarily maintain an international division of labor based on free trade and free commerce. Still, at the same time, it increases semi-peripheral countries' general consciousness that they are victims of discrimination. Is not liberalism a vanguard of modern Western thought based on the principle of international equality and respect for national sovereignty? According to Silver and Slater, this paradox is overcome by the cynicism of the pragmatism of raison d'etat. England proved to be more interested in forging an alliance with semi-peripheral countries that still adopted an ancien regime political system, which is more crucial to its material interests than an alliance with rising pro-European forces. In essence, the hegemonic power is comfortable with its inconsistency. It uses the strength of liberal values to justify foreign intervention while being willing to also sustain and support the old regimes and/or traditional political elite in exchange for guaranteeing to remain active and reliable partners. The order comes before freedom. The hegemonic state prefers to sustain those who best pursue its direct interests immediately. Support for the liberal elite continues if they have a real chance of political success. When this is not the case, supporting those on the ground who can guarantee a solid alliance of common purpose is convenient. In both cases, however, the hegemonic power supports the capitalist elite precisely because they are essential to the interconnections and profitability of capital to its territories. Britain's material interests shape the structure of 19th-century international trade within the world economy. London alters the sovereignty of others to maximize its own economic and, consequently, political goals. The reduction of third countries' sovereignty is proportional to their greater integration within the increasingly globalized world economy. At the same time, the hegemonic power also extends its control to those countries increasingly integrated into the international market. The expansion of the worldwide market presupposes strengthening the state and its weakening. In fact, during the early globalization era, we see a nation-state strengthening, not decaying. There is a need for a strong state capable of controlling with arms, police, and judiciary the proper functioning of the state machine and quelling internal uprisings that may threaten the order. 20. Globalization has increased the importance of sovereignty as an interstate guarantee system for maintaining order and peace as an essential prerequisite for the proper functioning of the world economy. Signing various trade and other economic agreements among different nation-states has enabled the latter to control those economic events hitherto outside their direct or indirect supervision. However, for many countries in the semi-periphery that receive fewer benefits from such a model of integration, there are many advantages to being internationally recognized, as opposed to not being so. For example, from the end of the Crimean War, the Ottoman Empire was recognized as an integral part of the security and balance system of the great European powers. This integration, however, did not dampen the actions of the European capitalist powers aimed at weakening the Ottoman economy and territorial spaces to their advantage. In return, the empire became part of a system of mutual international recognition that brought greater security and border guarantees. Ties between sovereign states become institutionalized behind the mutual recognition of specific common values and rules, leaving free trade economic agreements to weld these connections of interdependence through the financial and trade flows circulating within the world economy. From a class perspective, establishing such agreements influences social changes, especially in countries furthest from the European value model. By adhering to such a system of rules, semi-peripheral countries favor acquiring greater economic and bargaining power by emerging capitalist elites to the detriment of more traditional sections of society. An international market shaped by these rules means more harm than good for them. The more the economy opens up, the more these countries' stability and socio-economic backbone are endangered. Thus adherence to this overstructure of rules by semi-peripheral countries, as far as it ensures international recognition, turns into a class adherence from which only the more full-blown merchants, various financiers, and bankers linked to the global market mainly benefit. Binding multiple countries to a single economic system increases capital accumulation possibilities but also increases interstate conflicts to control a more significant share of wealth. We thus witness an increase in the percentage of accumulation in the hegemonic country and associated capitalist countries. At the same time, however, we notice a drain of resources and capital from semi-peripheral countries. It happens especially when these countries become indebted in foreign-denominated currency. This means an outflow of interest and various fees or dividends, bonuses, and profits from business conducted by foreign banks. The state thus subjugates itself to capital needs. The problem is not the exchange of goods and capital per se but the need for true reciprocity in terms of exchange value. As a result, strong countries gain an advantage, while weak countries have a disadvantage. 21. An economically inspired process of global integration erodes the authority of the sovereign state, which is based precisely on the principle of territoriality. The norms and rules that the state accepts damage the foundations of its economic and, consequently, political authority. Thus, the capitalist world economy rests on legal infrastructures promoted by the hegemonic nation, which uses the market shaped by it to denationalize and weaken the sovereign institutions of the semi-peripheral countries by imposing greater interstate coordination controlled by itself. What has been described thus far sets peripheral countries almost in a passive position before the ever-forced integration into the capitalist world economy for the benefit of foreign countries and an internal minority social class. The ideological force of European ideas associated with capitalist nations' increased power accelerates the changes in peripheral societies. These are in a phase of evolution where the social forces are repositioning themselves and finding a new arrangement. Foreign movements often serve as the fuse for redefining social structures and the ensuing institutional changes. The ideological strength of the hegemonic power, the internal impetus for renewal, the push of novel social groups, military and political weakness in the face of significant international changes, all these are facts that actively contribute to the acceptance of changes dictated by the expanding world economy. It is no surprise that hegemonic power dictates the timing of changes in more peripheral countries. Obviously, in places where cultural distance is more pronounced, changes are more profound and, hence, more dangerous for social stability in the years to come. However, no single thesis explains the integration process in a subaltern position. Therefore, it seems necessary to take stock of some of the most accepted schools of thought in order to introduce and define the functionality of liberal capitalist reforms adopted in semi-peripheral countries. 1.3 Liberal capitalist reforms in the face of systems world theory, unequal exchange and hegemony. Fernand Braudel, Emanuel Wallerstein, and Giovanni Arrighi have analyzed the world economy system and the role of finance from distinct perspectives. Wallerstein defines it as an integrated area of activities and institutions that obey and act according to specific systemic rules. The international division of labor dictates how the world economy functions. According to Wallerstein, the forms of commodity production define the rank of the state, core, semi-periphery, or periphery. Such a system of division of labor makes the world a kind of integrated social whole beyond the respective existing political divisions. In this way, once the hegemonic political entity conquers the world economy and places itself at the center of commodity production, we are faced with the rise of a world empire or world system. On the other hand, Fernand Braudel defines capitalism not as a mode of production rooted in the division of labor but rather as an expression of the economic and financial interests of what lies above the market economy, namely the anti-market. Giovanni Arrighi's thinking is more in tandem with Braudel's in defining cycles of hegemony among states. The Italian sociologist identifies finance as that higher level of relations rather than the unfolding of the market economy that primarily exchanges material goods. These three theories reveal that everything seems to revolve around the concept of hegemony. To attempt a definition of it, we turn to the thought and ideas of Antonio Gramsci. The rising social class assumes political and economic power in two stages. First, the ascendant hegemonic group claims the right to be part of the state administration and reform it according to its economic agenda. Second, this group achieves awareness of its corporate interests and becomes the focus of the interests of all subordinate groups. At this point, it achieves political dominance and exercises its hegemony. This ascendant hegemonic group's economic and political interests become those of the state. Those in charge of foreign policy are tasked with sustaining and perpetuating abroad the hegemonic course pursued by the dominant group at home. In this way, the state becomes the bearer of a specific class ideology that influences and shapes expansion policies abroad. The imperialism of the hegemonic state, therefore, is key to satisfying the needs of its domestic hegemonic class. Scholars such as Robert W. Cox and William I. Robinson have theorized this latter interstate evolution of Gramsci's assumptions. Thus, in explaining liberal capitalist reforms, I use Gramsci's original theory of hegemony by extending it to interstate relations in foreign policy making, political economy, and international law. Let us now analyze Samir Amin's theory of unequal exchange. According to the French-Egyptian economist, within the world economy, the major 23 capitalist countries impose a kind of unequal international specialization for their benefit. This means that the powers of the center set on the peripheral countries a system of production that is pivotal to their interests. This adjustment keeps the semi-peripheral countries in a position of inferiority, with no possibility of getting out or reversing such an unequal exchange. According to this model, integrating into the international economy inhibits the possibilities of local reaction to the subsequent exchange opportunities created by industrial development and technological advances in the marketplace. Amin's theory can also be applied to the financial sector, that is, between those who hold credit and those who are creditless. The outflows of interest on loans can be seen as a kind of wealth drain to central states, strengthening their leading position in the world economy. Indeed, it is well known that since the last quarter of the 19th century, finance began to impose its laws in the productive sphere, shaping the world economy according to the needs of capital accumulation. In light of the above, where do foreign-induced liberal capitalist reforms fit in? The reforms promoted in these countries are crucial to integrating the semi-peripheral states into the capitalist world economy dominated precisely by the hegemonic power as an expression of its dominant social group. Thus, the semi-peripheral state must adapt to the new market rules by establishing, for example, those technical and social institutions receptive to the objectives of the hegemonic country. Adopting the rules in force in the international market aligns semi-peripheral and peripheral economies with those of the hegemonic power. This integration serves two purposes. It forces semi-peripheral countries to accept the anti-market's rules and norms by increasing the capitalist elite's financial profits, and it confines the semi-peripheral country to a subsidiary productive position by encouraging unequal exchange by signing free trade agreements. The semi-peripheral country is encouraged to export raw materials or semi-finished products while being encouraged to import high-value-added products from abroad. Following Braudels and Arrighi's theory of hegemonic cycles and the social role of the hegemonic group as defined by Gramsci, we can state how externally induced reforms, especially in the areas of money, public finance, economic legislation, and property, are paramount in integrating semi-peripheral states into the capitalist world economy. These countries are induced to place and accept the division of labor in a second-ranking position, facilitating the accumulation of capital and the profits of the anti-market forces. During the 19th century, financial reforms are generally enacted after the signing of free trade treaties. The implementation of such agreements requires internal and external institutional changes. According to Friedrich 24. List, free trade theory, as well as what is theorized by classical economists such as Smith, Ricardo, and Mills, is an expression of the policy of the strongest actor in the market. In essence, List states how such theories of trade harmonization under the auspices of a liberal capitalist system are espoused and supported by economically stronger countries, for it is they who derive the highest returns and interests in terms of economic power and strength. Indeed, free trade agreements cause semi-peripheral countries to run growing trade deficits, consequently forcing them to resort to foreign borrowing. The logic of economic rationality to which the state must adhere requires these countries to rectify their balance of payments deficits. The debt route becomes the easier way forward than undertaking austerity policies or fiscal interventions that risk undermining the support of some social forces. However, borrowing capital on foreign markets and foreign debt-denominated currency bonds increases dependence on international creditors. Debt drains wealth from debtor to creditor, for instance, through interest payments. According to John A. Hobson, major creditor countries receive taxes from abroad in the form of interest payments, dividends, and remittances from their investments. Karl Marx himself warns about the danger of excessive foreign debt, significantly when it exceeds the state's ability to pay what it owes its creditors. As we will see later, foreign debt is intrinsically linked to liberal capitalist external reforms. Enlightenment figures of the caliber of Montesquieu and David Hume and classical economists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo repeatedly condemn the accumulation of excessive public debt. Montesquieu and Hume condemn debt from a political standpoint in terms of the danger of excessive state power. On the other hand, Smith and Ricardo recognize how public debt reduces a country's wealth and, consequently, its sovereignty vis-a-vis creditors. Private creditors and foreign policy makers take advantage of this dependence on foreign credit to demand financial reforms that reinforce this dependent relationship. Such action aims to keep the debtor within the international capitalist market in a subordinate position and preserve high profits in the creditor country. The more the debtor needs foreign credit, the more the creditor can make its willingness to lend dependent on some quid pro quo. In doing so, the creditor can leverage the debtor's need for loans in exchange for economic and financial reforms crucial to maintaining this interdependent relationship. In practice, capitalist forces, in association with bourgeois elites in the semi-periphery, have used loan demands to push local governments to implement reforms that encourage dependency. Such requests are often made when the need for foreign assistance is so great that the potential borrower cannot refuse. Empirical evidence shows that these requests usually come from diplomatic circles. Foreign diplomatic elites use their contacts at foreign chancelleries and the military clout of the powers they represent to demand such transformations. 25. In particular, since the second half of the 19th century, British capitalists have recurrently feared the prospect of diminishing returns on capital. Indeed, David Ricardo stresses the need to increase dependence on foreign trade to counter falling profit margins. Equally, Thomas Malthus states that what is at issue is not the absolute amount of capital available but the relative difficulty of finding profitable uses for it. The continuous increase of capital within a circumscribed territory and a restricted market can inevitably cause a dangerous fall in profit rates. The financial reforms invoked by the hegemonic state are crucial to reproducing its controlling power within the proper space of the capitalist world economy it controls. 1.4 Defining the role of elites in the reformist process. Previously, we have seen how the reformist process results from the direct and indirect action of the hegemonic state aimed at inducing those transformations crucial to maintaining a dominant position within the capitalist world economy. Initially, however, the promotion of such actions is a direct expression of the ideology of the hegemonic class, which, once it has gained political power, attempts to use it to perpetrate at home, and then abroad, the basic principles of its power. Promoting these principles is instrumental in maintaining a socially and materially dominant position at home and within the international borders that its territorial state can directly control and influence through highly advanced military power. According to Donald Sassoon, ascendant financial elites, as opposed to landlords, have their interests within a single country and the entire economic space in the capitalist world economy. Therefore, how does this takeover of power by a social group within a defined nation-state take place in the era of capitalist transformations? To answer this question, we turn to Antonio Gramsci. In Notebook 4:38, Gramsci states how the first moment, the most elementary, is the primitive economic one. A merchant feels solidarity with another merchant, a manufacturer with another manufacturer, etc., but the merchant does not yet feel solidarity with the manufacturer, that is, he feels the homogeneous unity of the professional group, but not yet of the social group. A second moment is when the consciousness of solidarity of interests among all social group members is reached, but only at a purely economic level. At this economic political stage, the question of the state arises on the ground of elementary political equality, as people claim the right to participate in administration and legislation and to change them, to reform them, within the existing general frameworks. A third moment is when one reaches the consciousness that one's corporate interests, in their current and future development, go beyond the corporate circle of economic grouping and that these can and should become the interests of other subordinate groups. This is the most bluntly political stage 9. 26. However, while Gramsci's analysis is limited to outlining the hegemonic class's internal takeover of power, the work of Robert W. Cox and William I. Robinson helps us transpose this modus operandi to a global and transnational level. The new British bourgeois class, leading and carrying on its shoulders the epochal changes resulting from the First Industrial Revolution, imposes its economic creed as a hegemonic force within the organs and institutions of the state. Consequently, its global projection is nothing less than the international representation of the new dominant ideology. However, promoting institutional reforms may follow a different path, although much of our task is to make a complex transformative process more evident and thus to simplify things. Hence, promoting such changes follows a dual track of intervention, both vertically and horizontally. Vertically, those financial elites promote them at the top end of the social pyramid within a capitalist country. Horizontally, they are encouraged by all elites who share its economic principles within the world economy area. The theory of elites helps us in our logic. It studies the dominance of a numerically restricted social group above all others, highlighting how the relationship between various power groups stratifies the social makeup of a given territorial unit. Gaetano Mosca and Vilfredo Pareto may be considered two of the main precursors of this theory, which shows how all forms of government, modern or ancien regime, result from oligarchic control of society. For example, Mosca divides society's political organization into two interrelated power structures, that of the autocratic principle, in which authority is transmitted from the top down, and that of the liberal principle, in which the guidelines for directing the country come from below. Pareto, on the other hand, defines elites as a true aristocracy predisposed to lead society. The Italian economist and sociologist investigated the causes of inequality within society, and his theory on power shifting is highly relevant. According to Pareto, we need a twofold solution to maintain social stability by ensuring the continuity of a specific group of ruling elites: 1. Eliminate the emerging elites, and 2. Attempt to assimilate them. If neither solution is followed, the ruling elite is reasonably threatened to be violently replaced via a revolution. This theory thus demonstrates the need for fluid circulation among elites responding to a new repositioning of society locally and internationally, as well as evidence that the ability of a given elite to retain power is time-limited. Countries at the core of the capitalist world economy, such as England, adhere to a liberal principle of organizing society. Hegemonic elites can replace the old ones in power through a bottom-up approach. In contrast, in many semi-peripheral countries, we see the dominance of an autocratic principle. In these societies, the turnover of ruling elites does not occur according to Pareto's principle precisely because it is a forced transformation. Rising capitalist elites do not have broad social support to justify their natural seizure of power. There is no body movement of the whole society which these elite 27 represent unless mixed with a higher tendency of protest against the socio-economic and political inequalities that characterize the old regime. There is thus a need for more or less coercive external action capable of inducing the country at the semi-periphery to adopt those rules and norms capable of paving the way for the rise to power of these economic elites, possibly through the acquisition of political power. Such a transition may not materialize because of the following: 1. Resistance and the use of force by the ruling elite. 2. Ostracism from an established existing social group. 3. Opposition from the religious leadership that derives important economic benefits and political influence from such a political order. Overcoming these possible obstacles is complex, which is why the proposed reforms aim to help fix these through nonviolent action. They are to promote the ordering of norms and laws, institutions, and bodies that are based on the constituent principles of local and international capitalist elites and thus implicitly foster and strengthen their political clout within a social order that is not ready or predisposed to concede them voluntarily. As we shall see, the semi-peripheral country is often induced to implement such transformations because of the signing of unequal free trade agreements, an out-of-control foreign debt, and an ever-looming military threat. The balance among elites, following Moscow's division, is also reflected in the political form taken by the state. In terms of the autocratic principle, it will be easier for the political structure to be precisely authoritarian. In terms of the liberal principle, however, we will find that the structure of liberal democracy is more common. However, this explanation is insufficient to provide an overall assessment of such balances. According to Danny Roderick, when a group of elites is not cohesive and thus lacks shared harmonious coordination, democracy may emerge as a power-sharing system willing to cede rights to peripheral groups in exchange for their political support. Liberal democracy results from the weakness of a particular group of elites confronting other social groups. External induced liberal capitalist reforms, however, push in a different direction. Their purpose is to strengthen a particular social group from the outside, namely the capitalist elite, to make it as strong as possible and, therefore, as little subjugated and subject to compromise as possible. Liberal democracy is only an option in terms of political transformation. It was acceptable only if it followed the hegemonic power's economic and political will. Autocracies and technocracies are filled with political content if they are more functional to the process of capital accumulation. However, the external empowerment of local capitalist elites is made possible by the theory of absolute and comparative advantages typical of liberal thought. 28. Which bends the new states to a certain specialization within the capitalist world economy. The lack of diversification, partly due to the monopoly in many high-productivity sectors of the hegemonic power and its allies, makes the peripheral economies specialize in a few sectors, which, however, are guaranteed high profitability due to the prospects offered by the international market. Hence, the elites who control these sectors have ever greater power than all other social groups and find in the liberal idea of the rationality and strength of the individual the intellectual and moral basis for asserting the justness of their social ascendancy. This can have two consequences: the emergence of an illiberal plutocracy or the constant challenge to the traditionally constituted order that triggers illiberal counter-reactions. In either case, however, the result is not the emergence of a liberal democracy that is based on the balance of multiple social groups unable to prevail decisively over one another. Thus liberal economic reform does not strengthen the democratization of society. The second case analyzed is of particular interest. Here we are dealing with counter-reactions, that is, resistance movements against the seizure of power by a social group that is not in line with local interests not only from an economic standpoint but also from the standpoint of political and cultural traditions. Indeed, one can only adopt an economic system by considering a particular country's cultural tradition. These are counter-reaction movements with anti-capitalist connotations and often a nationalist vocation. Here we must mention the Yoruba uprising in Egypt in 1879 and the Boxer Revolt in China between 1899 and 1901, and perhaps also include, in different respects, the seizure of power by the Young Turks in 1908 at Cam 2004. Such institutional-led reforms, therefore, have a clear class connotation, that is, they favor a particular social group. Despite the social backlash these transformations can trigger, especially between territorial elites and emerging capitalist elites with transnational interests, reformist action can also foster a functional compromise to preserve the old ruling master classes in association with the new rising westernizing elites. This is not an alliance but rather a merging of the aims of two bourgeois groups that nevertheless compete with each other. This clash is effected over the control of state apparatuses, international partnerships, and interstate relations. Their clash takes place more over the control of the state and, thus, the domination of one social group over the other. The state remains the only entity capable of imposing, through the use of force and laws, the adoption of one value system over another. Economic elites must preserve an alliance with political elites since it is crucial for them to secure property rights and contractual obligations, such as acquiring dominant positions, at least in the domestic market, through developing annuity or semi-annuity positions. In the Ottoman case, as we shall see, the new intellectual and reforming elites did not hesitate to exploit the transactional linkages of the local capitalist elites to acquire credibility, credit, and money from the great European powers. The aim was to initiate a profound reformist process as the synthesis of an internal 29. Transformative process, that is, stemming from local tradition. However, the latter reformist movement is only partially structured on a foreign-inspired model. It is a pact between tradition and modernity for a division of power. As Hobsbawm reminds us, although these new elites do not accept tout court all the values of European societies from which they are partly inspired, they see the modernizing model they propose as the only way to pursue their interests. However, modernization in the economic sphere, within a world economy dominated by the European capitalist powers, turns into an increasing transfer of power into the hands of rising economic elites, capable sooner or later of tilting the balance of power in their favor. In the end, no matter the compromise solutions, the intended purpose of institutional reforms in semi-peripheral countries is to create a favorable milieu for capital accumulation. Likewise, it confers power and potentially creates political space for the local emerging capitalist class. This social transformation can support the system promoted by the hegemonic power of the time worldwide more smoothly. That is, it can encourage that order which justifies such a defined composition of the various social groups about and in association with the dominant one in England. Liberalism becomes the reference ideology for these increasingly related groups within the capitalist world economy. With greater pathos, both Marx and Engels define these transformations in these terms. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls. It compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, to become bourgeois themselves. In a word, it creates a world after its image. For the elites in the hegemonic country, it is a matter of finding in any country adhering to a given world economy those same rules of employment of capital that are most familiar to them and thus pivotal in allowing a greater capacity for accumulation. This is often effected by promoting the ideology of the liberal doctrine presented as the only ethical model of development and progress for the whole society due to the powerful values it promotes, such as individual, civil, and political freedoms. However, this new scale of values clears the principle of economic freedom. In this way, capital accumulation and wealth concentration are no longer secondary activities in the value scale of the existing social order or social classes of secondary importance, but become central constitutive elements of the newly born nation-state. 30. 1.5 The cycles and timing of liberal capitalist reform. As we follow the evolution of the various economic cycles of capitalism, we realize how difficult it is to find a synthesis among all those who have dealt with this issue without showing their preference for one model over another. Hence, this becomes even more problematic when it comes to finding an unambiguous temporal collocation to promote those liberal capitalist externally inspired reforms that are key to keeping the profitability of capital high in the material and then financial sectors. We can thus theorize the presence of certain phases in the cycle of these kinds of reforms. 1. When the hegemonic state, driven by forces linked to capital, brings in a series of free trade agreements with third countries by leveraging its political and military strength. 2. When the increasing interconnectedness within the capitalist world economy becomes functional in allowing capital to exploit every productive sector pivotal to maximizing the process of capital accumulation. 3. When the degree of interconnectedness becomes so intense that capital is free to move fluidly through every part of the system, deterritorializing itself from the hegemonic state just enough to free the accumulation process from the political issues attached to the territorial state itself. In essence, the rules imposed by the hegemonic power and anti-market forces on the international economy increasingly stabilize capital and make it prosper transnationally. Liberalist reform thus boasts the purpose, in the words of philosopher Jürgen Habermas, to overcome the social limitation of the political community with territorial limitation. The social constraints of a complex society are simplified in convergence with the interests of financial elites. Still, to do so, there is a need to overcome the limitations imposed by the nation-state, such as territorial constraints. In fact, at this stage, latent struggle increases between those classes whose interalliance allowed the first phase of development and accumulation. In the third phase, known as financialization, there is a gradual breakdown, a kind of rarefaction, among the capitalist classes dominating the anti-market. The ties of interest among them loosen as the purpose of widening the anti-market sphere of influence is achieved. This generates a competition phase among forces belonging to the same class, capitalists eating other capitalists in the scramble for market control. At this point, states can follow two different paths, the first often taking the form of imperialistic exploitation of semi-peripheral countries to maintain a firm national social order by externalizing domestic adjustment costs. According to David Harvey, such action is generally taken by capitalistically and militarily advanced nation-states that find it more politically acceptable to find an external resolution to their domestic problems that are difficult to solve otherwise. The second path consists of increasing pressure on the underlying classes. This is done, for example, through policies favoring wealth redistribution to the top, such as foreign-denominated debt issuance or direct action on the tax system. Countries in the semi-periphery that cannot afford an imperial adventure frequently pursue this choice. However, this difference should be interpreted in a variety of ways. British financial elites began to suffer competition from newly emerging elites within the anti-market during the last phase of the financialization of the economy, from 1873 to 1914. At the same time, British entrepreneurial dynamism lost its initial strength and momentum, which caused a downward trend in the English domain in the international market. Capitalistically speaking, the British system is no longer as competitive as it was a few decades ago, as British-based financial investments gradually leave the motherland to seek more attractive returns in emerging markets. Capital enters a progressive phase of deterritorialization, moving to where returns are highest. At the same time, a portion of this capital managed by the less competitive elites decides to keep rent-seeking positions within the safe boundaries of the empire. Data show that between 1870 and 1913, capital flows fluctuated between 4 and 5% of Britain's GDP. This capital is invested mainly in the Americas and not on British soil, with 45% of these investments going to the United States and the colonies. 32. On the other hand, a portion worth about 1/5 goes to Latin America, 16% to Asia, and 13% to Africa. In 1914, out of a gross total of £3.8 billion worth of investments made by Britain, only £1.8 billion was actually invested in British colonies. The latter, however, began to absorb progressively larger and larger shares of investment between 1865 and 1914. On average, these territories attracted about 38% of assets, but by the 1890s, the percentage had risen to 44%. In essence, the foreign flow of capital is worth 4% of England's national income, generating a return of £200 million of interest, or 8% of the country's income. According to Edelstein, the average yield on foreign securities is worth 5.72% compared to the 4.6% offered by domestic issues over the historical period under review. Furthermore, over the same period and for separate investment sectors, we find that the rate of return on interest and dividends is 5.6% for treasury bonds, 4.9% for railroads, and an overall average of 5.4% for the remaining investments. These figures show us how much more profitable it is to invest outside England when compared with domestic returns. Indeed, we are talking about an average of 3.26% for consolidated government debt securities and 4.3% for the railways in general. Capital returns have an impact on the reform-led policies of the economic system. Thus, the phases of liberal capitalist external influenced reformism are twofold. The first phase began roughly in the 1840s and lasted until the outbreak of the Great Depression in 1873. The country focused mainly on signing free trade agreements in the material economy. The second phase spanned approximately 1873 to 1895, and then 1914, and concerned the demand for a whole series of reforms related mainly, but not exclusively, to finance. According to Marxist interpretation, the first phase can follow the formula of capital D rightward arrow M rightward arrow D, while the second follows the formula D rightward arrow D, where investments in financial compartments are preferred. These are general formulas that must be adapted to the evolution of a single country and not the entire world economy. What occurs in the United States is the exact opposite, a constant flow of foreign investment in the local economy's material expansion. Thus, 1873 can be referred to as the turning point between England's material and financial expansion phases. Hence, we can summarize these two phases as follows. 1. Trade-driven reforms in the material expansion phase of the hegemonic power. 2. Debt-driven reforms in the financial expansion phase of the hegemonic power. 33. The Great Depression between 1873 and 1896 coincides with the historical phase known as imperialism. This phase combines with protectionism and implementing policies aimed at gaining personal advantages to the detriment of other countries, often resulting in actual territorial conquests. The chronological phase between 1896 and 1914 witnessed an increasing inter-imperialist competition aimed at acquiring ever more outstanding shares of trade and exchange. 11. In reality, each country attempts to bring home or make itself the best candidate to acquire a greater share of world profits. The inter-imperialist struggle is a consequence of the deterritorialization of capital. The share of profits gained in the world economy under the military aegis of the hegemonic power becomes a terrain of inter-capitalist contention. At the same time, capital, or rather the social class that handles it, pits these powers against each other for greater returns in terms of profits and accumulation. There is a clear distinction between material and financial expansion. This difference can also be found in the writings by critics of capitalism. When Marx and Engels were writing, the significant criticism of the modern economic system was concentrated mainly on commodities and industry, that is, material expansion. Recall this notable passage from the manifesto of the Communist Party. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls. It compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, to become bourgeois themselves. In a word, it creates a world after its own image. In the second phase, known as financial expansion, Vladimir Lenin and Rudolf Hilferding focus their critical analyses on financial capitalism. Marx confines financial capitalism to its use in the material field and monetary economy. Hilferding, on the other hand, analyzes how the banking sector had now taken over from the industrial sector. The Austrian thinker strongly criticizes the economic development of his era, namely the financialization of capitalism. Lenin, who is almost contemporary with Hilferding, also pays special attention to the problems of the falling interest rate of finance capital. Thus liberal capitalist reforms act as forerunners to maximize the capitalist expansion phases of the hegemonic power and dominant economic interests in the anti-market. The economy is transformed according to the needs and demands of the international market. It introduces, through reforms, competitiveness, commodity/capital mobility, and bourgeois and market rationality as constituent elements of state legitimacy. No longer does God legitimize the power of the sovereign and the state, money is an element of the new social order. 34. Notes: one more recent research identifies the reproduction abroad of the capitalist social model as that proper to an empire of capitalism. 2. The ideas of Jeremy Bentham, as well as the utilitarian movement, are often associated with laissez-faire, especially as a key to government reforms in the 19th century. Jennifer Hart has critiqued this view. 3. Shifting the greater weight of taxation to direct rather than indirect contributions means intercepting the growth of wealth due to capital accumulation. Indeed, the British income tax will set the standard in transforming European societies and the principle of the relationship between taxation and representation in a liberal and later democratic state. For example, the Manchester League, an association defending the interests of the British merchant and bourgeois classes against landowners, doggedly promoted the notion that removing the Corn Laws was the key to conferring substantial benefits on all social classes. 5. Again, Hirsch notes how this underlying problem is viewed by Edmund Burke and Alexis de Tocqueville with great alarm for the future of liberal society. To grant voting rights to the propertyless is to provide them with an indirect instrument of usurpation against property holders. In this way, those without property can use the state to obtain a more significant share of wealth than that dictated by their current material condition. 6. Antonio Gramsci had not failed to warn against the double standard of economic liberalism. He calls it a kind of hall of mirrors capable of exalting the beauty of each perspective according to need. And it is here that the fallacious distinction between political and civil society arises, where only the latter, and not the state, should intervene in regulating economic activity. In reality, state and civil society are identified to the extent that liberalism is a regulation of state character, introduced and maintained by legislative and coercive means. Therefore, liberalism is a political program, destined to change, as its triumphs, the managerial personnel of a state and the economic program of the state itself, that is, to change the distribution of national income. 7. The original term in French with which Braudel describes these upper floors of interchange is contre-marche, translated into English as anti-market. 8. Despite their differences, Italy and Japan have been able to emancipate themselves from an underdeveloped condition by moving toward industrial-led growth. This is due to the ability of the production system to exploit the absolute advantages available to them by carving out a slice in the international division of labor. Mature industrial development took place following the adoption of protectionist policies, however imperfect. In Italy, the most important were those of 1878 and 1887. 9. Antonio Gramsci, Prison Notebooks No. 4, Relations Between Structure and Superstructure 38, 1929–1932. 10. Here it is worth taking into account the analysis carried out by French philosophers Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari regarding the concept of reterritorialization and the assertion of state control over various economic actors. 11. Ernest Mondale highlights, compared to John Arrighi, how the history of capitalism does not follow in cyclical order. He highlights how economic growth's expansion and contraction phases are not regular. doi 10.4324/9781003441816-3. 2.1 Reformism and the modus operandi of the capitalist state. What is the hegemonic capitalist state? Giuseppe Cospito reminds us that hegemony comes from the Greek hegemon. In its political and ideological meaning, this term implies the dominance, whether peaceful or otherwise, of the stronger over the weaker. This meaning has remained unchanged until modern times. The hegemonic state is thus the one that, by exploiting the elements of its hard and soft power, imposes its military, diplomatic, and often cultural dominance on both the countries of the semi-periphery and periphery and also on capitalistically advanced countries. The state thus becomes an essential element in the propagation of capitalism in its liberal variant within the world economy it controls. How does a particular state become the promoter of a specific ideology? Antonio Gramsci helps us understand the concept of hegemony more broadly. He analyzes how a certain kind of ideology promoted by a specific social group becomes identified with the policy pursued by a defined state. Take the classic case of England. We have seen how free trade policy became firmly established following the abolition of the Corn Laws in 1846. In fact, according to historian Patrick O'Brien, prior to this date there was no world economy. This periodization coincides with the period referred to by Gramsci as the apogee of British hegemony, between 1845 and 1875, that is, at the peak of the market opening in the 19th century. Now the question arises, At what stage of the hegemonic power cycle does the need to call for reforms emerge in semi-peripheral countries? Generally, reforms take place in tandem with the saturation of the domestic market, when the desire to increase profits and accumulation dictates the need for economic elites to create the same functional structures, institutions, and modus operandi abroad for the profitability of capital. The aim is to adopt the same capitalistically oriented economic rules presented within the hegemonic country. The networks and interconnections of capital comprising various merchants and capitalists, thanks in part to the political support granted to them by public authorities, gradually expand to encompass ever new territories and spaces. To enable this process, however, semi-peripheral countries must adopt 2. 36. Those regulations favorable to the interests of those who control the anti-market. This step is a complex and obvious one. If difficulties arise, the hegemonic state intervenes, using its political, military, cultural, and ideological power to force unruly countries into accepting its rules of engagement of capital. The hegemonic state and international markets often identify themselves in relation to the fact that the social class that assumed power in 19th century England is the same one that looks favorably on an expansion of the international market. Walter Bagehot, the renowned editor of The Economist, known as a voice for the interests of the British haute bourgeoisie, was well aware of how semi-peripheral countries were crucial to accommodating the mighty wave of financial investment coming from Victorian Britain. In essence, the forces acting within the anti-market exploit the strength of the territorial state to shape the world economy to its own rules following the opportunities provided by a booming market. This phase increasingly unties the prominent capitalists from a circumscribed territory, making them free to disassociate themselves even from the hegemonic state should a financial crisis capable of disrupting the process of capital accumulation arise. Braudel and later Arrighi affirm that the phase of financial expansion is the last gunshot of hegemonic power. This phase is preparatory to allowing capital, which no longer finds the returns it once did in the material economy, to globally seek far more profitable channels of employment in the financial field. At this stage, the hegemonic power demands new liberal capitalist reforms from the peripheral countries. These reforms focus less on the trade and manufacturing sector and more on the financial sector. In both cases, these reforms benefit those in the anti-market to the detriment of the natural operation of the market economy, that is, the lower level. To summarize, the forces acting in the anti-market demand that the rising hegemonic state help create, through a domestic reformist process, an environment conducive to its own prosperity within national borders. The same transformations are later demanded externally when the domestic market has reached saturation and the hegemonic class has consolidated its power at home. However, the application modes are distinct, even in their methods. Within national borders, the central state can generally act unchallenged at any time. Internationally, on the other hand, there is a need to achieve determined and recognized political, military, and economic leadership. However, new rules are imposed thanks to the strength of state power and the winning persuasion of ideas, conceived as a model to be imitated and emulated worldwide. Thus one of the ultimate purposes of reform is to homogenize the market according to well-established rules through economic and market globalization. Indeed, it is with reason that Niall Ferguson refers to the period of 19th-century British economic dominance as Anglobalization. However, the symbiosis between the anti-market and the hegemonic state is not eternal, it is merely a marriage of interests. A financial crisis within the 37 state that dominates the world economy can change the balance in place. Generally, capital decides to migrate and take shelter by deterritorializing, that is, by exploiting that global system of rules, which it previously promoted, and to shelter itself from a financial crisis. Once this step has been taken and with the end of the most challenging phase of the crisis, capital will be able to negotiate from a position of strength its return to the territorial state, squeezing out concessions and advantages more palatable than those previously obtained. Capital does not always return to the same role in the previously abandoned territorial state. capital may head for a new state that offers more significant opportunities for growth and, hence, wider profit and accumulation outlook. It allows deterritorialized capital to territorialize itself based on the high profits available at a new state entity, receptive to maximizing its returns and being able to assume a growing regional and perhaps leading international role. Capital always requires a strong state where it can physically locate itself, and that state will thus become the center and the new pivot of the capitalist world economy. In this case, adopting those reforms imposed by the old hegemonic power serves as a quick and preferential channel, an excellent communication highway enabling the transposition and identification of the anti-market with a new hegemonic or aspiring state. Thus, the crisis helps capital assert itself more firmly in society as an essential element in allowing the damaged system to restart. Every crisis becomes an opportunity to revive capital by obtaining more favorable conditions for a capital-dependent society. Reform is nothing more than the Trojan horse of that transformation inherent in capitalist society. Adaptation to this basket of rules becomes acceptable to those states that adopt a system of power such that they identify capitalism, and the need for constant capital accumulation, as the constitutive and inseparable element of a modern state and societal legitimacy. Reforms promoted in this way by the hegemonic state become palatable to a small circle of elites to whom wealth, power, and security are projected at the center. Therefore, the consensus of the whole society is not needed, but only of economic forces that identify with the anti-market and see the process of international openness as a way to promote their own interests. Therefore, once they achieve political influence, the new national financial elites benefit from the military and political force of the state to impose and enforce those agreements essential to the proper functioning of free trade. One applying these new rules through the reform process becomes useful to several actors. 1. The hegemonic state, to maintain and have its supremacy recognized. 2. Capital, maximizing returns. 3. Local elites, to derive a return in terms of economic and political power. 38. 19th century globalization needed the political and military might of the sovereign state to maintain that basket of rules fundamental to its proper functioning. As Smith, Solinger, and Topics remind us, financial globalization results from a whole series of socially constructed reforms through the work of specialists in law, accounting, and finance, often through the assistance of state officials. 2. Liberal capitalist reform is thus able to combine all of these interests in one harmonious intersection conducive to enhancing a system capable of keeping the process of capital accumulation fluid and, at the social level, guaranteeing the domination of the capitalist class. These reforms thus institutionalize a social pyramid in which the forces of capital compete with the old political elite for power in the country. Adopting these new economic rules generally takes place following a peaceful imposition process. The ability on the part of the hegemonic state to impose an internationally recognized system of rules underlies the exercise of the liberalist cultural monopoly that facilitates the adoption of the new regulations. Liberal doctrine seeks to impose itself as dominant above all other existing ideologies in terms of credibility and morality. The cultural, moral, and civic value of liberalism gives liberal capitalist reformism an aura of respectability and modernity that is perceived as befitting civic progress and not as a retrograde and hostile element. The national economy of the semi-peripheral countries is thus shaped through rules from outside under the guidance of formal acceptance by the emerging capitalist elites who derive the broadest benefit. According to Silver and Slater, the fast-rising capitalist world economy, at the center of which is Britain, confers advantages and benefits not only to the hegemonic power but also to the plethora of global elites who identify with the anti-market. In short, liberal capitalist external reform is promoted as the bearer of a system formally based on equality of exchange among the various economic forces that accept free trade. In reality, only the elites in the anti-market benefit the most, along with the capitalistically hegemonic country. Only this social group is aware of the proper exchange conditions in the international market, thanks partly to the privileged capital access that allows it to acquire an ever-increasing share of influence and political power. 2.2 When and how was external liberalist reform born? From mercantilism to free trade imperialism, the general structure of externally induced capitalist reform can be identified as the result of the evolution of the mercantilist economic model toward the classical liberalist model. Some mercantilist norms poured into the newly born economic liberalism. The proper action of economic domination, a characteristic element of mercantilism, influences liberal ideas. Liberalism places major importance on the economic benefits of imports, the cheaper, the better, even. 39. If that means accruing a trade deficit. In contrast, mercantilists promote a kind of autarky with regard to production and incentivize, from a trade perspective, exports over imports. Liberal capitalist external reform, aiming to increase the profitability of capital for a given social group and a defined nation-state, is identified as an instrument to promote specific interests that have little to do with the newly emerging principles of fairness. Reform survives in the ideological fabric of liberal capitalism but practically perpetuates some typically mercantilist practices. According to John K. Galbraith, the end of the mercantilist era leaves behind a robust remnant of its attitudes and an equally robust legacy of its institutions. Liberalism inherits de facto many of the ideological legacies of mercantilism, such as some of its principles that will continue to be accepted and not erased, for instance, the abolition of internal customs, tolls, weakening feudal ties, and corporate privileges. On the fiscal side, emerging economic liberalism arose over ground already thoroughly plowed by mercantilism. The territorial state that emerges in the modern age will have to relate to the market as a natural and supreme element capable of identifying, rightly or wrongly, the economic policies undertaken. 3. The market, however, is not a natural, stateless, and impartial element but rather responds to a system of rules sanctioned by human activity and is inherently imperfect and corrupted by ideology. In the market, economic forces can freely relate to each other, giving rise to a perfect place of exchange only in such an economic anarchy that no coordinated human activity can realistically operate. The capitalist market has been delineated since the medieval era thanks to a constant opposition between the emerging state, Catholic morality and ethics, and rising bourgeois forces. It comes not from natural law but from positive law shaped by this constant and fruitful opposition among social forces. Thus, the market is not neutral but expresses the rules of the one who controls the world economy in a given historical period. Reforms, then, are proposed within the framework of the most seductive liberalism but carry with them some of the vices inherent in mercantilism, such as the ability to avail oneself of extra economic advantages to extract a larger share of profit. Why does the liberalist creed remain so attractive to semi-peripheral countries? Because they believe they can benefit directly from it in terms of economic power and material prosperity. They are partly persuaded that the meritorious value of liberalism works perfectly well, with British power emerging as a successful model to follow. However, the starting levels and the degree of technological development differ. It is a marathon race with competitors, such as Britain, starting halfway to the finish line. In principle, the classical theoretical system aims to pillory economic prevarication in favor of a model based on absolute advantages. It allows for harmonious integration among countries by freeing economic development from political and military overbearance. In essence, the enrichment of all those 40 involved is extolled in the new system. Market globalization is thus seen as an inevitable factor for European capitalist states that can enrich themselves not through the impoverishment of others, as Michel Foucault argues, but through a form of collective and undefined enrichment. The world, especially the non-European world, is thus called upon to gather around Europe to exchange in a market constructed according to the rules of the capitalistically stronger countries. The letters, of course, are located in the geographical area of northwestern Europe, headed first by Great Britain and then by the United States. Thus, a school of thought comes into being that sees in the rules of the competition and absolute advantage the deus ex machina for the achievement of wealth and modern economic development. By disentangling the latter from theoretical prevarication, the classical system provides on paper the capability of all countries to enrich themselves by benefiting from their local advantages. However, this theory must also be defined in terms of how much the starting point of each state counts with the others in the race toward capitalist competition. Here we find that the economic model spawned by the classical theory is nothing more than a structure prodigal in conferring to the stronger country many advantages derived from a world economy free of customs barriers and predisposed, practically and morally, to accept the domination of the hegemonic power. The latter, indeed, is the one that boasts on the whole more absolute and comparative advantages than the other countries progressively integrated into the world economy. For winning the battle of ideas is far more profitable, crucial, and lasting than imposing such a modus pensandi and operandi by force of arms. The dominance of individual liberty over collective liberty owes much to the philosopher John Locke, especially regarding the supremacy of law and respect for natural rights, even in terms of recognizing private property. Thus, individual liberty is transformed into the freedom of the fittest thanks to the new rules imposed and guaranteed by the hegemonic capitalist state. Property and accumulation rights are improved, reformulated, and shaped as a value of national prosperity. The new concept of private property becomes disentangled from political power through the extension of newly born bourgeois jurisprudence. The sovereign is constrained from taking any unilateral action. The new law confers legitimacy on the ruler only if he abides by the new rules. Thus violating private property becomes a violation of one's authority. Natural law asserts itself as a universal value. It replaces a concept of international law based on the standard of civilization, not reciprocity. This change has profound effects on the treatment of countries in the semi-periphery. It justifies, for example, the signing of unequal treaties and the demand for extraterritoriality rights. More than Adam Smith, David Ricardo succeeds in understanding and grasping the causes and consequences of such transformations and in outlining the aforementioned structure. Indeed, Ricardo, as Alessandro Roncaglia 41 points out, takes from Smith the form of the economic system that essentially supports a policy favorable to capitalist development. However, compared to Smith, the British financier argues that if perfect international mobility of inputs and outputs could be established, the international market would become equal to the domestic market. At the same time, individual countries become like regions of the same state, and to maximize global and national wealth, freedom of trade in goods and services alone is no longer sufficient. Ricardo is the first to outline a development policy whose main objective is to sustain profits with the ultimate goal of reactivating the process of capital accumulation. As we will see later when discussing the Corn Laws, such thinking is to be placed in a historical context where the management of British customs policy must reckon with the continental blockade during the long Napoleonic Wars. Thomas Piketty states that Karl Marx goes beyond David Ricardo's rarity principle and value of capital. Since it is industrial capital, and later also financial capital, in theory it can accumulate unlimitedly, giving rise to the so-called principle of infinite accumulation. In essence, with national saturation of the rate of return on capital, one can take two directions, either find new forms of profitable employment or act indirectly on workers' wages. Schumpeter, for his part, observed how, when capital is prevented from freely finding channels of employment and profit abroad, military intervention becomes a viable option in the deck of cards available to governments of capitalist states. For the Austrian economist, it is already clear how it is enough for the industry of the conquering state to exceed that of the vanquished state in capital forces, organization, capacity, and awareness of its value, for one to treat the subjugated country in a manner analogous to a colony even if one is forced to bargain with particularly powerful local elites. Such bargaining often turns into a common purpose conducive to the extension of the capitalist market. Putting such a classical theory into practice by an underdeveloped country through a reformist process means accepting a theory of advantages that already confines it to a second-ranking position vis-a-vis the main hegemonic power and advanced capitalist states. According to early classical economists, British free traders developed a model capable of theoretically eradicating direct aggression, even armed aggression, by subjecting it to economic law. For example, the so-called imperialism of free trade, a system that forsakes the more violent mechanisms of mercantilism, leaving it to new regulations to achieve the economic openness congenial to the interests of the new rising capitalist and mercantile class. The colonization of foreign markets is juxtaposed with the sense of a civilizing mission that brings with it the values of wealth creation, rationality, and individualism. These principles are presented as new scientific values for achieving economic success. However, as Keynes reminds us, the self-interest typical of this 42. Rational individualism, enlightened as it may be, only sometimes operates in the public interest. In Britain, however, some diversions emerge regarding the modus operandi to be adopted for the assertion and preservation in tempus of its role as a hegemonic power. The discussions revolve around the kind of economic policy to be adopted, especially toward third countries, those destined to receive the excess production of goods and capital. Thus the underlying concept is to allow economic development not through actions typical of war capitalism, but through a far more natural and harmonious process. As mentioned earlier, the starting point plays a pivotal and decisive role. For example, William Pitt's rise to power in Britain in the late 18th and early 19th centuries coincides with the internal-driven parliamentary and administrative reforms implementation phase, which became crucial to an economic system, increasingly devoted to free trade and capable of promoting a kind of trade empire. For example, significant customs and trade system reforms were introduced. The transformations aimed at changing the British political institutional face by imposing a new social order based on the rise of the capitalist bourgeoisie. Thus, the economic order constituted from the 19th century onward can be regarded as liberal insofar as it is based on the free market and the non-discrimination of economic actors operating within it. 5. To flourish, however, this order requires the watchful presence of a hegemonic power to ensure its proper functioning. However, to guarantee this order, hegemonic power advocates a dual and divergent action to draw as many states as possible into its orbit. They, in turn, become co-interested in keeping such a system functioning and operational because, by it, they legitimize their own power and international position. The hegemonic state pursues two divergent policies to attract more countries into its zone of international influence. In terms of the great powers, the leading state follows a soft power policy making. It seeks to attract such countries by leveraging the prestige of its hegemonic-led role and its status in the international political order. In contrast, in the countries of the semi-periphery, soft power is joined by elements typical of hard power, that is, actions that do not fail to consider direct coercion, including military force. However, the new liberal international order, to express its maximum potential, requires specific temporal stability, which cannot be guaranteed merely by the military force of the hegemonic power. All adhering countries must accept and embrace the rules of the system. Robert Gilpin does not expressly speak of reforms aimed to this end, but rather of structural changes. This is a slight change in perspective. The institutionalization of such an order involves promoting a series of institutional changes in the acquisition countries, such as social institutions, property rights, the division of labor, and the rules governing economic affairs. These reforms are essential for the liberal market to continue actively functioning. 43. Moreover, institutional reforms are the most decisive in forcing the operation of a new order. That is why there is always some form of resistance to their implementation. According to Albert O. Hirschman, the old system to be replaced does not disappear altogether when reforms are implemented. However, liberal capitalist external reformism tries hard to eliminate pre-existing institutions, rules, and ways of doing things in order to establish as homogeneous a model as possible within the capitalist world economy arena. Thus far, we have observed the institutional framework within which the hegemonic power operates. However, the latter cannot control every economic aspect acting in the market. Its task is mainly to define the rules of engagement, allowing the free expression of market forces within the constituted system. Indeed, they decide on the trade policies and economic transactions to be pursued. According to Ruggie, these rules are sanctioned by interests called social purpose, that is, by those social groups with the highest interest in said trade deals. We are referring here to capitalist elites. In essence, the hegemonic power defines the basket of rules of the international liberal order that it maintains through the threat of military force and the persuasive force of ideas. However, within it, fluid trade relations are established by dominant elites acting in the anti-market and able to manage and unravel the complex mechanism of credit. 2.3 Differences between liberal capitalist internal and external reforms. Once the hegemonic class has achieved power, a profound transformation of society begins. Picking up on the above analysis, the formation of the British Liberal Party, as a synthesis of Whig and Radical thought, becomes the key to understanding and fleshing out liberal reformism. The battle for internal-driven liberal capitalistic reforms began in the 1820s, moved on to the Reform Act of 1832, and arrived at the Anti-Corn Law League, which aimed at introducing laissez-faire policies far more vigorous than those envisioned by Adam Smith and David Ricardo. 6. Indeed, the latter noted how abolishing the Corn Laws would be essential to perpetuating British industrial domination. Certainly, it is well known how the British financier saw the possibility of avoiding an increase in wages by removing the Corn Laws, given the possible drop in food prices. It would have increased the share of capital accumulation and the reinvestment of part of it into the domestic economy. At the same time, this would have avoided immobilizing capital in public debt by investing it in high-yielding private productive activities. To achieve this goal, Ricardo joined the parliamentary movement toward the reform of 1832, which granted more power of representation to the industrial regions to the detriment of the political power hitherto held by landed interests. 44. The abolition of the Corn Laws thus marked the final triumph of capitalist bourgeois forces over British landowners and a more national than international view of the economy. Unity among all British bourgeois forces, both those operating in the anti-market and those working primarily in the domestic market, that is, the market economy, is essential to arriving at this positive result. Britain's financial, mercantile, and industrial elites are allied with the petite bourgeoisie and middle class based on claims of much coveted individual freedoms. It is primarily a political challenge to the old land agrarian ruling class that still holds much of the power. The upper bourgeoisie is particularly interested in the benefits it can gain in terms of economic freedoms. The support of these elites for those political freedoms supported by the bourgeois base of society is negotiated to achieve a payoff, a green light for the desired economic freedoms. What takes place in England is the transition from the domination of one social group over another without going through a revolution but rather through reformism. It is a transformative process that enables the country to accept the new capitalist-led system as a development process for the whole society. This ability is also demonstrated by the fact that Britain has been able to hollow out and weaken even the Chartist movement that wants to evoke for itself certain political rights and thus the capacity to economically influence even the newly emerging classes. Britain is in a hegemonic position that allows it to reap extensive benefits in terms of accumulation and social stability. Although the British state distributes the proceeds of industrialization unequally, the country's ability to attract investment and business potential managed to keep employment and profitability at an acceptable level. The small and middle classes, in addition to the working class, can benefit from a small portion of the entire wealth available. Granting them some wealth to defend themselves was the key to avoiding revolution. The latter is not the only way to improve one's material living conditions. Externalizing costs to maintain domestic social peace will also be one of the reasons for the turn toward imperialist policies. Cecil Rhodes notes that imperialism is crucial to maintaining internal peace by allowing fertile land to be found for the surplus British population while providing for the opening of new markets. According to Rhodes, the empire is a matter of bread and butter. To avoid civil war, the British had to become imperialists. Thus did the British state and hegemonic class shape the capitalist world economy under the ideological framework of liberal capitalism. British success, then, was not only the ability to impose by force and persuasion an economic model that led London to excel in international trade and finance, but also to pass off this laissez-faire policy making as a fundamental prerequisite for the welfare of the whole society rather than a smaller group of individuals. Free trade is the first prerequisite to opening up foreign economies to the capitalist world economy. Once a country joins the new international market, 45. It will be led to adopt a whole series of reforms to adapt to external inputs, often from the forces acting in the anti-market. The new ideological, material, and moral force expressed by the rising bourgeoisie is synthesized and encapsulated in the new constitutional political forms that are going to be institutionalized in the European world and then in the non-European world. According to Robert Heilbronner, it was only in the 18th century that the capitalist social relations regime fully institutionalized itself in Europe. Clear constitutional rules were enshrined that limited state power, such as violating the individual's private space or the possibility of requisitioning property. Within this regulatory framework, the foundations of the liberal political order are laid. Far from being neutral, these reforms bolster the construction of a new kind of state favorable to capitalist relations. They limited and prevented any state actions against bourgeois interests. Parliament can be seen as a system of guarantee and control over the act of the sovereign. Except for Great Britain, the strength of the newly born rising bourgeois class is defined through the limitation of the absolute powers of the sovereign and the recognition of liberal and liberalist demands. For example, the newly emerging rule of law enshrines private property as a fundamental right and, therefore, untouchable by political state authority. Capitalist property is a natural right that implies the broadest economic freedom. At the same time, the state is prohibited from intervening in a market that is now increasingly conceived as self-sufficient. However, the sovereign authority must retain the ability to supervise in order to prevent any distortions that would work to the disadvantage of the forces of capital itself. According to class economists, the new bourgeois prosperity can be guaranteed by respecting the tenets of classical economic policy. Therefore, the relative international mobility of factors of production must be ensured. In practice, however, nothing can be left to chance. The advocacy of free trade in Britain is identified as a solid political movement based on the need, inspired by some aspects of Tucker, Smith, and Ricardo's thoughts, to establish a free trade policy as the backbone of British politics. The Reform Act of 1832 also sanctioned a process of domestic economic reform aimed at fostering the free trade vocation of the new economic forces that were increasingly replacing the old ruling landed aristocracy. In essence, Britain is set to shape its institutions to accept and enshrine the new liberal capitalist social order. It is from this perspective that we must consider the abolition of the Corn Laws, that is, the willingness to strike down any protectionist policies that might limit British commercial dominance centered on the global export of its manufactured goods worldwide. The country is willing to sacrifice the privileges of the 46. Agricultural system, sheltered from outside competition, in order to stimulate modern capitalist industry. We can thus trace the origins of Britain's internal-driven reforms to its attempt to halt the fall in the profit rate caused by the depression affecting the country following the physiological drop in demand after the Napoleonic Wars. Richard Cobden and John Bright were the leading promoters of these liberalist policies inside and outside Parliament. The official slogan of the liberal order of the time can be summarized as peace, less government spending, and reform. According to Friedrich von Hayek, however, the term reform means the abolition of old abuses and privileges rather than the expansion of democracy. 7. Thus, it is not aimed at increasing civil equality but rather the ability of the upper bourgeois forces to control the state. Internal-driven reformism, therefore, tends to confer the maximum hold of the new hegemonic class over the rest of society through the extensive use of the law. However, the regulatory instruments adopted simultaneously protect the rest of society from the absolutist tendencies of the new English ruling class. Unlike the British case, the liberal capitalist-inspired reformism applied in semi-peripheral countries very often has a clear externally influenced origin. Reforms, in this case, are applied by leveraging different factors, such as economic influence, cultural appeal, and political and even military pressures. The reforms promoted endow the forces that gravitate around the world of industry, commerce, and finance with an objective advantage. To apply them successfully, however, all the forces in the state must directly support, or at least not be hostile to, these transformations. Institutional changes are required, which are key to creating a socio-political economic environment conducive to the principle of capital accumulation. The time factor is a crucial prerequisite for introducing these changes in the semi-periphery. The further the third country is from the sphere of economic and commercial domination of the hegemonic power, the easier it is to require the application of rules still unknown or not fully understood. Thus, the time between the application of such rules and the realization of their destructive potential for domestic social stability is adequate for the economically and commercially stronger state to obtain a comparative structural advantage. Thus, the need to block the development of real or supposed competitors emerges in Britain to exploit their potential wealth, which is turned into a source of profit and growth for one's businesses and the profitability of one's capital. 47. Reforms are thus hidden behind the liberal proselytism characteristic of 19th century England, which leverages the spirit of reproduction of bourgeois values and civilization. 8. Every action of the hegemonic power is protected by a moral respectability that makes it feel endowed with a civilizing mission blessed by destiny. The principle of predestination becomes a value, and with it, all actions are aimed at bringing modernization to other people. Thus, the reforms promoted in these countries are presented as an instrument of this process. Promoting these reforms, however, means failing to respect the internationally recognized values of sovereignty. The principle of balance and non-interference at the European level is not considered when it involves non-European sovereign states. As Giovanni Arrighi points out, England's access to non-European resources allows it to manipulate and alter this balance to its own advantage in order to dominate other state entities. In particular, countries in the semi-periphery are excluded from the system of protections proper to states identified as fully sovereign. Indeed, they are accused of being incapable of applying forms of government understood as independent state organs. The fact that the major capitalist or imperialist nations must provide such protection makes the principle of sovereignty and its attached protections a discretionary concept in the hands of the major European powers. 2.4 Fear of falling profit rate and the active role of the capitalist state. The growing fear of a possible capital profit fall in an advanced capitalist country is more than enough of an incentive for the capitalist elite to use the institutions of the nation-state to prevent its downhill trajectory. Thus, the capitalist nation-state becomes the mechanism for reversing this forthcoming fall. However, to achieve this, the state must also use the extra economic tools at its disposal, such as diplomacy and military force. Hence, the territorial state uses economic problems to follow up a policy of military aggression or diplomatic struggle in order to extend its influence over other countries. From an economic integration perspective, in terms of the 18th century rich country-poor country debate, James Oswald and Josiah Tucker outline some characteristics inherent in the intersection of these interests. They analyzed the forced integration between two non-communicating or opposing economic systems shaped according to the rules of the stronger country. Indeed, the two scholars argue that the inflow of money due to a trade surplus would not lead to a competitive disadvantage for wealthier nations. On the contrary, such a flow would lead to lower prices for industrial goods due to more significant technological developments made possible by greater credit availability. Thus, equal competition between two countries with different levels of development within the liberalist market would increasingly 48. Confine the less developed country to a stable position of underdevelopment for the benefit of the stronger country. Suppose the availability of the factor of production between an advanced and a less advanced country were the same. In that case, the technological difference gives a sine die advantage to the more developed country. The country possessing this know-how can gain a comparative advantage in producing a given product. Through free trade agreements, it is possible to enforce this advantage with trading partners by exporting the product that holds a technological edge. The demand for this product increases the demand for capital in the developed country just enough to increase its production. We thus witness an increase in profits and a gradual decrease in wages. If the less developed country relies on such a high technology product, we observe an upward salary and a downward profit trend. There is thus an increase in trade due to the mobility of factors of production, while at the same time, however, there is for the less wealthy country a recognition of its status as a second-rank industrial nation. According to David Ricardo, there is an obvious necessity to increase dependence on foreign trade in order to counteract the fall in the profit rate at home. According to Mill, there is an advantage for the countries of Africa and Asia in accepting the principles of English culture. This would entail introducing foreign capital into the area capable of increasing production and stimulating the pursuit of economically led virtuous and stimulating behavior. In short, it would promote progress. Instead, according to the Wakefield School, the colonies were crucial to enabling the absorption of the extra available investment flow. Indeed, it is no surprise that the increase in industrial production clashed with the narrowness of the domestic market. That is why the capitalist industrial and mercantile elites demanded a strengthening of private and public spending or an expansion of the market even worldwide. The program of the so-called colonial reformers is summarized in their need to create an empire comprising the middle class that would replace the old colonial system in place. Achieving this goal means adopting policies of economic and primarily commercial openness. The aim was precisely to abolish the Corn Laws in 1846 and the Navigation Act of 1849 to strengthen Britain's role as the so-called world's workshop. Edward Gibbon Wakefield wanted to allow the mother country to escape from the grip of the falling rate of profit. The colonies would serve this purpose, to accommodate the excess capital from Britain to keep the profitability of capital high. More scathingly, Wakefield describes how the powers of private property and the state were to be used to exclude workers from easy access to free land to preserve a pocket of wage laborers for capitalist exploitation. 9. At this point the bourgeoisie was forced to acknowledge in its colonization program what it was trying to hide at home, namely, that wage labor and capital are 49. Both based on the forced separation of the worker from control over the means of production. Thus, according to the colonial reformers, colonies serve to prevent a decline in the rate of profit through a transformation in which the mother country plays a significant role in forcing or not forcing the adoption of a regulatory framework conducive to this end. In more general terms, the issue of integrating colonies within the global capitalist system is related to the ability to confiscate land and conscript labor, through direct state action, within the circuits of capital. What is crucial is to avoid a blockage of capitalist expansion on the ground. The need to create a kind of middle-class empire becomes the central and identifying element of this current of thought. Such action is determined to make this middle class accept the benefits of free trade as the source of its wealth. According to the above-mentioned theory, the hegemonic state, through its monopoly of force, should impose a capitalist transformation on the colonies under its control. The return and profitable use of capital is ensured through methods of political-led interference. This attitude is made possible because the colonies are not accorded the same public values guaranteed at home. Therefore, the optional use of force, fraud, and anti-liberal distortions of monopoly are not considered abuses but rather acceptable and often desired practices under the umbrella of the necessary civilization of non-European peoples. However, the system described thus far must define the goal we have outlined earlier. The state's meddling, via its influential coercive role, breaks down the concept of nonviolent adoption of liberal capitalist reforms. Indeed, the theories listed above see the creation of a middle-class empire through the direct employment of the sovereign state. The latter can impose, even by military force, the necessary transformations. Wakefield used the criticisms of commercial society advanced by Malthus to prove how Britain needed a foreign trading system and settlement colonies to overcome the problems caused by capital competition worldwide. The fear is always that of incurring a crisis of overproduction and a consequent fall in profit rate. 10. Conversely, Montesquieu eloquently delineated the British modus operandi centered on the importance of economic activities over the remaining aspects of human society. The noted French intellectual recalls how Britain promoted distant settlements to expand its trade rather than its dominance. In return, according to Montesquieu, London would give the inhabitants of the colonies its form of government. The prosperity brought about by the government would encourage settlement even inland. Forceful action is thus also justified in exchange for a greater good that is based on a purely European British, and, indeed, not indigenous, value base. Therefore, it is easy to see how the reformist process is carried out through force within the colonies. However, for the semi-peripheral countries that do not experience direct military control by the colonial powers, the situation is 50. More complex. The reforms must be imposed through persuasive action without resorting to military or police assistance. This does not mean, however, that the hegemonic power cannot show its military strength as a warning. To this show of force, which always remains a powerful feature, the capitalist state must associate with equal determination the power of politics, diplomacy, example, propaganda, but also blackmail. Following the English liberal revolution and according to the newly rising liberal doctrine, the colonies lost, in theory, their appeal among many British politicians. It is no coincidence that, according to conservative Benjamin Disraeli, such territories no longer serve the project of economic domination. They are no more than a chain around the country's neck and, therefore, must become an integral and autonomous part of a unitary empire, a kind of customs community. The idea of getting rid of the direct colonies is a complex thesis. According to Shield J. Nicholson, Adam Smith would, in some ways, have anticipated Joseph Chamberlain's ideas in advocating the replacement of the colonial system with a new concept of empire, which found its basis in Britain's new commercial predominance. Smith noted how, in more advanced economies, the rate of profit and consequent capital accumulation tend naturally and physiologically to decline compared to developing countries where it remains higher. For this reason, the need to keep the rate of profit at acceptable levels increasingly became a political issue as economic and financial elites took a firmer hold on power in Britain following the Reform Act of 1832 and the abolition of the Corn Laws. The haute bourgeoisie, thus becoming aware of its strength, abandoned some of its mercantilist-inspiring practices and theses to support those of free trade. These ideas are also supported by a moral force based on the appeal of the newly born ideas of liberty, law, and property. What happened in England was a prelude to the transformations in other Western European countries. The economic crisis of 1847 and the revolutions of 1848 can be considered the first significant crisis of modern capitalism, one not confined exclusively to the agrarian sector but extending also to the industrial and financial ones. According to Marx, this economic contraction is caused by the failure to use capital profitably, that is, it is a crisis of overproduction. This element heightens the awareness in the haute bourgeoisie, now masters of political power in more and more European states, of the need to avoid a profit rate downturn by falling into further overproduction crises. The crisis paves the way for a new rearrangement of world trade. It ushers in one of the most remarkable phases of trade openness in the 19th century, beginning with the abolition of the Corn Laws, via the Cobden-Chevalier Agreement of 1860, and ending abruptly with the outbreak of the Great Depression of 1873. For example, England's export industry, capital, and trade were forced to redefine certain geographical areas of activity, thus encouraging the emergence 51. Of new markets, especially to the benefit of the colonial system. England had the advantage of offloading costs onto the vast colonial empire to alleviate the budget deficit. The English balance of payments surplus, as opposed to the trade deficit, stemmed from the profits accumulated by British banks and financial institutions through the outflow of capital investment. The inflow of profit capital was pivotal in balancing existing fiscal imbalances. Following the crisis of 1847 to 1848, capital began to move increasingly freely within the expanding world economy. This occurred thanks to the financial and economic trade spiderweb formed after the signing of free trade agreements. The consequence was a gradual denationalization of capital and its free placement in countries and territories offering higher returns. Those who benefit directly from such connections are the central and peripheral elites with access to capital. 11. However, peripheral elites must allow their home semi-peripheral countries to accept the new rules of the liberal capitalist economy in order to maximize the profit share of capital mobility and employment. The aim was to transform the semi-peripheral country into a full-fledged capitalist economy. The capitalist hegemonic state intervenes at this point to facilitate this transition through a combined effort of political, economic, and diplomatic persuasion. Indeed, the ultimate goal is to try to give local capitalist elites greater political decisional power within their respective societies. Thus, we see a transnational class alliance that places the new free trade hegemonic state at the center of this change process. Profit-seeking is the glue that holds this alliance together. To legitimize such transformations in the interest of the entire social body and not only the bourgeoisie, the inclusive message of the liberalist doctrine is promoted. As Antonio Gramsci reminds us, bourgeois economics freed domestic markets from all the mercantile fetters that clogged up trade, that prevented production from transforming and expanding. In Anglo-Saxon countries, it went further, it decentralized the states, unbureaucratized them, production, not continually undermined by non-economic forces, and spilled heaps of goods and wealth into world markets. 12. 2.5 Free trade imperialism, war capitalism, or reformist capitalism. Free trade imperialism, coined by Gallagher and Robinson, denotes a whole series of power policies put in place by the hegemonic power to halt the fall of profit rates and find new fields of capital employment abroad. According to Charles P. Kindleberger, this theory sees free trade as a means of weakening any aid to sustain manufacturing production. This is especially true in the peripheral and semi-peripheral countries of the capitalist world economy. In contrast, it would be harder for England to block manufacturing development in 52. The remaining European countries. Many Western European states enjoyed mature political systems, considerable military strength, and full integration into liberal bourgeois values of respectability. It is thus easier for London to act towards semi-peripheral countries, which, while lacking modern manufacturing, can boast an economic structure advanced enough to become a preferential market for its goods or those of other capitalist powers. London expanded its reach within the ever-expanding capitalist world economy by choosing weaker states to dominate. These were outside the security and balance system in place among the great powers and where scruples, even moral ones, could be overridden to force openness to the market. 13. At the same time, the other major capitalist powers became global competitors in the race toward capital accumulation through the export of manufactured goods and investments. However, these powers became valuable allies in shaping third countries to the rules of the international market they control. For example, one of England's great competitors is undoubtedly France. The French path to internal capitalist reformism was more accidental and conflictual than England's because of the evident friction between the social parties. It did not allow the Transalpine country to embark on a socially harmonious capitalist development process as England had. Simply look at the enormous problems encountered by Jacques Turgot in wanting to reform the economy. Compared to the English situation, the French problem was that this economic transformation process was intended to be carried out from above, under the monarchy's directives and control. The path to capitalism became in France a path dictated by the great obstacles placed before it by the powerful social forces of the Ancien regime. In England, As is well known, many of these forces converted peacefully to the new capitalist order under the impetus of clear economic interests. The lack of economic revolution places France, following Braudel's interpretation, as the brilliant second, that is, the one moving in the second ring of the capitalist world economy and enjoying the stability granted by the hegemonic power. However, France adheres to the same framework of rules by which the emerging global capitalist market is forged. Moreover, the Paris financial market was central to foreign investment, especially in foreign debt. Although competing in many areas with England, France thus succeeded in finding common ground in trying to maintain the global supremacy of that financial architecture favorable to the large-scale employment of European capital. Indeed, it is no coincidence that both countries did not fail to support everyday actions aimed at promoting in the semi-periphery countries those external reforms with a liberal capitalist character. The British model found fervent supporters in France, including the well-known Chevalier. Like its political rival, Paris created an informal empire until 1870 through collaboration with foreign elites rather than through direct military occupation. The so-called Champagne capitalism is based primarily on the exercise of soft power backed, however, by military threat. 53. To recapitulate, before promoting free trade on a global scale, colonial expansion for economic purposes becomes necessary for countries wishing to achieve and sustain the Industrial Revolution. As Eric J. Hobsbawm argues, the modest natural rate of domestic demand development is insufficient to sustain robust industrial growth. Therefore, nations that extend their economic influence over semi-peripheral countries sooner than others through trade or political agreements can enjoy a competitive advantage over their rivals. It is what Britain managed to do during the 18th century by gaining that advantage over all other European countries, allowing London to assume an advantageous position as it championed the policies of openness to international free trade. The colonial question thus always maintains its importance. Antonio Gramsci emphasizes the perverse glue that binds the colonizing, and later imperialist, power with its colonies. The Europeans acquired the colonies to arouse in them productive forces analogous to those of their own countries so that it would be possible for an economic backbone to be formed that would give rise to consequent political and social activity. They obeyed an impulse of their capitalism and in the colonies created capitalist enterprises, but not a capitalist society. 14. Not all countries, territories, and states around the globe fall into this category. The process of military colonization, typical of so-called war capitalism, imposes a policy of exploitation generally independent of local reality, exploited only for resources and cheap labor. Different is the case concerning the well-known free trade imperialism, which requires instead a kind of minimal social dynamism independently receptive to grasping economic impulses from abroad. There is a need for the local ruling classes to have confidence and basic knowledge of economic tools and technologies, that is, those basic structures such as a monetary, credit, and trade system. Daniel Defoe, recounting the adventures of the well-known British navigator Walter Raleigh, highlights what territories the British Crown, as early as the second half of the 16th century, must strive to conquer. Trying to subjugate this part of the world, inhabited by millions of people, seems especially commendable for a commercial company. The abundance of the population constitutes, indeed, the source of commerce, since to it is due the consumption of manufactured goods. And there is no doubt that within a few years, the consumption of our products, and of every other kind of European merchandise, to clothe such an incalculable number of people, masters of large quantities of gold to shell out in exchange, would be enormously greater than the 54. present amount of our exports to Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Turkey combined. Were they, as was the case in North America, poor peoples, whose clothing consists almost only of blankets, cotton cloths, and gauze, or were they few and estranged from each other and dwelt far away in abject solitude, like the Negroes of Africa, it might then be supposed that the maximum profit of our trade would be reduced to a few trifles. Walter Raleigh thus highlights how, during the era of war capitalism and more classical mercantilism, it was necessary to take possession of territories capable of purchasing imported goods. According to Emanuel Wallerstein, capitalists do not need free markets but only partially liberated ones. Such territories become pivotal in absorbing the goods overproduction and capital from the major industrial powers. The phase known as free trade imperialism is based on the ability to create an informal empire that is crucial to lowering the political and social costs of direct military occupation. Free trade made neighboring countries types of colonies for Britain without imposing any direct governmental responsibility, yet kept them at an earlier stage of development. 15. The hegemonic power thus benefits greatly by integrating the third country into the global capitalist market. It allows capital to avoid a fall in the rate of profit, thus avoiding a crisis of overproduction and, simultaneously, the high costs of direct military domination. According to Alan Ryan, if liberalism is inherently imperialist, the liberal state could become imperial once it imposed its own rules within the global market. The connection between the hegemonic power and the semi-peripheral states is realized between the respective elites acting in the anti-market. It is a class alliance that sees the accumulation of capital, and its free circulation worldwide, as the glue of understanding. As we have seen, peripheral capitalist elites often hold a second-ranking position due to the weak state in which they reside and their lack of direct access to the levers of political power. In addition to extending their values, their purpose is to reach the top of the social pyramid. Reform thus becomes the necessary tool for this to occur. Likewise, they enable the harmonious integration of the local country into the international market shaped by the rules of the hegemonic power. The capitalist elites of the two countries impose, influence, or accept, with varying degrees of understanding, a whole series of top-down transformations crucial to reproducing the social order most pleasing to them. In conclusion, free trade imperialism is only conceivable by accepting the transformation and adaptation of said societies to the market shaped by the hegemonic power. Therefore, the reforms introduced are a sine qua non for any policy of informal domination. 55. Notes 1. Achieving clear political objectives is instrumental in gaining acceptance of an economic model favorable to those elites acting in the anti-market. Such a policy can also be seen in the decolonization phase in the second half of the 20th century. 2. According to Przeworski and Wallerstein, globalization shaped by the liberalist economic model reduces taxation on capital as a highly mobile factor to transfer it to labor, which is far less mobile. Intrinsically, the reform also promotes economic inequality. 3. According to the view of Marxist historian Eric Hobsbawm, the critique of the mercantilist system since Adam Smith is identified with the condemnation of that system of national economies that underlies the very structure of the nation-state. According to this interpretation, the Scottish philosopher, in his new economic development theory, could leave no room for the nation as such. 4. Friedrich List supports this theory. He believes that the free trade policies put in place by Britain are a clear expression of the economic policy of the fittest. 5. According to Robert Gilpin, the global market can function without a hegemonic power, as it had prior to the 19th century. In such a system, mercantilist competition and nationalist policies tend to predominate. However, this interpretation must take into account that in the modern age, Portugal and Spain played a quasi-hegemonic role in influencing international trade rules, routes, and practices. 6. We believe that the internal-driven financial and institutional reforms that began due to the Glorious Revolution in the 17th century are certainly to be considered capitalist but not entirely liberal. The state, indeed, has not yet been homogenized by the universalistic rational and liberal capitalistic bourgeois hegemony. For example, we must wait until the first half of the 19th century to witness the abolition of the Bubble Act or the removal of limits imposed on interest rates above 5%, etc. 7. According to the Austrian economist, democracy becomes the heart of the liberal reform process only following the Second Reform Act of 1867. 8. This aspect of British society is also associated with the prejudice proper to so-called natural selection, which causes significant problems in terms of morality for the British civilizing mission and the coherence of the value of liberal theories. 9. Historian Charles S. Mayer confers that interpretation according to the studies of Hugo Rabineau and Achille Warad. 10. Schumpeter argues how the fall in the profit rate can be fought by both innovation and the discovery of new markets. 11. According to David McNally, the evolution of modern capitalism was instead the result of a change in social relations within the agrarian world. Not merely an exclusive action on the part of merchants and industrialists. 12. Gramsci, La Lega delle Nazioni, il Grido del Popolo, N. 704, January 19, 1918. 13. According to Bernard Semmel, the free trade policies promoted by the manufacturing powers highlight the hypocrisy of those who, once they have reached the top of trade and industry, seek to hinder the rise of other countries through policies of market exclusion. 14. Gramsci, La Guerra e le Colonie, il Grido del Popolo, N. 612, April 15, 1916. 15. Parliamentary debates, 3d Ser. Lskseith, February 23, 1846, pages 1399 to 1400, cited in Wallerstein. doi, 10.4324/9781003441816-4. 3.1 Debt and Credit, the Double Face of Capital. 3.1.1 Political Premises. Public borrowing in foreign debt-denominate currency is key to understanding the role of liberal capitalist reforms. Foreign public debts have increased mainly on the eve of capital outflow since the second half of the 19th century. Modern financial techniques, the prerogative of large global credit elites, are necessary for managing ever-increasing public debt. Accepting credit in the international market means taking its rules and adapting one's economy to what the market perceives as essential in terms of stability and management. It involves embracing a particular managerial perspective made necessary because borrowing in foreign debt-denominated currency imposes an economic policy more in tune with inward-looking fiscal stability. Foreign debt imposes compliance with extra-sovereign fiscal constraints and adopts a managerial approach to foreign-sourced debt, given that it invokes regulations that result from creditor countries' economic evolution. A peripheral state incurring foreign debt requires foreign and local experts, that is, it confers executive power, to the detriment of its sovereignty, on the financial elites who are familiar with and speak the language of the newly emerging rational markets. This principle becomes even more true if loan agreements are drawn up with a gold guarantee clause. The letter also shields the lender from any downward fluctuations in the currency in which the loan was issued. The gold payment guarantee is crucial to attracting international investors while lowering the interest rate. It is primarily a political choice. Either they receive credit at a lower cost in exchange for ceding monetary sovereignty or keep it instead of surrendering it to the market and suffering an upward trend in interest rates. In this debate, however, the semi-peripheral countries are left on the sidelines of the decision-making discussions. It is capitalist countries and financial elites who decide, primarily according to their power and accumulation interests. 3. Debt, credit, money. 57. The debtor, if mainly represented by a non-capitalist state, must not only pay what was agreed upon in the loan contract but also indirectly initiate a transformation of its public finance according to the rules of engagement imposed by the creditors. The debtor state carries out a process of economic rationalization by internalizing market rules. Accordingly, the debtor's fiscal policy must be maintained via budgetary stability, that is, by preserving stable macroeconomic conditions essential to not having to incur a rise, which can become unsustainable, in interest rates. This occurred in the long wave of the aftermath of the 1873 crisis, which resulted in many bankruptcies. Excessively high costs for new loans, rising interest rates, and an already significant debt burden led the Ottoman Empire and Egypt to default on interest due. Bankruptcy, in turn, paved the way for calls for a broad series of reforms. The resulting economic shock weakened many extra economic impediments such as cultural resistance, national pride, moral constraints, etc. Bankruptcy places the defaulting state in a position of inadequacy, and that state is therefore necessarily driven to redemption. The market, inspired by the laws of the merchant, such as honesty, credibility, and trustworthiness, imposes its way of thinking about economic matters such as default. According to Wallerstein, bankruptcy has functioned as a cleanser of the capitalist system, forcing all economic actors to adhere more or less to the path charted by the process of capital accumulation. For some idea of the mindset of economic rationality about debt, read Balzac's 1837 novel, The Greatness and Decline of César Birotteau, about a merchant whose honor is severely damaged by his financial defaults and who regains his lost respect and social position only by pecuniary redemption, by repaying all his debts. From the mid-century onward, capital flowed worldwide in search of higher returns. Investment banks succeeded in encouraging capital mobility to foreign states. The more investments were made in foreign public debt, the more business, fees, and bonuses the bank earned. They profited from the intermediation between creditor and debtor and, in doing so, increased their profits while satisfying investors seeking high returns. However, the severing state encouraged capital outflow. Sometimes, the diplomatic elite brokered deals with the borrowing state in search of capital for the benefit of its capitalist elites. These two forces press from multiple sides to obtain maximum political and economic gain from such a financial deal. To achieve maximum results, however, the debtor must go forward on the rationalization of state administration. From a social order perspective, internalizing market rationality driven by the compulsions of debt payment leaves no room for alternative political solutions. If the indebted or bankrupt state wants to restore its credibility, it must follow the creditor's rules and what market forces demand. The function of institutions built in the debtor country is to institutionalize rational and modern management of public finance through active consociation of the peripheral state's institutions themselves. The same applies to countries that already have. 58. Modern economic institutions, a new economic policy generally favorable to the interests of creditors is imposed. In both cases, the forces of the state, that is, the judiciary and the police, actively cooperate to enforce what the market forces indicate. The system thus reformed achieves its goal of bending the indebted or bankrupt nation to the rules of the capitalist market. The reformed state becomes steadily more integrated into the market, and thus its indirect guarantor becomes interested in its preservation. This means that in matters of debt management, there is no room for new and possible ideas that would diverge from those in the liberal capitalistic market. However, top-down institutional transformations can fuel counter-movements from below in resistance to the market, as Polanyi does not fail to mention, which often results in excessive nationalism. Even Alexis de Tocqueville, a keen observer of society, points out that with the onset of a reformist process intended to change the existing equilibrium, a concurrent phase of uncontrolled social upheaval in response to an alteration in the current social structure may materialize. Nonetheless, the relationship between credit and debt has become integral to the modern capitalist state. The liberal state, in its various forms, becomes a powerful emerging actor with which investors must relate, especially during the 19th century when bourgeois forces assume the leadership of constituent liberal capitalist states such as England and France. The new social structure, breaking free from the old ancien regime order, sees the new bourgeoisie as the center of a new arrangement, whose mechanisms of progress move within the capitalist productivist framework. However, each country finds its pathway to bourgeois capitalism. In England, for example, the bourgeoisie joins the old aristocracy that has converted to capitalism by entering into parliamentary conflict with the old landed aristocracy, while in France, the new rising bourgeoisie comes into conflict, even by violent methods, with the old rural nobility unable to convert to the new economic system. As the political system changed, so did the debt structure, the sustainability of which now adjusted to the change in existing social relations. New social relations based on capital emerged in England and in post-1830s France. Private property, for instance, was a founding value of the newly born hierarchically organized club of the self-perceived civilized nations and modern capitalist elite. The power shift from the ancien regime to liberalism also affects the working system of public debt, now less identifiable solely with the crown but with the politically organized liberal state. Sovereign debt starts becoming the collective responsibility of the society that supported the representative state. Debt becomes of the state and thus of the social forces that support it. However, the capitalist elites benefit more, they use the strength and 59. Respectability of the state as the representation of a diverse social body to promote their class interests through a careful policy to ensure the payment of debts in their interest as creditors. The capitalist class exerts pressure by lobbying in the political arena to let market rationality prevail over the sovereign autonomy of the state, an action aimed at avoiding a change in economic policy unfavorable to their interests in debt. Debt is increasingly depoliticized and delivered into the intangible hands of the market regulated by natural law. From the 1850s onward, debt becomes an instrument that involves society as a whole and not only insiders in investment credit. We thus witness a progressive engagement and extension of national underwriting, known as national borrowing, which is vulgarly called by the people forced voluntary borrowing. There is a drain of capital from all social strata involved in the savings fever. Through extensive advertising in opinion newspapers or posters in public squares, the public is induced to put its saved capital to profit not only in urban centers but also in suburban towns or the countryside. On the wings of the highly successful capital raising set up first by the Comptoir National d'Escompte in 1848, through the creation of joint stock companies, and then by the Credit Mobilier starting in 1852, in 1854, but also in 1855, the first large public loans are promoted with great success in France and Austria. Citizens are then encouraged to play an active part in the great game of accumulation. Sovereign debt becomes an instrument that increasingly becomes part of the operational and financial process of increasing the profitability of capital held, often in the form of unproductive savings. The whole of society becomes involved in the new politics of debt. Under this scenario, it is the creditor bourgeois class that controls access to credit, knows the ways of its profitable employment, and can make the most significant profit precisely because its services are indispensable to the credit needs of the state. The rise to power of the new bourgeois class transforms and adapts the policies of the liberal state to its own accumulation needs, institutionalizing, as a general redemption value, economic success as the yardstick for a coveted social position. From being despised by the continental aristocracy, economic activity becomes essential to social climbing and prestige. Thus the rampant bourgeois society, which after the revolutions of 1848 acquired political power in many European states, shaped the territorial state to the interests of capital. In this remarkable ascent of modern capitalist society, England is the nation that first succeeded in creating a capitalistically advanced state partly through the liberation of economic forces by promulgating a constitution limiting the rights of the sovereign. In this institutional landscape, the interests of creditors increasingly match those of the representative state and vice versa. Thus, the state becomes the promoter of incentives and facilities that foster capital accumulation. The capitalist productivist order increasingly defines the rules, morals, and ethics of the state in the economic sphere. The changing political climate causes creditors to look with new confidence to the state. The investor is less and less afraid of the coercive 60. Power of the nation-state, no longer bent to the irrational choices of the sovereign. The latter is now bound by the constitution and the new parliaments, which give the sovereign the legitimacy he needs to rule. It is no longer God who does so but the upcoming civil society and the powerful rising bourgeoisie. The state thus becomes a key player, certainly the most important but not the only one, representing the new course of capitalist society. As we have seen in discussing Gramsci's concept of hegemony, the new state is no longer antagonistic to the bourgeoisie but collaborative. This partnership bears fruit in the consistent reduction of interest rates paid on negotiated loans. The market lends its support to the economic policy of the nation-state. Since the second half of the 19th century, capitalist elites have been careful to maintain an advantage in the interplay of relations that bind the political and economic worlds. Within a state that increasingly identifies with the rules of the market, debt becomes a powerful connecting tool between the private and public financial worlds. The sovereign authority now recognizes as yours the rules of the financial world under the legislative umbrella defined by the constitutional framework. It thus further exposes itself to the influence of those who continue to finance its deficit spending. Countries in the semi-periphery in particular will have to reckon with the growing power of financial intermediaries. From 1820 onward, they take it upon themselves to negotiate and guarantee underwriting by placing securities in European capital markets, increasingly asserting their weight in terms of political influence as well. The new capitalist state creates a murky link between political and economic interests. The form of representation of capitalist states begins to open up to political ideologies that ascribe great importance to the scale of their ethical and moral values in the economic field. This is the case with liberalism. At first, the capitalist elites politically control the liberal state. However, with the expansion of the right to vote in the second half of the 19th century, a rupture between the state and the bourgeois class began to materialize. One must now reckon with the gradual rise of social classes antagonistic to the modern system of capital accumulation, such as the proletariat. Moreover, the turbulent rise of socialist and communist parties aims to subvert this established order, making the clash for state control an internal matter for the parties comprising the capitalist world of production. Pro-market institutional reforms thus limit the sovereignty power of the representative state in favor of a decision-making system and modus operandi adherent to market rationality. 3.1.2 Debt, the state, and emerging financial markets. In the Ancien Regime period, public debt primarily supported the monarch's ambitions. From the 19th century onward, however, it became increasingly important to support the political aspirations of the citizen voters who determine the goals to be achieved by the sovereign country. The use or non-use 61 of an active public borrowing policy is conditioned by the social groups comprising the parliamentary majority at that time. However, with the extension of suffrage, the harmony between the bourgeois class and the state begins to erode. As the right to vote is extended, the economic and financial elites move towards social conservation to safeguard that political habitat essential to the effective management of the state in favor of capital accumulation. As long as the capitalist bourgeoisie can actively exert its dominant influence within national representative bodies, the relationship between the state and capitalist social forces is framed fairly harmoniously. Even within the bourgeoisie, there are some distinctions between the haute bourgeoisie operating in the anti-market and the petite and middle bourgeoisie. However, since the mid-century, these forces have had to reckon with the rise of proletarian groups yearning to improve their social position through policies aimed at income redistribution. Thus, a new social composition emerges within the pantheon of the capitalist economic structure. This conflict transcends the possession or non-possession of the means of production. These forces enter into competition and struggle to acquire a share of power. As the petty and middle classes gain greater influence in terms of political representation, the full-blown financial elite see their share of control over the levers of power wielded by the sovereign state shrink. This contrast is partly mitigated in advanced capitalist countries by a slow but progressive redistribution of wealth. Moreover, and this is especially true for England, a solid presence of liberal principles and representation manages to contain social uprisings destabilizing the entire constituted system. For example, in Europe, we witness a phase of externalization of social costs due to the emerging demands of the so-called dangerous classes. For instance, the costs of the Great Deflation crisis are passed on to the countries of the semi-periphery and the colonies. This occurred through formal or informal imperialist policies aimed at controlling national economies through the instrument of credit flows. Once they go abroad, these come back in the form of returns. The capitalist state thus uses these financial gains to alleviate domestic social tensions, which is why, from the second half of the century, especially after 1873, we see a progressive demand for liberal capitalist reforms in the financial sector in non-negligible semi-peripheral countries such as the Ottoman Empire, Egypt, and China. One debt thus becomes an instrument of political coercion. Local elite themselves pivot on the credit needs of their state to derive larger shares of profit and political interest. For example, the notorious Galata bankers in Istanbul do not hesitate to speculate on the empire's credit demands by demanding predatory interest rates. It becomes more convenient for the Ottoman state to resort to the international market than to rely on these bankers. Indirectly, however, these elites continued to offer their credit within syndicates or financial groups headed by European banks or the Ottoman. 62. Imperial Bank, founded in 1863 by British, French, and, only in part, Ottoman investors. The same goes for the Egyptian National Bank, founded in 1898 by a group of British capitalists. Indeed, until the Great War, credit was very often granted based on the strong interpersonal relationships that bound the merchant banker to other bankers and the political and diplomatic elites of a state. However, bankers became more cautious in semi-peripheral countries, and the credit lent was collected in the various financial centers. In this way, banking houses risked other people's money and obtained lavish bonuses and commissions for their services, a sort of utility-maximizing profit-seeking policy. Ottoman financial elite, excluded from political power, gained importance for the Turkish state through their ability to mobilize the necessary economic resources. Moreover, as we shall see, the creation of various international debt commissions whose function is to control the payment of loans by managing the management of the indebted country's most important rents, institutionalize the supranational control of the indebted country's finances for the benefit of foreign creditors. Financial fees infringe on the sovereignty of the debtor country. They are also an expression of the transnational interests of the various financial elites and a tool for promoting pro-market reforms. The core countries of the capitalist world economy thus also benefit immediately. However, the idol of the hegemonic class and the territorial state may not last. It may be the case that the objectives of the state become distanced from those of the financial elite due to the enlargement of the social groups in power, such as the middle and petite bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Capitalist elites, at this point, follow up with more subtle but no less coercive control strategies aimed at increasing the share of capital to the detriment of labor. Indeed, such a social group can only promote unscrupulous actions in semi-peripheral countries. However, new internal-driven reformism is often promoted to neutralize the new rising social groups. For example, the territorial state's indebtedness and the formal acceptance of a restrictive monetary policy tip the scales in favor of the forces of capital over those of labor. Hence, this policy runs the risk of triggering conflicts with worker representative groups. However, some internal backlash is inevitable as advanced capitalist countries try to externalize such social costs. Ernest Mondale reminds us how redefining the relations between capital and labor to increase profit share and future investment becomes paramount in the shrinking phases of the capitalist development wave. In essence, economic and financial reforms aimed at bringing the state back in line with an economic policy more inclined to market ideology are also attempted in the core countries. The elites in the anti-market have the power to influence the economic policies of nation-states since they control that capital crucial to the proper functioning of the capitalist or dangerously indebted semi-peripheral state. 63. Of course, economics does not entirely dominate the values of a state that calls itself liberal. England, for example, remains more faithful than France to the principle of non-interference in economic affairs and the protection of private investment. However, a creditor country's excessive financial exposure can become a foreign policy problem when the indebted state unilaterally decides to default. Generally, bad investments in London are considered a simple loss to be written off to a personal budget rather than the state budget. To avoid a dangerous intermingling of private and public interests, Lord Palmerston institutionalizes the responsibility of private individuals to assume the enterprise and business risks associated with the investment made. Indeed, Moral hazard on the part of private investors is ill tolerated in London, which reserves the right to intervene in the most consistent liberal tradition, only where there is a clear political interest. The power of the anti-market is thus limited by the rules that support representative state society as a whole. The issue of intervention or non-intervention to make up for and force one to honor commitments made by foreign investors has been a subject of debate within advanced capitalist countries, primarily in capital exporting countries. This is especially true in specific historical periods. During times of depression, for example, social forces can struggle with each other. We encounter the most heated conflicts precisely during an economic crisis phase. Indeed, conflict can break out between emerging and decaying classes. A struggle caused by an economic rearrangement and reshaping can lay the foundation for a different pattern of accumulation that generates new balances of power. The phase known as 19th century globalization only confers an advantage on those with access to extensive capital by creating a worldwide economic arena where they can benefit from substantial gains. Government debt securities, railroad enterprises, and new technological breakthroughs are fitting examples of this contemporary profit-seeking policy making. The constant enlargement of the capitalist world economy leads to the proliferation of financial interchanges. Capital becomes an increasingly decisive factor in the functionality of the capitalist state. Globalization makes the economic sphere an increasingly decisive factor in the interplay of interstate relations as well. The power of those social classes with access to this new form of power known as financial capital is thus strengthened. Credit-rich states can expand their economic influence by means of several loans granted to these foreign countries or often as a result of signing free trade agreements and investing in public finance. Thus, foreign debt becomes the connecting tool capable of satisfying both the desire for profit typical of the world of finance and the desire for political influence specific to territorial states' ambition. However, several factors must be considered to turn debt into an element of political coercion. First and foremost, it is crucial to know the territorial states will, through the diplomatic elite, in order to take on the interests of its private 64 creditors and use them to its advantage. Thus, foreign debt cannot be considered apolitical. In its negotiation, issuance, and management, elements particular to foreign policy making, such as the interplay of alliances, territorial influences, and aims of conquest, intersect and merge. Indeed, the political elite of a creditor state may veto the negotiation of a loan, even to the detriment of possible economic gain. Often, the loan disbursement becomes a political and diplomatic battleground in the game of influence that governs relations among the great European powers. Thus, the political pressure for foreign loans is exerted with greater impetus at times of international credit crunch, as was the case in the 1820s, 1860s, 1870s, 1890s, and 1900s. However, only in the second half of the century do we witness a more aggressive attitude on the part of creditors. This leads to the creation of international receiverships following outstanding defaults and simple financial problems. Creditors are more organized and can make their demands heard through a single representative voice. The first case can be traced back to the creation of the Corporation of Foreign Bondholders in 1868 as an English syndicate representing creditors who invested in foreign securities. The aim is to undermine the principle that the jumble of creditors makes the sovereign country, guaranteed a monopoly through force, law, and legitimacy, the indisputably more vital party in debt disputes. In the second half of the 19th century, creditors begin associating with one another to reverse this subservient relationship. The debtor state is forced to cut back on current and structural expenditures to honor the borrowed capital's due interest and draw up a credible repayment plan. As far as debtor-creditor relations are concerned, creditors push to reduce their investment risk despite the higher interest rate paid due to the precarious economic situation. For the lender, a crisis that does not lead to default is much more profitable as the spread increases and more interest is due. All of this, in any case, is based on mere bargaining between political and financial elites that rely on the debtor's moral commitment to honor its obligations. However, the debtor is often coerced by the creditor's direct and indirect threats to agree to policies of fiscal adjustment. Indeed, it is possible to directly threaten the undisciplined country by raising the ghost of capital market disqualification. In addition, the possibility of causing an increase in the cost of future credit concessions in terms of percentage of interest, issue price, and fees for necessary intermediation can arise. Palpating such negative prospects can help divert the debtor's policy toward at least a cooperative attitude with creditors. Of course, threats work even better when the debtor knows that it must rely on foreign funds not to weaken its legitimacy and social order. However, coercive actions taken by creditors were challenging to implement in the 19th century. The lack of coordination among agents in the various financial centers and the various existing creditor groups and intermediary banks makes prohibitive action half-hearted. An understanding between creditors and debtors in the imminence of default is desirable in order to achieve a 65. Faster resolution to the financial struggle. In the early phase of a crisis, panic and pressing financial needs can soften the debtor in his convictions and actions. Already in the short and medium term, the debtor's difficulties can be relieved through access to new sources of financing. At the same time, the united front of creditors may break down due to a physiological change in interest on the part of investors or because of a separate agreement being reached. Indeed, a new phase of credit expansion can help lower interest on new and old bonds by strengthening the debtor's negotiating position. 2. However, in the midst of a crisis, the most economically exposed states, which have already inherited an uncertain economic financial situation often based on reliance on foreign borrowing, are no longer able to resort to the capital they need because of both its scarcity and its excessive cost. The outflow of capital from advanced capitalist countries goes hand in hand with a decline in returns on investment at home. Capital moves abroad for profit-seeking purposes. The case of England is a good example of how the increase in foreign investment began to rise from the mid-century to surge from 1870 onward when the capital return rates in other countries seemed generally higher than those found in the homeland. Fernand Braudel analyzes this phase of England's first commercial and material and later financial expansion using a cyclical approach to the system. Indeed, as we have already pointed out, it is no coincidence that the outstanding sovereign debt crises occurred mainly in the 1820s and 1870s. The 1870s, however, played a more central role as London faced a phase of declining yields at home, followed by a phase of ever-increasing financialization. At the end of an expansive cycle of profits at home caused by the physiological saturation of the domestic market, capital begins to flow to newly emerging countries that guarantee higher returns due to specific expanding sectors. As we have seen, the expansionary phase only lasts for a while, even for newly emerging countries. When the return on capital begins to decline, a crisis inevitably arises. At this point, foreign capital tends to return home, that is, within capitalistically advanced countries, for fear of excessive financial exposure. The capital outflow leaves peripheral or debtor countries short of liquidity. The credit crunch damages the capability of the state machine to keep going and sustain economic stability and broader employment. Moreover, it prevents the state from safely paying off the interest due on capital borrowed. 3. Debt-ridden countries are left with little room to maneuver their way out of a crisis. As states lacking adequate domestic resources to draw on, they have the following options: austerity, that is, cutting spending while dispensing with expansionary policies, or accepting the demands of creditors conveyed, very often, by diplomatic circles interested in gaining geopolitical advantages. 4. If there is a clear strategic interest, politics do not hesitate to impose their conditions to allow domestic capitalists to continue providing credit saved from. 66. Retaliation if deemed economically convenient. The weight of conditionality from the political, diplomatic and economic financial elite can thus result in mortgages over the debtor country's safest and wealthiest tax revenues, such as state monopolies and customs. In this case, indirect taxes are preferred over direct taxes. The purpose is to ensure the proper and continuous interest payment due on the capital paid. The political and financial elites who intervene vis-a-vis the debtor state convey the demands for efficiency from private or public-private groups. In essence, internal reforms are demanded in order to adapt to the rules of capital in force in the international market. This means allowing the debtor country to avoid a financial meltdown in exchange for a more significant grant of sovereignty to the market. As far as the principle of Westphalian sovereignty is concerned, the 19th century is seen as a historical period when interstate sovereignty is taken into account more so than in the 20th and 21st. Later, many loans made to weaker capitalist states are not infrequently binding to precise demands for extraterritorial and supranational control. For example, at the dawn of its independence in 1832, the Kingdom of Greece accepted a loan of 60,000 francs in exchange for specific mortgages on certain tax revenues entrusted to the interested supervision of foreign officers. A relationship of dependence is thus formally created to meet a twofold interest, an advantage in terms of foreign policy and a market to the dependencies of its capital. Understandably, starting in the last decades of the 19th century, the coercive instruments available to creditors become increasingly effective. However, what has occurred since the 20th century differs. No legal regime has the authority to regulate and legislate on disputes between creditors and debtors. Moreover, nation-states play a formally secondary role in these conflicts unless a clear geopolitical and geostrategic interest is at stake. The failure of parties to meet an agreement between them in terms of payments is treated as a breach of a contract, not as a state matter. It is often more convenient for debtor countries to declare themselves insolvent than to honor compliance with their commitments. An overly restrictive fiscal adjustment policy, which creditors are quick to suggest in order to protect their interests, can cause severe consequences for the debtor country regarding macroeconomic, social, and political outlooks. To defend themselves against such unilateral actions, creditors may include conditionality clauses in loan contracts or impose high interest rates to compensate for the loan risk. According to Stephen Krasner, the borrower gets the agreed-upon principal, while the lender gets both economic benefits through interest payments and political benefits that fall under the possibility of accepting institutional changes commensurate with the lender's wishes. In essence, default makes the indebted country more predisposed to enact a series 67 of external induced reforms as demanded by capitalists and the political and economic elite of the creditors' countries. However, we must here provide some clarifications regarding the European powers. Like private creditors, capitalist states are not a single, cohesive group. They do not act in unison as a trade union ready to impose homogeneous coercive actions against defaulting debtors. In principle, sovereign states, unlike private creditors, put political interests ahead of the private interests of non-state investors. Joint and homogeneous actions by creditor countries have taken place, but only upon agreement among the various private creditors and without any political interests putting economic financial issues on the back burner. Gunboat diplomacy became one tool of action among several that creditor states could use against defaulting debtors. The threat of using force, however haphazard and used as an instrument of indirect pressure, was a concrete fact until 1907, such as sending armies and nonviolent actions aimed at forcing debtors to come to terms with what they had signed and agreed to. For example, the maritime blockade that England and France imposed on the port of Piraeus in Greece in 1854, the naval demonstrations against Egypt and the Ottoman Empire following their respective financial failures, or the more notorious interventions against Mexico in 1861 and Venezuela in 1902. Such examples, however, involve analyzing issues beyond financial default alone and encroaching into the much thornier field of foreign policy making. Britain and France, for example, which have tolerated Greece's financial default since the 1830s, decided to move only when Athens, in the midst of the Crimean War, approached Russia, with which Greece forged an understanding for reasons of strategic and geopolitical expediency. Beyond a few sporadic interventions, however, it is difficult for a foreign state to decide to intervene militarily to see a debt repaid, however large it may be. Behind every coercive action, there are almost always foreign policy interests. Financial issues are used as a valid justification in diplomatic bargaining and confrontation with one's own public opinion. The status of occurring default, which brings with it political weakness and moral distress, is exploited as a plausible and acceptable excuse for direct intervention by capitalist powers. Respectively, the financial problems of Tunisia and Egypt led France in 1881 and Britain in 1882 to militarily occupy these two North African countries before proclaiming them a protectorate or colony. At the same time, however, such armed interventions can be seen as the failure of certain economic institutional transformations to make these countries non-aligned with what the capitalist powers desired. Economic sovereignty and political sovereignty often go hand in hand. Investment banks often act as intermediaries between the borrower and investors. It is also their purpose to raise capital and channel it into profitable investments. Thanks to their contacts with political and financial circles, even in distant countries, such institutions have at their disposal valuable information that makes their services indispensable in placing credit abroad, especially in foreign bonds. Such financial institutions thus hold the keys to accessing capital. 68. Internationally, such service is paid for dearly. These institutions can go so far as to pocket nearly 25% in fees on borrowed capital through substantial bonuses and special fees. The low issue price at which these loans are often placed gives the bank a considerable profit margin. The worse the borrowing state's condition, the higher the intermediary banks gain because it is harder to place the loan. Having near monopolistic access to information regarding a certain type of investment provides the financial institution with a great advantage. Mystification of or tampering with valuable information regarding a given asset to gather more credit may also frequently occur. The bank often does not risk its capital. Small and medium-sized investors expose themselves to the risk of default by the borrowing country, already in poor shape at the time of the loan. Indeed, financial institutions do not hesitate to sponsor ads in the opinion press to extol a particular investment in a specific government bond. This occurs mainly when their return for the brokerage is desirable. One only has to read Émile Zola's novel L'Argent to realize how the great games of finance take place at a level too high for ordinary investors outside the respected circle of powerful financial elites. The anti-market is an exclusive club of large capital holders who exploit the strength of their claims for the highest possible financial return. The more the debtor is in poor shape, the more the bank gains in intermediation. At the same time, creditor country elites exploit financial difficulties to demand political concessions, promising credit facilities from their own capital markets in exchange for increasing their influence there. At the same time, both the capitalist elite of the hegemonic country and the local ones exploit the creation of various financial commissions to monitor debt payment. Capitalist elites take advantage of the default status and support a series of unpopular domestic reforms to increase their economic and political standing. Reforms in the financial system serve to manage capital according to the rules of creditors and confine the debtor in a continuous relationship of interdependence with the creditor. In this way, those who hold the keys to accessing capital can negotiate from a position of strength. Crises, for example, are not caused by the scarcity of credit but rather by the willingness of those who hold the abundant capital not to distribute it as before. Resources are voluntarily allocated differently. This evinces, therefore, a coldly rational lack of will for economic gain. Reform is thus pivotal in making capital a significant lever of power globally and maintaining it as such. 3.2 Lex Monetae. The relevance of liberal capitalist reforms in the monetary system. Currency plays a prominent role in leading a semi-peripheral economy into the pool of rules crucial to the interests of forces acting in the anti-market. The call for reforms in the monetary sector, which in the liberal capitalist tradition is oriented toward institutionalizing a stable and gold-based solid system. 69. Would help eliminate uncertainty in currency circulation. Moreover, reforms in this sector are pivotal in homogenizing the monetary systems, fostering international trade, and the outflow and inflow of capital. As Karl Polanyi reminds us, Such an order coincides with the organization of the world's economic life within a self-regulated market with a gold-based monetary system guarding this automatism. The ability of the hegemonic state power to impose its monetary system even on countries at the periphery of the capitalist world economy determines its ability to control it. Well known, for example, is the role of the Bank of England as a lender of last resort within that gold-linked international monetary system known as the gold standard. The management of the money supply can thus result in a phase of global inflation or deflation, both for countries that fell within the sphere of the pound and for those who at least had trade relations with this part of the world. The rise or fall in the value of an internationally recognized currency, on whose exchange rate worldwide transactions are based, gives the hegemonic country significant power given its controls on that issuance. Second-ranking currencies that adhere to that international monetary system must cope with changes, such as currency fluctuations, by the leading currency. However, this occurs infrequently. A global currency must adhere to basic principles of stability. Thus, countries in the semi-periphery must passively accept the rate level of the international reference currency if they wish to enter the international trade network or capital market. It is as if the non-hegemonic state, and even more so the semi-peripheral state, delegates to an external entity a direct influence over the monetary discount rate and the power to pursue an inflationary or deflationary phase of the monetary cycle. Indeed, accepting an international system that confers stability carries costs. Adhering to the gold standard means that the second-ranking country must abdicate some instruments of economic sovereignty by following a mandatory cautious fiscal and monetary policy. Increasing the budgetary deficit is allowed only in cases of an actual emergency. Indeed, the gold standard brings with it the principles of fiscal, budgetary, and monetary stability. As Icahn Green and Flandreau recall, the gold standard became a signal of financial probity. According to Robert Gilpin, it also brings minimal social strategies, balance of payments equilibrium and monetary stability. The system is based on three fundamental cornerstones. 1. Adjustment. The member countries adjust their domestic economies to keep the value of their currency stable with gold. 2. Liquidity. To produce just enough gold to meet world demand while being careful not to fall into the inflation trap. 3. Confidence. Britain believed to have the power and the granite will to sustain the gold parity with the pound. 70. Before proceeding further, however, it is necessary to take a step back to reconnect with the previous paragraph. The monetary issue is strongly linked to public debt, especially foreign debt. It is no accident that foreign creditors have every interest in keeping strong the currency in which the debt securities they hold are denominated. This guarantees them secure profits and make currency devaluations by the debtor harmless in order to pay less interest. 5. Issuing debt in a hard currency is crucial to borrowing at lower interest rates, but this leads to a net loss of wealth. Interest payments do not end up in the hands of individuals operating within the domestic market, which in turn pay taxes due, consume, and invest, but end up in the hands of foreign investors whose income is not taxable by the debtor state. As we have already seen, investor access to information becomes crucial to the proper interconnection of the global market. The use of the telegraph, for example, provides the ability to relay daily valuable information to investors, especially regarding political issues, such as the threat of war, capable of rapidly changing the issue price of a loan, the value of a security, or its interest rate. Thus, access to information is crucial in determining foreign bond value. Indeed, the value of the interest paid is determined by good or bad macroeconomic conditions, political stability, and the lack of armed conflict. These latter elements play a fundamental and determining role in the priorities that 19th-century capital markets give to assessing a country's risk in its entirety. Indeed, the more national markets become integrated under the aegis of 19th-century globalization, the more national political issues play less and less of a determining role. Certainly, a crisis can be more easily redistributed among all the actors in the increasingly enlarged and integrated market. Redistributing risk can yield benefits. As we shall see later, the flow of gold among central banks can help support an outright monetary crisis. As is well known, what helps keep markets together is a stable monetary system recognized by all, the gold standard. This is a gold-linked monetary system that, since the 1870s, has been accepted and recognized by almost all advanced capitalist economies and later also by semi-peripheral economies integrated into the world economy. Indeed, adherence to gold is instrumental in ensuring international interconnectedness. Such a precious metal is a universal guarantor. Since there is no world state and no world currency, gold becomes the de facto global currency. Therefore, the link between gold and sterling highlights and reflects British capitalism's supremacy. Adherence to the gold standard, however, requires surrendering specific instruments of sovereignty that influence the economic policy of the adhering country, which must pursue a prudent fiscal policy and resort to deficits only in emergencies. However, the stability provided 71 by such a monetary system causes some problems in weaker countries. Monetary stability often depends, among other things, on the presence or absence of reserves sufficient to intervene in a system shock. A surplus balance of payrolls is key to accumulating such valuable reserves. In addition, an inflow of foreign investment can contribute significantly to the stability of a country's system while increasing confidence in improving macroeconomic conditions. However, when instability arises, short-term investments return home attracted by rising discount rates, thus leaving semi-peripheral countries without capital investment in their time of need. For smaller or economically weak sovereign entities, therefore, monetary stability brings a very high cost of management and maintenance that exposes them to the storm winds and instability inherent in the market. Recognition of and adherence to an international monetary system, with its fulcrum at the Bank of England in the 19th century, removes an additional element of sovereignty from debtor countries. Most international loans, especially those made to countries in the semi-periphery of the world economy, are negotiated in foreign currency, often imposing payments in gold as well, to shield creditors from currency devaluations and possible systemic crises. Indeed, a revaluation of gold would in fact increase the creditor's earnings. This attitude is conducive to preventing debt from becoming inflated, that is, losing real, but not nominal, value at the time of repayment or payment of interest due. A stable monetary system undoubtedly facilitates the provision of credit. 6. Using a stable, solid, and internationally recognized currency serves the interests of creditors, who can keep the rate of profit unchanged. The absence of inflation leaves the value of investment and interest unchanged over time. 7. Commonalities exist between the processes of debt restructuring and monetary reform. Both aim to reduce inflation as a factor that fosters instability. Bringing public debt back to sustainable levels already in a medium-term perspective can help calm inflation, an often primary goal behind the attempt at monetary reform. Monetary stability and sovereign government debt under control provide the debtor country with a real possibility to follow up with conversion actions and to increase the value of its income in those marketplaces where the loans were placed. Maintaining monetary stability pays off for a country with a substantial foreign debt issued in a foreign currency. A devaluation of the domestic currency risks significantly increasing the costs of interest payments and debt amortization with concrete and real default risks. On the other hand, different debt management can occur where the debtor country's debt is denominated in the national currency. A contained inflationary process or Zimbabwe in the early 21st century, can lower the real value of the debt while avoiding a 72. Dangerous overheating of the economy. In that case, the state pays proportionately less interest and fewer miscellaneous amortization costs. However, we must dwell on the overview of the action produced by monetary reforms under a liberal capitalist model. The foundation of the Bank of England, for example, makes a clear distinction between what is economic and what is political. Monetary independence confers an advantage on the market. By no longer directly controlling monetary issuance, the sovereign loses its ability to dispose of the wealth of its subjects. This will only be possible through fiscal policy. That is why monetary reforms bring general reforms in taxation and public finance. Suffice it to recall what happened in the various European states formed between the 18th and 19th centuries. To return to the gold standard, the structure of this monetary system is clear. The fixed exchange rate is a sine qua non for ensuring balanced and sustainable economic growth, bent to the needs of the market economy. It also stimulates convergence policies and greater interdependence between peripheral and central economies. By reducing monetary fluctuations as much as possible, the state is forced to direct its economic policy toward the path set by the hegemonic power that controls the global discount rate. Generally speaking, restrictive policies incentivize to follow the path of modernization according to the prevailing market rules. Moreover, the fixed-rate system fosters an international division of labor according to the principle of comparative advantages. In this way, the resulting monetary stability is preparatory to encouraging the formation of the savings essential to following up on new investments. For example, following the Napoleonic Wars, England, but also much of continental Europe, had to adjust to progressive deflation, especially between 1840 and 1850, favoring an increase in savings. After restoring the full gold convertibility of the pound in 1821, London reverted to a gold-backed monetary system, which was sanctioned de facto by the Banking Act of 1844, not coincidentally initiated by Sir Robert Peel, the promoter par excellence of free trade, with the influence of David Ricardo's ideas. 9. In this period, wages contracted just enough to allow them to be reduced in both real and absolute terms. The reduction in salaries, precisely in the years of the abolition of the Corn Laws and the most prosperous phase of free trade during the 19th century, contributed to a further upward push in profits and the stage of capital accumulation. At the same time, the deflation imposed by a fixed exchange rate system, especially in the aftermath of the Great Depression of 1873, allowed England, but also the remaining capitalist and imperialist powers, to drain resources from the periphery, putting them in a position of global rents. 10. The gold standard and free trade are keys to keeping London at the center of global financial and business relations while conferring undoubted advantages on large capital holders. 73. The crisis of 1873 allowed costs to be externalized from hegemonic countries to semi-peripheral countries through the linkage triggered by the international gold system. Preparatory to maintaining the profitability of capital, the reforms served not only to ensure stability and profits but also to keep the British imperial system afloat based on a constant balance of payments deficit. The interests of capital collide with those of the hegemonic capitalist state. The gradual shift to the gold standard by many other countries adopting either a bimetallic or silver standard increases this network of power toward the center of the world economy, especially during a period of emerging financialization of the economy. 11. The fixed exchange rate monetary system, however pivotal in diffusing the financial power of the hegemonic power abroad, is simultaneously an instrument for guaranteeing international order. Each member country becomes interested in its order and maintenance by sharing, according to its power and ambition, the risks and costs of its preservation. Indeed, we recall how the crisis of the powerful Barings Bank in 1890 was overcome thanks to the outflow of gold from the Bank of France. Undoubtedly, the latter contributes significantly to the Bank of England's functions as a lender of last resort. This example illustrates how the presence of an international monetary order needs supranational adjustment instruments of coordination often unrelated to local economic dynamics. Reform in this area, therefore, aims to define the state of affairs. The gold standard thus responds to the classical economic growth assumptions inherent in the division of labor and capital accumulation. Monetary reform, in these terms, favors adjustment to a classical economic model in which the hegemonic power is at the center of such decision-making. The reform assumes the dual purpose of subjugating and binding the semi-periphery just long enough to induce even the center and the economic forces linked to the material economy to further lower the cost of wages to maintain competitiveness. In this case, we have a twofold result. The currency's stability means to some extent stability of profits and consequent adjustment of wages. In its modern liberal capitalist version, the state's primary assumption is to ensure non-intervention, even in the monetary field. According to Locke, currency, like all other forms of property, must be defended from external and internal incursions. Governments have no right to interfere with the natural laws of currency, and impersonal power must regulate everything. According to David McNally, impersonal power is at the heart of the capitalist form of state. The consolidation of this form of state requires autonomous power from money. Karl Polanyi sees the international gold base as the second pillar of 19th-century society. The institutionalization of such a fixed exchange rate system means the unique organization of the world economy. Extending to other countries a monetary system tied to gold and sterling means extending the British domestic market rule system internationally. The key to the institutional system of the 19th century lies in the laws governing the market. 74. Economy. Practically, semi-peripheral countries must adopt a constitutional, and therefore bourgeois, system of government to influence the budget and the currency's external value in this direction. A fortiori, a country indebted in foreign-denominated currency to capitalistically advanced countries must pay more attention to budget stability. Polanyi recalls how the gold base and constitutionalism are the instruments that make the voice of the City of London heard in many of the smaller countries that have adopted these symbols of adherence to the new international order. What is certain is that adherence to the gold standard gives substantial power to the actors who control the market, whether states or financial elite. As economic sociologist Fred L. Bloch reminds us, such a rigid monetary system favors the exercise of class power by dominant economic groups, those who control the market. The presence of a political system capable of resisting as much as possible the growing demands for social benefits from outside and now also from within the various national parliaments allowed said elite to maintain a financial system capable of guaranteeing well-defined economic and class interests. 4. The case of the Ottoman Empire. Egypt and China. 77. Empire to a profound social transformation. Instead, it is a first step toward Constantinople's inclusion within the international market and the international division of labor. The Balta-Lyman Treaty provides, among other things, for a reduction in customs tariffs, as well as their stabilization and the abolition of domestic monopolies that are seen as a dangerous interference in the initiative of free market forces. It is, in essence, a matter of allowing the opening of the Ottoman market lacking the technological capacity to compete with British manufacturing and thus destined to integrate into a secondary position, namely as an importer of finished goods and exporter of raw materials. To join hands in this way with the Ottoman state is to perpetuate this relationship of dependence over time. Lord Palmerston signed an agreement that benefits, except for a small minority of textile entrepreneurs in the Balkans and local financial and business elites, primarily British economic forces. Free trade policies require an active state intervention policy to be adequately implemented. This policy is expressed through adopting the regulations that enable the return on investment. It is a work of administrative centralization crucial to making the sovereign entity capable of extending its control over every possible aspect of the economic structure and its institutions. Indeed, the 1838 agreement paves the way for creating a series of modern state institutions pivotal to managing integration within the capitalist world economy. For example, the Ministries of Finance and Trade were founded in 1838 and 1839, respectively, following the signing of the Free Trade Treaty. The Ottoman trade deficit becomes more dangerous due to the 1838 treaty. Deficit paves the way for the progressive indirect colonization of European and European-related forces that hold the intellectual and material keys of technical and scientific knowledge to manage the proper functioning of a modern-inspired economy. As we shall see, this subordination is further increased with the gradual Ottoman reliance on international loans and the consequent creation of financial institutions controlled by the capitalist economic elite of European and Ottoman origin. To achieve these results, however, one must adopt European-inspired economic laws. In 1845 the Commercial Courts Regulation was adopted, and in 1858 the Land Law was passed, extending property rights to more economic entities. Such regulations effectively codified capitalist private property in Ottoman lands. Although such rules respond to local codification needs that were indeed present in the domestically sourced Ottoman reformist process known as Tanzimat, the legal framework within which such transformations take place originates from the limping adoption of the Napoleonic codes. The French Code introduces the concept of the law of individuals, typical of the Enlightenment secular tradition, as opposed to that of the community, or Ummah, enshrined in the sacral religious-derived Ottoman law. The Ottomans certainly did not abjure Islamic law, but the codification process allowed the legislative elements typical of the capitalist order to be embedded within the local society. In this way, a common legislative system is being built for those countries that gradually integrate within the capitalist world economy. The introduction of such codes found a positive reception in European diplomatic circles. During his service as His Majesty's ambassador to Constantinople, Austin Henry Layard praised how the expanded private property introduced with the 1858 Code was critical in opening business opportunities to foreigners eager to invest there. The Sultan and the Ottoman government must guarantee the protection of life and property as fundamental elements to grant the proper guarantees to those who by their labor, industries, and companies create wealth and prosperity. 3. According to the European diplomatic elite, the empire must increase its financial resources by finding the necessary European taxation expertise, which is critical to effecting the modern-inspired transformations that may save the empire from economic ruin. Thus, it became crucial to employ Europeans in the Ottoman administration in deflated and secondary positions as advisors and to give them relevant decision-making responsibilities in top posts. The free trade agreement signed between the Porte and Britain was only the first of such agreements with other European powers. This agreement, however, was only partially transposed and implemented in the Egyptian territories. Although formally part of the Ottoman Empire, to which it had to pay an annual tribute, the Khedive's Egypt had to accept the general principles established by the Treaty of Balta-Liman. With the signing of the Treaty of London in 1841, Egypt gained financial independence vis-à-vis the Ottoman Empire. Thus, those internal monopolies that had contributed favorably to a forced or induced state capital accumulation pivotal to launching, on a large scale, a forced program of internal industrialization were de facto abolished on Egyptian soil as well. Indeed, it must be remembered that Cairo remained subject to the fiscal policies imposed on foreigners by Constantinople. It remained autonomous, however, in terms of the type of domestic taxation to be adopted. The Egypt of the Khedive could channel the treaty-sanctioned opening to the international market toward a modernization program focused on acquiring certain production technologies. At the same time, it could limit dangerous external interference in opposition to that program. Egypt exploited integration into the international market to obtain know-how and build momentum for a program of modern-led industrialization. The Egyptian political line in this regard can be seen as a sine qua non, along with the inherent strength of a newly born and dynamic economic order, to bend and exploit the opening to the global market to its own needs. Unfortunately, the attempt to compete with European and mainly British manufacturers was repeatedly thwarted by London and its industrial lobbies wanting to turn Egypt into one of the most important export-oriented markets for raw cotton. In Egypt, however, also before the British occupation, many capitalist-inspired reforms were introduced. For example, in 1856, Egypt drafted the Code of Saidiyya, which sanctioned the usufruct of land and, in particular, accepted a kind of usufruct ownership. This sort of land control by the new capitalist landowners could be used as collateral and as backing to obtain credit, often granted by several foreign financial institutions operating in Egypt. A kind of full-fledged private property was recognized and reinforced the foreigner's right already granted in part in 1867, although formally it was not until 1891 that full ownership was acknowledged. In exchange, they had to pay 6 years of taxes in advance. As in the case of the Ottoman law of 1858, The new property laws made land no longer an inalienable asset but an active tool in capital accumulation. As in the Ottoman Empire, a war in China opened the door to signing a free trade agreement with unequal principles. However, the war in question directly concerned the confrontation between China and Great Britain, the well-known First Opium War. This conflict was triggered by the British desire to continue exporting opium through India as a functional commodity to mitigate the British Empire's substantial trade deficit with the Chinese Empire. This armed confrontation is one of the first modern military conflicts responding to clear capitalist-inspired interests. The British victory opened China to the capitalist world economy. The Treaty of Nanking is the first of the unequal treaties signed between China and the European imperial capitalist power. The Chinese Empire had to pay an indemnity by ceding the territory of Hong Kong. It also had to agree to impose lower tariffs on incoming and outgoing goods referring to domestic trade. In addition, the British were also allowed to trade at ports other than Canton. Decisive factors in the success of this agreement in terms of absolute advantages for the European powers included the granting, enshrined in the subsequent Treaty of Bogue, of certain extraterritorial rights allowing British citizens to be tried in British courts under English law. Within certain commercial enclaves, respect for the principle of private property secured by such extraterritorial orders is guaranteed. The evoked regulation thus granted a major incentive to promote British commercial interests by ensuring the protection of the principles of capital accumulation peculiar to the European legal system. In the Ottoman Empire, the guarantee of the aforementioned principles of extraterritoriality existed as early as the 16th century with the signing of early capitular agreements. In Egypt, such agreements were also consolidated with the establishment of mixed courts. These effectively sanctioned the intrusion of the great European powers into the judicial system and the recognition of the creditors' rights to securing their own investments. What is more, in Egypt, the reform of the judicial system created a twofold system, one for foreigners and Levantines and another for locals. The new law benefited the development of foreign companies to the detriment of local ones. In this regard, Kalkaz notes how the European powers strongly supported the reform, as their entrepreneurs wanted it to facilitate their business in Egypt. To return to China, the Nanking Treaty guaranteed British merchants and capitalists new trade lines while simultaneously enabling Britain to gradually reverse its balance of payments deficit. It is possible, through more aggressive trade practices and the ability to continue exporting opium to balance the books. Only in 1884, British exports to China exceeded imports. The agreement was primarily about political domination. The 1842 deal did not increase British exports of goods. On the contrary, Chinese exports to England increased considerably, especially because of the demand for silk and tea. In 1854 the British trade balance with China had reached a deficit of about £8 million. Even with increased Chinese exports, London derived the benefit of using the tax proceeds on Chinese imports to finance the British naval fleet. However, this unstable situation could not last, which is why Lord Palmerston stated that the problem with the Nanking Trade Agreement was that it was not about the hinterland, it, too, had to be open to free trade. However, the case of the Balta-Lyman Treaty is different. The treaty served more to facilitate increased interchange, trade, and profit opportunities for the British merchant class to the detriment of Ottoman manufacturers forced to close their doors in the face of fierce competition from the international market. In both cases, however, the process of commercial openness paved the way for a progressive rationalization of economic life by opening up the societies of the semi-periphery to reformist inputs. The hand that moved these changes is related to the European financial and diplomatic elite in association with local ones. 5. With varying degrees of brutality and difficulty, this transformation could not but clash with the pre-existing social world that sought to seize these transformations by bending them to its own needs for power and survival. This is why purely local reformist movements arose, such as the Ottoman Tanzimat and the Chinese self-reinforcement movement. 6. However, internal reformist movements devoted to modernization are inspired by European Western tradition, movements that bring with them the principles of the capitalist socio-economic order. The seed of capitalist ideology is planted in the garden of local reformism. However, how it grows and can bear fruit depends on multiple factors. 4.2 Emerging elites. Elites are certainly one of the main drivers of social transformation. The evolution of certain social classes in terms of their power struggle determines the structural definition of a sovereign country. Thus, the state is an expression of the elite that supports and legitimizes its power. Under this paradigm, we must read and interpret the transformations taking place in the societies of the semi-periphery with reference to specific reform processes influenced or not by the capitalist powers in association with a certain group of complicit local elites. Let us begin with the Ottoman case. The opening up to the Western world resulted from a series of military defeats against Tsarist Russia and the pressing need to reform the armed forces. However, such a desire opens a Pandora's box of modern societies. Having a modern military means creating a fiscal system to support its substantial expenses. Defeat by Muhammad Ali so alarmed the Sultan that a reform program was urgently needed. As we have already seen, this defeat made possible a twofold reformist action, the internal inspired reformism program known as Tanzimat, and the external inspired reformism through the signing of the Free Trade Treaty in 1838. A hybrid system combining elements of religious, political, and economic conservatism emerged with the new ambition of the emerging Ottoman bureaucratic class. Behind this reformism, however, were also those forces with significant interest in fully integrating the empire into the ever-expanding capitalist market. Thus, if bureaucratic elites pushed to follow up on a modernization program to strengthen the Ottoman society and state, the mercantile and financial elite were interested in supporting a program advocating liberal capitalist reforms in the first instance. The social and class ties and the affinities that united the European and Ottoman financial elites allowed them to create a transnational alliance based on the pursuit of profit and capital accumulation. Several informal businesses and financial joint ventures highlight the existence of a coalition between the Ottoman financial elites and their European counterparts. Of course, the local elite I am referring to are those involved in international trade and finance. They reside primarily in seaside areas and are part of the Ottoman bourgeois aristocracy, wealthy merchants, bankers, financiers, etc. In addition, connections between local and international elites are based on the type of specific professional activities and particular business and commercial interests. However, the divergent interests of the rural and economic financial elite did not allow the modernization program to be properly implemented where 82. The new bureaucratic social class was located. Indeed, it must be remembered that such financial reforms break the balance between social classes by giving more economic power to the elite acting in the anti-market. Greater economic strength does not necessarily translate into more significant political influence, especially in political regimes as divorced from the liberal democratic tradition as the Ottoman Empire. The more the empire becomes integrated into the capitalist world economy, the more the elite connected to it assumes greater relative weight within its society due to those new supranational state institutions that are expressions of their own class interests. We refer to the Ottoman Imperial Bank, created in 1863 and capitalized with mainly French and British funds, and the Ottoman Public Debt Administration Board, founded in 1881 following the 1875 bankruptcy and controlled by representatives of European creditors. 7. This group also uses the organic transformation of Ottoman society to extract for its benefit a more significant share of power and influence to the detriment of the old landed and feudal classes. The financial, manufacturing, and mercantile profit-seeking dynamics inherent in newly born economic institutions such as the BIO and OPDA are exploited. The latter institution, for instance, immediately emerges as an entity capable of adopting policies detrimental to the power of the old landed elite and using the new tax revenues to incentivize productive investments. The latter favors the capitalist economic philosophy proper to the emerging capitalist elite. The backward Ottoman capitalist economy was heading toward a limping macroeconomic change such that capital accumulation and financial profit were placed in the range of a new economic way of thinking. The British diplomatic elite did not hesitate to encourage such new transformations. For example, the British ambassador to Constantinople, George Goskin, reminds us how financial reforms must prevail above all others to give the empire a prosperous future. 8. Economic and political stability is a prerequisite for attracting foreign investment and ensuring profitability. 9. The Egyptian case, however, differed in terms of existing class structure. Muhammad Ali embodied a new social group that gained power in the hands of the Mamluks through their direct physical extermination. This brutal action gave the ruler carte blanche. Egypt thus moved toward an organic plan of development that sought to emulate the successful transformations of European industrial societies sheltered from the conservative interference of the old ruling class. However, the existing divergences between the new ruling elite and the typically economic financial elite were evident. As in Ottoman lands, the capitalist elite in Egypt mainly belonged to the so-called foreign or religious minorities who benefited from the capitular rights of extraterritoriality, mainly the Greeks, Armenians, Italians, and Jews, groups considered the primary agents of contemporary Egypt's economic and social transformations. Their location in Alexandria makes clear that cities' urban commercial vocation. If Cairo becomes the city of bureaucratic administrative elites, Alexandria is primarily for the economic financial elite. The latter urban center grew exponentially between 1805 and 1849 thanks to commercial ties with the European business world. Note that Alexandria had only 3 European citizens at Muhammad Ali's seizure of power. This number had already increased considerably by 1830, although with the crisis of 1818 to 1819, many European citizens were expelled from the city. In 1822, there were 21 European and local trading companies in the coastal town. By 1837, there were 69. Compared to Constantinople, Cairo wished to keep certain state monopolies in place to ensure secure profits and a preferential market. Muhammad Ali, Abbas, and Said gave significant state aid to local merchants to compete with European and Levantine merchants. However, integration into the international marketplace and Egypt's growing importance as a supplier of raw materials to the fierce British textile industry increasingly empowered the capitalist elite. The latter, indeed, relied locally on Christian communities often deemed most loyal to Western powers. 10 local non-Muslim communities were key to establishing transnational trade interconnections, especially in the wake of the cotton prices boom that occurred between 1861 and 1866. Such ties only increased with Egypt's recourse to international capital markets. Suffice it to say that under the reign of Abbas there were about 10,000 foreigners in Egypt, while in 1864, there were about 90,000. The modernization of Egypt before the British occupation owes much to the activism of 2 social groups, the foreign commercial and financial class, attracted there by investment opportunities, and the class of Egyptian intellectuals educated in the European way in local foreign schools. As in the Ottoman case, the Egyptian case relied increasingly on foreign credit paving the way for a more significant influence of the capitalist elite in state affairs. For example, Ismail's reign was characterized by an increasing reliance on foreign experts, capital, and companies, if only to supply machinery to local industries and infrastructure projects, often financed with short-term loans that large profits confer on foreign and local capitalists. Generally, the local elite remained a land-bound conservative force in Egypt, while the Levantine and foreign elite remained more interested in credit, trade, and industry. Egypt shows how integration into the international market can also be exploited for the benefit of local society in the presence of a straightforward political project. However, much of Egyptian growth was based on semi-slavery, albeit a capitalist model of exploiting local labor. However, despite clear elements of success, Egypt failed to limit growing foreign influence and progressive economic subjugation. Advanced integration into the international market made Cairo increasingly dependent on modern Western technology and on the elite and states that retain the keys to its access. The 1845 Act made the penalties for non-payment of debt more severe and strict. Swearing-in. 84. Oath, which held great significance in Islamic courts even in commercial matters, had no place in the new capitalist-inspired orders. Such transformations, though the result of internal dynamics, were also the result of the direct influence exerted by foreign and Levantine merchant communities on the ground. However, even in Egypt, the creation of the Caisse de la Dette Publique and the occupation of the Ministry of Public Works and Finance by a Frenchman and an Englishman show how failures in international credit management can pave the way for foreign control and an organic plan of local transformation to benefit capital holding forces. 11 Economic difficulties following the 1875 bankruptcy removed and stunned many local forces opposed to such changes. England's military occupation of Egypt in 1882 following the chaos unleashed by the bankruptcy certainly facilitated the introduction of liberal capitalist reforms. Robert Owen provides an excellent description of British reformist action in Egypt. Its own justification for what would now be called free market reforms, to be carried through, in the teeth of a strong nativist reaction, by a handful of local politicians identified by their Western financial advisers as the leaders of the Reform Party. In Baring's case, there were sincerely held opinions, although based, as yet, on quite limited experience, and strongly encouraged, we can be quite sure, by people. The British will rely on a handful of local politicians known to be compliant to introduce specific financial reforms. Egyptian reformism after 1882 is obviously affected by strong British influence. Again according to Owen. In other words, the country would now be subject to the familiar colonial process by which the more reforms were implemented, the more further reform was seen as absolutely necessary, and that the more extensive these reforms became, the more Baring and the British believed that they could only be executed by European personnel. The British occupation eliminated many pockets of internal resistance. Indeed, the more reforms were introduced, the more necessary further reforms were. But to achieve such transformations, the British, especially Lord Cromer, considered the employment of European personnel indispensable. The Chinese pathway to the power of the rising capitalist elite followed a different modus operandi. The role of merchants in the Chinese tradition is of great importance, albeit deprived of certain political powers. However, following the Opium War and the Taiping Rebellion, there occurred a realignment of the merchant class, including provincial and regional. 85. Interconnections, grappling with increasingly decisive foreign interference. Thus there was a transformation of the merchant class in terms of China's unfolding integration into the international capitalist market. As early as the mid-19th century, there emerged a social group bearing new functions and business approaches, the newly born comprador class. Following the Treaty of 1842, this elite became increasingly representative of the capitalist interests of foreigners on the spot, later transforming into salaried managers and then independent entrepreneurs dealing with foreign merchants. Indeed, this social group is central to the global chain of trade and the interests of those in or gravitating within the anti-market. Chinese compradors played a crucial role in facilitating capital accumulation and the flow of goods to China's boundless domestic market by providing access to the basic goods needed and information regarding the exchange rate of currency circulating within China's territory. The compradors are joined by an emerging group of merchant financiers who occupy semi-official positions in bureaucratic administrative companies with advisory roles in fiscal matters. They are compensated for their help by government protection of their private business ventures. However, China's rising capitalist class prefers to deposit its savings in local foreign banks that use silver as collateral for new productive investments in the local market. The rise to power of this class increases as China becomes more integrated into the global market. The influence of this native-born capitalist elite with extensive trade and financial ties to the Western world is rewarded with the Chinese government creating the first Ministry of Commerce. The new capitalist society needs a capitalist class to represent it. As much as it lacked a modern institutional base conducive to a full-fledged transformation of society toward a capitalist order, the reformist process known as the self-reinforcement movement highlighted the importance of adopting in the economic and financial spheres certain norms, rules, and institutions that drew on the capitalist and Western-inspired system of production. In this regard, we must remember the well-known Waite-Hart Memorandum of 1865, where the notorious British President of the Maritime Customs Service advised the Chinese government to adopt a series of external-inspired reforms such as adopting innovative European technology, which included railroads, telegraphs, and mining machinery. By 1914 some of these recommendations had been accepted and adopted, despite the Chinese state's initial failure to take up these suggestions due to the government's fear of excessive foreign influence in the empire's economic life. 86. 4.3 Foreign debt and the Great Capitalist Transformation. After negotiating the first international loan in 1854 to support the consistent expenses for the Crimean War, the Ottoman Empire began a progressive public borrowing policy leading to financial bankruptcy in 1875. The lack of domestic resources is thus easily and dangerously overcome by relying on the international capital market. The more the empire became indebted to foreign investors and banks, the greater the demands for encroachment and mortgaging of the safest and wealthiest tax revenues to secure interest payments on the principal. In order to effortlessly pay off its foreign debt, the Ottoman state began a process of convergence with leading capitalist countries by initiating an induced process of foreign-led modernization of public finance. Debt becomes a tool to exert direct pressure for greater economic openness. However, more significant pressure from market forces materializes when the debtor country begins to decline, such as when the financing of old debt is carried out by issuing new debt. The more access to the capital market becomes critical to the functionality of the indebted state, the more the capitalist elite gains shares of power. For example, the well-known French banker Theodore Berger did not fail to encourage the indebtedness of the empire to place additional mortgages on the country's wealthiest revenues. The problem is not the debt per se but how it is used. Easy access to the international capital market, especially during that phase of global market expansion, made the port dependent on external resources. Abundant cheap capital was found in the market during the expansive phase of capitalist openness and development at mid-century. The empire took advantage of this by negotiating 8 large international loans through the mediation of major European banks and the Imperial Ottoman Bank. However, the arrival of the 1873 crisis put the Ottoman state in serious trouble. The Porte had come to finance even current spending with borrowed resources. The unproductive use of financial resources made the foreign debt a weighty boulder on the empire's shoulders. Excessive financial exposure and the economic backlash of 1873 caused the empire to default in 1875 and 1876. The withdrawal of international capital left the empire empty-handed. The default and financial crisis only increased demands for financial expropriation from creditors. To return their investments, they sought additional tax revenues to mortgage to enable payment of interest due. Excessive exposure to the international capital market rendered the Ottoman Empire dependent on foreign creditors and banks. To normalize the situation, the Porte was forced to return to the market and, to do so, had to accept 87. The terms of creditors. The various foreign currency-denominated loans, often with a gold payment clause, required the indebted country to find new hard currency for interest payments. By not exporting high-value-added goods, the empire was forced to reduce expenditures and increase the exploitation of its resources considerably. Foreign debt is strongly linked to reforms in public finance. Following the first international loan in 1854, the well-known Had-i-Humayun reform program was introduced in 1856. This plan included, among other things, creating a central bank and state agencies to control the state budget and the recognition of private property even for Ottoman subjects of non-Muslim religion. This reformist process was mainly an expression of an internal-driven agenda. However, some reforms benefited the interests of local and international capitalist elite. Some reforms aimed at modernizing the country by further integrating the empire into the global market. Indeed, the Ottoman bureaucratic reformist elite were persuaded by the ability of some market-oriented reforms to help save and improve the country's macroeconomic prospects. Ottoman salvation was also integrated into the European capitalist system. In this regard, both the role of the Ottoman Imperial Bank and the Ottoman Public Debt Council must be analyzed. The BIO had central banking and issuing functions. Still, it was far more interested in pursuing speculative deals, which are more profitable in the short term, than in making itself the bearer of credit concessions to trade and the development of local productive activities. Like the plethora of small and large local and European financial institutions that move skillfully among the various financial centers, this bank was also keenly interested in negotiating public loans on behalf of the Porte. The evaluation of such credit offers was based primarily for its own financial gain and not in the interests of the Ottoman state, whose central bank functions it assumed. Loans had first to be approved by the bank's European offices in Paris and London. At the same time, foreign creditor groups appointed English, French, German, Italian, and Austrian delegates to the Ottoman Public Debt Board. Again, this institution managed the empire's richest and most secure tax revenues for debt payments. Moreover, these revenues were put up as collateral for a whole series of investments put in place mainly in the interests of foreign capital. Europeans, however, were contemptuous of the Ottoman state and its shortcomings related to its modern management of finances. European engagement in the Ottoman state's finances can only be fully understood if certain socio-cultural aspects are also taken into account. The European approach was replete with a good deal of prejudice and so-called social Darwinism. However, in an open economy forged by the modern laws of capitalist economics, those with financial technical know-how could directly influence and dominate those who lacked it. British Ambassador Henry Bulwer noted how Turkish ignorance in economic and financial matters was well known and that only the Europeans 88 could provide Constantinople with the tools to improve its condition. Even the city's financial newspaper The Economist advised that ensuring a system of modern rules, such as a reform of the judiciary and tax system, would suffice to attract foreign capital and let it prosper for the good of all. The financial failure of the Porte in 1875 was undoubtedly a turning point in this process of integration into the capitalist world economy. The empire was pushed to increasingly integrate into the global market, whose regulations were heavily influenced by those forces present in the broad alien anti-market. Such integration bore fruit. Between 1888 and 1914, foreign direct investment in the Ottoman Empire quadrupled, especially in the railway construction sector. Adherence to the system of rules also brought benefits. Through the actions of the CADPO and the BIO, acting within the new basket of regulations, codes, and standards typical of the capitalist economic world, the Porte benefited from an incoming inflow of foreign capital at a lower cost in terms of the issue price and interest paid. As an institution, the CADPO promoted a whole series of financial reforms in the field of public finance, especially in terms of managing the customs annuities, tobacco, salts, licenses, etc., assigned to it. The aim was to increase its share of profit and revenue by introducing more effective accounting systems or through staff training while strenuously fighting the widespread scourge of smuggling via the new organization of the police and armed forces. These became increasingly active instruments to guard and protect the capital and the newly established order. According to Karl Polanyi, representatives of European finance were, in fact, in charge of Ottoman finance, acting not only as agents of capitalist interests but also as political intermediaries on behalf of the great European powers. Despite European intervention and lower operating costs, the empire did not stop its race to debt. The new financial institutions, however much they introduced new and modern management techniques, were aimed more at fostering the profitability of capital by fueling credit demands than at the actual amortization of the country's foreign debt. These institutions worked more for investment security through budget security than to free the country's reliance on debt instruments. External debt also played a significant role as a driver of more profound societal transformation in Egypt. The attrition of Egyptian reform efforts led to the weakening of that ambitious program of induced industrialization strenuously pursued by Muhammad Ali. The more domestic productive capacity diminished, partly because of the disruptive action brought about by Britain and France, the more Egypt lost an internally driven propulsive action crucial to enabling its transformation into a full-fledged industrial country. Cairo was forced to follow a different developmental pathway by focusing on exporting raw materials and importing finished goods. Under such conditions, integration into the world market considerably reduced the country's sovereignty. As industrial production declined, the state authorities' economic 89. Strength weakened. This meant that Egypt looked with increasing interest to the additional sources of credit to be found in the international market to meet its revenue shortfalls. Integration into the global market in a second-ranking position made Cairo weaker. The inflow of foreign investment was more instrumental in feeding the investors' economic returns. The public and strategic infrastructures, such as railways, were meant to maximize foreign capitalists' returns while not considering domestic growth and development needs. This is what happens when we integrate into the international market in a secondary position without a real domestic development strategy. Foreign investment is only sometimes an absolute good for the socio-economic development of a given country. Indeed, it is no coincidence that Egypt's public debt problems date back to the construction of the Suez Canal in 1856. Failing to find a minimum number of investors willing to support that project, Britain induced Viceroy Said Pasha to acquire a substantial amount of shares in the company in charge of building the canal. Egypt began accumulating a dangerous foreign debt to support an infrastructure built by a foreign company. However, the growing disparity between the forces in the field was evident. Indebtedness in the foreign-denominated currency for Egypt meant delegating an essential part of its economic sovereignty to London and Paris. In short, out of 200 million Egyptian pounds invested in the country up to the Great War, about 94 million went to support the country's public spending. The remainder ended up in the private sector's hands. The significant inflow of foreign credits heavily mortgaged the country's sovereign future. The often unwise and unproductive use of these credits did not put Egypt on the road to recovery. On the contrary, the high returns the investors required were usually paid for by resorting to further borrowing. However, Egyptian indebtedness was aggravated by its inability to resort to public underwriting without formal Ottoman consent. This constraint was removed only in 1873. Floating debt in hard currencies was the sword of Damocles for the Egyptian government, at least at this early stage. The rising cost of servicing foreign debt put the Egyptian treasury at stake. Domestic reforms in the fiscal sector must raise more revenues to cover the ever-increasing interest payments due. However, the Egyptian government failed to achieve this goal aimed at rationalizing tax revenues on a modern basis. The policies of economic liberalization advocated by Said Pasha, influenced by the presence of many advisors from European financial circles, aimed to increase cotton export earnings on the international market. Unfortunately, fluctuating prices of this raw material and an increasingly internationalized debt made it quite challenging to engage in serious planning in terms of revenues and expenditures on which to base planning for fiscal consolidation. We know that the peak of financial imbalance was reached in 1868 when a general revenue of nearly £5 million was contrasted with a deficit of nearly £16.5 million. 90. Rising Egyptian debt and financial difficulties only increased Egyptian dependence on foreigners, who did not hesitate to use their influence and leverage to meddle in the country's internal affairs. With the end of the American Civil War in 1865 and the return of U.S. cotton to the global market, Egypt entered a very difficult phase. Having based its economy mainly on the export of raw materials, which are the first victims of market fluctuations, Cairo had to deal with the falling price of cotton on the world market. Egypt thus saw its income from the sale of cotton reduced considerably, which caused severe problems for the stability of the public budget with regard to the payment of the floating debt. In order to remain solvent, the Egyptian treasury began to borrow heavily in the short term. However, financial disaster was inevitable. The 1876 default was an expected outcome almost concurrent with the Ottoman one. The default on foreign debt thus enabled the establishment of a receivership. The Egyptian caisse de la dette played a far more passive role than the Council of the Ottoman Public Debt Administration, which had far greater critical tasks to accomplish in terms of rationalizing the Ottoman economy and promoting internal reforms aimed at modernizing the agricultural sector, preventing smuggling, and increasing state revenues. In any case, the caisse was also a precursor and a promoter of a whole series of external induced reforms in state taxation, monetary policy, and rationalization of public expenditures. Uncontrolled foreign debt had thus been the leading cause of the loss of Egyptian economic sovereignty, along with the ambitions of its ruling house and the interests of the capitalist elite inside and outside Egypt. The integration within the Western-inspired capitalist world economy caused profound socio-institutional transformations, which the Egyptian state could not manage according to Western origin criteria. The capitalist elite sees the opening to the market as an excellent opportunity for profit-increasing policy. The internal-driven reforms program aimed at allowing smooth integration within the international market was unsuccessful. As a result, the upward interest rate paid on the debt service and rollover was detrimental to Cairo's own financial stability. The abolition of much of the state monopolies, the mortgaging of the Vice Kingdom's most secure rents, and the ease with which various financiers and creditors offered credit to the spendthrift khedives led the country to financial disaster. Moreover, it sparked a political debacle following the British invasion in 1882. The path taken by China, however, seems different with regard to the nature, chronology, and capacity of external debt to act as a deus ex machina for the country's subjugation and to influence the external-driven reform strategy. First of all, China did not declare default until 1921. Financial default, therefore, was not used as an instrument to open the country to more significant outside influence. However, there are some similarities between the institutions created under the auspices of a foreign power as the engine of that 91. Rational capitalist reformist process. Even before the outbreak of the Second Opium War, the Chinese Maritime Customs Service was created in 1854 with the task of collecting taxes for goods shipped in and out of China. This institution was set up in Shanghai and ended up in the hands of Europeans in the face of the alleged Chinese inability to collect such rents during the Taiping Rebellion. The MC was nominally an agency under the control of the Chinese government. Foreign ruling cadres, mainly British, German, Americans, French, and Japanese, controlled the MC. Well-known and long-serving director Robert Hart was highly influential, as he made himself the bearer of a whole range of reformist advice. Like the Caisse de la Dette and the CADPO, the MC, although not directly related to the management of foreign debt, is pivotal in promoting a whole series of domestic reforms aimed at economic rationalization from a liberal capitalist perspective. It is made possible by the control entrusted to it of the administration and management of national customs, postal administration, ports, and anti-smuggling operations. Even more than its two Middle Eastern sisters, the MC was also a proponent of proposals for monetary reforms. As we will see in the next section, the MC paved the way for using an official silver currency for tax collection known as tael. The annuities controlled by the MC allowed it to act as a key agent, as the guarantor of guarantees offered on loans, for China's opening to the international capital market. But the MC was only one of many paragovernmental institutions promoting such transformations. As already noted, the Ministry of Commerce, established in 1904 under the auspices of the country's emerging merchant capitalist elite, advocated a series of reforms and new trade codes for the capitalistic development of society. However, this institution attempted to exclude foreign competing elite from controlling Chinese companies and corporations as much as possible. In addition to a broader and more accessible scope for action by Chinese elite, such action evinced a phase of intra-elite competition for greater capital control within the forces in the anti-market. However, the rationalization of law and the economy stimulated a large inflow of foreign investment during that period, which flowed mainly into the railroad sector. In retrospect, we can identify the Taiping Rebellion as the turning point for Chinese state finances. There was a return to paper money and the beginning of China's fiscal deficit policy. The latter weakened the state and ushered in the beginning of the internal and external-driven reformist process. In 1861, the Jiangsu provincial government obtained the first imperial permission to borrow 300,000 taels from foreign merchants under the guarantee of Shanghai's customs revenue. Although this loan had a simple annual maturity, it paved the way for further negotiations in 1861, 1864, 1875, 1896, and 92. 1898. The MC and foreign banks thus began to act as financial intermediaries for foreign loans. However, only in 1877 did a bank, for the first time, offer a long-term loan to the Chinese government. Negotiating this 5 million tael loan through the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank officially opened China to the international capital market. Linked to the London financial world and especially the Westminster Bank, the HSBC acted as a kind of state bank following its founding in 1864. The HSBC also intervened in the secondary market by buying outstanding Chinese debt securities when the price fell and then selling them back once it rose. Its function can be said to be that of an unofficial lender of last resort, like the much more official and recognized Ottoman Imperial Bank, although its monopoly on the provision of loans and advances was not as exclusive as that of the Ottoman institution. Prior to 1893, China had taken out only relatively small loans without a significant commitment to state annuities. However, due to the costly Sino-Japanese War, China was forced into long-term debt with an Anglo-German consortium in 1896. As collateral, customs rents were mortgaged for 36 years. Foreign banks such as the HSBC, the Deutsche Asiatische Bank, and the Russo-Asiatic Bank made significant profits from debt service and currency exchange necessary to meet the gold payment clauses in the loan contracts. Moreover, compared with the Ottoman Empire and Egypt, in the Chinese case, the burden of external conditionalities on the country's sovereignty can be attributed not only to the foreign debt but to the significant expenses of war indemnities. These had to be paid in gold because of their military defeats. Thus, from a financial point of view, there was a sort of partnership between paragovernmental institutions such as the MC, which managed the country's annuities, and foreign banks acting as business intermediaries. The payment of debts, which Chinese governments did not hesitate to underwrite, resulted in an extension of property rights and a respect for the inviolability of the contract. The emergence of these two concepts and their increasingly widespread dissemination and application among local economic forces ushered in a modern banking system based on the liberal capitalist model of free trade, debt management, and monetary issuance that harkens back to the Western world. However, the first government-influenced bank was the Imperial Bank of China, founded in 1897 on the HSBC model. Indeed, the government showed that it understood how a modern banking system is key to following up on a modern economic transformation. However, thanks to British support, after the 1911 revolution, the MC took possession of all the annuities under its custody by depositing the proceeds with 93. The HSBC. This was an action aimed at ensuring the continuum of payment of debts incurred to the detriment of the latest political line imposed by the new Republican China. What took place in China in 1911 resembles what occurred in the Ottoman Empire in 1881 and in Egypt in 1876. The growth of the modern banking sector can be read from the perspective of the gradual increase in the strength and influence of the local and international capitalist elite. It occurred because of the increased space given to them by a domestic reformism that cannot help but admire the strength of European capitalist modernity, which simultaneously dictates its political line through the power of its own capital. 4.4 Monetary reforms. In practical terms, the Ottoman monetary reform of 1844 played a decisive role in the empire's integration into the international market and adherence to the liberal capitalist order. As in many realities of the semi-periphery of the capitalist world economy, there was a lack of currency homogenization in the empire and the presence and use of European and Indian currencies as the current medium of exchange. From the perspective of modern currency rationality, this did not benefit the stability of the Eastern state and its Egyptian component. Therefore, the bureaucratic, administrative and financial elite saw monetary reform as necessary to bringing order to disorder and giving credibility to the new reformist process as part of an effective modernization process with an international scope. The adoption of a monetary system that adheres in part to gold, which Şevket Pamuk refers to as a limping gold standard, confers undoubted advantages on those who operate in the international trade sector, that is, those elite in the anti-market, and at the same time increases the imperial capacity to create its orderly monetary base. The empire adopted a bimetallic system, using gold and silver, which mitigated deflation due to the adoption of a solely gold-backed system. 12 At the same time, silver's ability to fluctuate more and its lower intrinsic value compared to gold gave the empire a payment system more in line with the actual economic capability of the country. In addition, silver functioned as a kind of cushion against the contractions typical of capitalist economies. In the event of a crisis, it could give the Ottoman economy more leeway to avoid falling into a deflationary spiral. Thus, the empire used silver for those small daily economic transactions that provided liquidity to the domestic market. Using bimetallism and/or the limping gold standard highlights different class interests in the Ottoman economy. The financial and mercantile elite in the anti-market used gold extensively for their international transactions. At the same time, those in the market economy, who generally identify with the petty and middle classes and small and large landowners, preferred to use the inflated silver currency. However, the official adoption of the gold standard after the 1880s, that is, following the financial bankruptcy of 1875 and the receivership by European creditors, helped the empire to further integrate itself into the global marketplace by further 94. Strengthening the economic power and leverage of the relevant social class. 13 At the same time, full adherence to the gold standard gave the financial elite more leeway, allowing them to increase their share of capital accumulation and capital profit rate. On the other hand, adherence to the gold standard, which only came into full force in Egypt in 1885 following the British occupation, did not involve China, whose monetary history followed a distinct pathway from that of the Ottoman Empire. In fact, since the Middle Ages, China has had a trade surplus with Europe, which resulted in, first, a massive acquisition of European silver and, later, of American Spanish silver. The reales de ocho flowed from the Americas to China via Imperial Spain. It was only with the British export of opium to China from the end of the 18th century that the European deficit began to fall, becoming a surplus in the second half of the following century. The end of the Chinese surplus era paved the way for the contraction of the Spanish dollar on the Chinese market, which was mainly used in the more prosperous coastal areas, as opposed to copper, which circulated more inland. Already the Chinese merchants in Shanghai at mid-century progressively abandoned the dollar to accept the new Shanghai thaler known as the tael. However, as in the Ottoman Empire, the Chinese monetary system lacked an official standard such as a reference currency. In the aftermath of the Bloody Boxer Rebellion, the new Chinese reformist plan, from an economic financial perspective, relies heavily on acceleration in a modern and thus capitalist pathway. Increasing the country's integration into the international market required the creation of a modern monetary system, possibly adhering to a standard that would denationalize the chaotic local issuance, especially in the aftermath of the Taiping Rebellion, which caused heavy inflation and the allocation of a kind of inconvertible paper money similar to the Ottoman Kaim. From 1889 onward, several private mints were opened to profit from seigniorage rights. These minted their currency without any standardization or homogenization with the others, even in terms of the exchange rate, weight, and value. Along with the traditional silver CIC currency, copper currency, and, as we have seen, foreign silver dollars circulated abundantly. Despite the gradual replacement by the new Shanghai tael, a centralized standard was still lacking. Adherence to the gold standard would have benefited financial elite and anti-market forces. However, a gold-anchored system would be too rigid to work effectively in a capitalistically underdeveloped economy. In China, local forces could still control some aspects of economic policy vis-a-vis Ottoman and Egyptian ones. Nevertheless, monetary reform was becoming increasingly necessary and called for by local and international mercantile and financial forces. Article 2 of the 1902 Mackay Treaty between Britain and China laid out this need in black and white. There were various pressures to bring about a monetary reform aimed at adopting the gold standard. Sir Ernest Mason Sotto, British High Commissioner and diplomatic minister in Peking until 1906, exerted his 95 influence on the Chinese government, particularly on China's finance minister Chow Er-sun, to bring about a real currency reform. 14 Subsequently, the International Foreign Exchange Commission of 1903, American expert Jeremiah W. Jenks was called in to head it, proposed the close adherence to the gold system with a ratio of 1.32 to silver and the start of this reform process under the aegis of foreign advisers. 15 Behind this maneuver, there was an apparent rift among the great powers over a question of political influence. However, the Chinese government realized that adopting such a monetary system could have severely affected social stability, with heavy repercussions on the country's sovereignty. Even the gold exchange standard, considered a more flexible monetary system, was discarded as a possible alternative and compromise. However, with a deficit balance of payments, it would have been difficult for China to import hard currency to use as collateral. 16 In China, copper provided the same capability as silver in other countries. In addition, the proposed gold-silver exchange rate would have been too high and would have put the Chinese government in severe difficulty in the event of a downturn in the price of silver, perhaps due to the outflow for the payment of war indemnities owed to the great powers. 17 The gold standard and gold exchange standard were not implemented because, in the former case, it would have been too expensive and, in the latter case, too risky. However, the resistance of the sovereign authority had to clash with the determination of national capitalist forces, expressed through the Annuity Board, later the Ministry of Finance, and the foreign ones in favor of a single, nationally recognized, and guaranteed standard. Thus, in 1908, the silver standard was adopted, leaving copper to circulate as the daily exchange currency. The adoption of the silver standard paved the way for a broader project of monetary reform. Chinese resistance to a full-fledged capitalist transformation of society waned in the final years of the Qing dynasty. The last reformist era is characterized by a more significant push forward toward integration into the liberal capitalist market. Foreign advisors, such as Gerard Vissering, governor of the Bank of Java, then under European control, were consulted for the 1911 reform. The foreign banks advised on how best to implement the reform of the monetary system. Even the Western press observed how monetary reform was linked to the desire of business interests to open up. The loan proposal was key to pushing ahead China's economic openness. 18 This was known as the Currency Reform and Industrial Development Loan at 5%. The latter aimed to withdraw and replace the devalued monetary base with a new one. 19 However, the Chinese feared that such a loan arrangement, which was also based on the mortgaging of significant state rents, would lead to indirect financial control. These fears became a reality with the outbreak of the 1911 revolution that ended the Qing dynasty. The transformations brought about in semi-peripheral countries by capitalistically advanced countries, in association with the local elite, shaped the extra-European world during the long 19th century. It thus emerges that liberal capitalist external reforms are a functional element in pursuing the process of capital's widening spiderweb to maximize its accumulation process and ipso facto extend the bargaining power of the capitalist elite within the political sphere. These reforms demonstrate, as Polanyi observed, that the process of economic liberalization is not the result of the spontaneous evolution of the market, but rather of direct action by those economic actors with most to gain from this great transformation. To simplify, the reforms are intended to induce a liberal capitalist transformation of the sovereign authority and possibly the entire social body. The aim is to internalize in semi-peripheral countries the logic proper to the capitalist production system under the ideological custody of liberalism. The rules of this economic ideology are presented as the result of an inalienable natural law that makes them, once applied, inviolable as the ultimate expression of the justness of the value of particular and well-defined economic interests. Thus, reforms are often promoted by those in control or who yearn to obtain control of the capitalist world economy to such an extent that they would directly benefit from the expansion of the potential of the anti-market, especially in terms of capital accumulation. In essence, reforms are intended to ensure that accumulation does not reach a point of rupture with the social order such that the established arrangements would be called into question. Therefore, reliance is placed on the values of extending political rights and reciprocity inherent in liberalism and national cohesion. Hence, the entire body of society can be identified and recognized in capitalist development as the engine of modernization. Liberal capitalist reforms, in fact, also aim at extra economic control. Their purpose is to facilitate the adoption of the liberal capitalist productivist system intended more as a faith than as a productive ascetic system. Just as there is a religion of politics, there is likewise a religion of economics. Politics becomes religion when it claims to attribute a sacred character to a secular. Conclusions. 100 conclusions. Entities such as a nation, race, party, leader, etc. That is, when it claims to define the ultimate meaning and purpose of individual and collective existence through a complex of beliefs expressed through myths, rites, and symbols. Economics becomes religion when the rules of economic engagement become non-debatable dogmas. The problem, however, is not liberal capitalism per se, which undoubtedly has been successful in terms of prosperity in a non-negligible number of countries, but the principle that its same institutional replication can be just as successful in terms of material well-being in countries that do not have the same social, cultural, and economic background. Adopting a pre-packaged system elsewhere may yield an ill-fated result. However, the urge and the need to find new spaces for capital is placed before any collateral or structural damage that a third country might suffer. The reforms promoted in semi-peripheral countries are thus devoted to encouraging and maintaining a capitalist civilization pivotal to the interests of capital rather than a bourgeois civilization where political and civil rights also occupy an important space. The value of the ideology is decisive if it is supported by those capitalist forces that give liberalism the capacity to assert itself globally as a specific political doctrine capable simultaneously of hiding certain class interests behind the value of particular political and civil principles. The forces that own capital de-emphasize themselves behind the anonymity of the market shaped by a well-defined ideology. In this way, liberals become the arbiters of the shifting boundaries between the state and the market while also playing the part of unbiased judges. The reforms institutionalize the principle that the market and its principles dominate politics by limiting its room for decision-making and maneuvering outside the basket of liberal capitalist rules. The principles of classical economics underpin the capitalist economy in its modern momentum. These principles, among others, condemn deficit and debt but exalt open doors and the rational and calculating mentality of the European Enlightenment tradition. Later, positivism and social Darwinism would also play an essential role in affirming the principle of natural dominance of a social group and civilization over others. Suppose the fiscal deficit is evil in a liberal capitalist ideological framework, in that case, it must be tackled with the recipes of the good, that is, of the new economic science that proposes a cure based on liberal reforms. In the era of liberal capitalism and then liberalism, specific economic rules and principles are crucial to perpetuating clear-cut class interests. As we have tried to illustrate, a stable and hard currency system, a balanced budget policy, and public debt under control are well-defined socio-economic control instruments. In the liberal capitalist order, a restrictive economic policy is always preferred over an expansive one precisely because it serves mainly the interests of capital holders. To allow the principle of mathematical rationality to prevail in economics over social irrationality is to serve the interests of capital holders. Only the latter are interested in ensuring that the certainty of numbers is transformed into an assurance of profits. We observe, however, that liberal capitalist principles also entered a crisis in advanced capitalist countries following the Great Depression of the 19th century. Although this ideology and the architecture of global openness eventually fractured under the advance of the nationalistic and protectionist variant of capitalist development, a model inspired by the principles of economic liberalism continued to be promoted in countries comprising the semi-periphery. We observe how, both for England during the 19th century and for the United States during the 20th, the economic principles of economic liberalism become one of the many ideological means of gaining acceptance for a specific model of capital accumulation, albeit not ideological coherence. Therefore, this ideology remains the guiding principle for peripheral countries since it favors the legislative and ideological framework pivotal to maximizing economic exploitation by states and capitalist elites. Ideological coherence is a second-ranking principle to the much more material and aseptic need for simple accumulation and profit. Based on these considerations, we try to theoretically identify the market within the capitalist economic world. It is the expression of a capitalist elite's material and financial interests that, in a given historical period, controls and dominates the economic space and the exchanges in it at a level of transnational interconnectedness. Hence, adherence to the market is nothing more than the false prospect of embracing a natural system of exchange that recalls the naturalness and purity of an almost divine extraction. However, behind the circular outline of this exchange market lies the visible hand of the hegemonic power, with its subsidiaries and the elites that dominate the exchange world. Reform, then, is an instrument of direct action by such a social group aimed at expanding the sphere of influence and the field of domination of market forces over the other organizational superstructures of society by promoting the transformation of existing institutions or by stimulating the creation of new ones, based on well-defined political and economic principles. Just as the Ancien regime rulers used armies to expand their territorial dominance, which forms the basis of their expression of power, the dominant forces in the market use reform to extend their dominion over those forces of material life that are pivotal to the accumulation of capital and an increase in profit rate. How does the reformist process contribute to changing a country's social structure at the core and at the semi-periphery? The reform-induced transformation process is instrumental in anchoring the semi-peripheral economies to the market shaped according to the rules imposed by the hegemonic power and other associated capitalist powers. Once this transition has occurred, the member states, and all the economic forces within it, will work within a system of functional rules to benefit those capitalist elites, less in the 19th century, more in the following 2 centuries, operating within the anti-market. These global interconnections, delineated and defined through capital movements, allow elites to deterritorialize and become increasingly stateless, that is, free to disengage from a particular country to follow the performance of capital. This occurs thanks to the support of new national economic regulations. Transitions of hegemony between state and state can also be influenced by the new territorialization of these elites, which often follow the principles of loyalty to capital more strictly than purely national ones. Some frictions and elements of incompatibility emerged between market hegemony and the Westphalian-inspired principle of state sovereignty. As early as the 19th century, sovereignty took on an increasingly less respected value in favor of an emerging concept that draws on market loyalty. Those who found themselves outside this circle were considered semi-states, and therefore direct and indirect actions aimed at re-educating them to lead the allegedly misaligned country onto the straight path of civilization were allowed, but to their detriment. As much as civilizing action is beyond the scope of our analysis and takes into account elements typical of social Darwinism and utilitarianism, and, to use Edward Said's term, of Orientalism as well. The cases examined of those countries comprising the 19th century semi-periphery illustrate how not being part of the civilized world makes these states unworthy of receiving the same treatment as the great powers. However, it is impossible to assert that liberal capitalist society exhibits no inclusiveness toward the new economic forces that wish to enter it to support the social pact of accumulation by guaranteeing the profitability of investments. The action of reform is thus attributable to an act of creative destruction that redefines local institutions and rules to the extent that a given territory becomes part of a social transformation process. However, reform works if supported by a process of openness, globalization, or at least according to a principle of extensive trade and exchange liberalization. Only with internationalization can the anti-market impose its rules in a space free of any dominant sovereign authority. It is a matter of filling a space left unencumbered by national social regulations and prone to constant balances dictated by the strength of one state over the others. It is no coincidence that the first reforms were introduced following the signing of free trade treaties. One must also note here a double standard on the part of those capitalist powers that invoke such openings only at a stage when they know that talking about free trade, for them, means guaranteeing for themselves indirect protection from the competition as already established exporters. Therefore, they know they can benefit the most from these rules. At the same time, how liberal capitalist external reforms function finds ample scope for comparative analysis in what occurred during the U.S. hegemonic era, that is, from the second half of the 20th century onward. Indeed, in the American case, we find new elements of external pressure to bring about the transformations necessary for the new liberal order. Moreover, the social texture has changed in favor of the emergence of mass democratic societies. Upward large-scale literacy demands a much more extensive use of persuasion. Conclusions 103. Than in the previous century. For instance, liberal propaganda actions were promoted by a whole series of foundations and institutes as early as the 1930s. For example, the Carnegie Endowment, founded in 1910, promotes international peace and free trade while supporting a system based on the pillars of democracy and capitalism, while the Rockefeller Foundation, founded in 1913, financially supports various universities to influence and promote a liberal conception of economics. The same principle of the classical use of force fades in the face of the inclusivist rhetoric of decolonization movements that allow the principle of military non-intervention to permeate Western politics to satisfy simple power appetites. Binding cooperation is increasingly preferred to overt coercion. Hence, American inclusivism was synthesized with the creation in 1944 of international institutions such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, aiming to create a basket of common rules of engagement with U.S. backing. This membership is expressed by including all member states within a system that gives them the appearance of having a say in decision-making. Sitting at the table with the great powers is enough to feel one is part of them even while being deprived of real powers. At the same time, in the pure nonviolent tradition of reform, the IMF conditions national policies not directly, and especially in the wake of the neoliberal revolution under the Washington Consensus framework, but by acting through a whole series of benefits at the beck and call of certain political actors. It is, in fact, a matter of promoting those emerging capitalist elites by fostering their economic advancement and, hence, the rise of political influence and power. The new institutions created by the United States were therefore instrumental in pleading the American economic cause to align not only advanced countries but also many semi-peripheral economies, including states emerging from colonization, to the new pathway of American liberal capitalism. American financial advisors actively supported a series of reforms to strengthen the state's capacity to pursue development goals in line with what the United States required. It is well known how the new American hegemonic order promoted laissez-faire policies within its borders and mercantilist policies abroad, as had Great Britain in the previous century. For example, the Marshall Plan was intended to increase American industrial exports while helping European recovery and stimulating a whole series of economic and financial reforms that would allow adhering countries to adapt to the American growth model. Monetary reform, therefore, played a crucial role in the stable recovery of exchanges by quelling the rising inflation caused by the war period, hence adapting to the new gold exchange standard with the dollar newly recognized as the international reference system. Admittedly, this was still in a phase where the blocking of capital made a fixed exchange rate monetary system more feasible and thus facilitated a more significant interference of the nation-state in economic policy choices. However, the progressive liberalization of capital and the end of the Bretton Woods system in 1971 gave way to a new monetary policy. In the 1970s it moved from a pegged but adjustable exchange rate system to a new one with exchange rate flexibility. But this system only lasted for a while. It slavishly followed an even more liberal model, known as neoliberal, in terms of monetary management. Monetarism, stemming from the ideas of Friedrich von Hayek and Milton Friedman and Anna Jacobsen Schwartz, imposes an almost puritanical return to a global system of high and fixed rates. Thus, the nation-state is drained of some of its prerogatives regarding monetary sovereignty. At the same time, to achieve these results, monetary policy is removed from the electoral and democratic influence that began to be defined during the 1930s. The emergence of neoliberalism evidences the resurgence of the financial elite's power, whose capital accumulation and profit-seeking model is increasingly oriented toward the financial economy and the material economy's detriment. The new profit pathway requires international institutions that guarantee capital mobility by promulgating new rules of engagement designed to maximize returns. The new institutional forms, therefore, advocate a new allocation of resources among the social classes favoring those who have promoted such a change. The new ideological and institutional model, which proposes specific reforms in the field of money, public finance, taxation, access to services, etc., shows how the new system is focused on maximizing profits only for those with capital access, leaving all those who are an integral part of the material economy to languish in economic hardship. Thus, such reforms, concentrated primarily in the financial sector, reshuffled social balances even within advanced countries, which had to bear the costs of an externalization that in the past they had not hesitated to pass on to countries in the semi-periphery. Economic and social backlashes did not afflict only the latter countries, advanced economies also suffered the transformation of capitalism backed by liberal ideology. Mass democracy is also bent to the needs of accumulation when sovereign states sign binding international agreements or adhere to trade systems with rules that specifically benefit a narrow social group to the detriment of all others. 3. The new alliance order of elites, as we have seen, was increasingly based on the principle of accumulation and mobility of capital and on the value of profit rather than that of nationality. Thus, the new global institutions, including the renewed activity of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund during the 1970s, allowed for unprecedented economic integration, albeit in the form of a proliferation of a complex and often indecipherable, transnational production network directed by private corporations that encouraged the ever-increasing liberalization of capital controls. The latter's tendency toward concentration and centralization is expressed at this juncture through a polarization toward the anti-market of all possible wealth through a redistribution of income for the Conclusions 105. Benefit of capitalist elites. Thus, even in the case of the United States, we witness an initial phase of external reformism in the material economy, only to see it give way to eventual financial expansion. Although these reform packages are pre-packaged and cause significant problems within economies unprepared to support what is required, and thus destined to fail at the outset, it is evident that the transformations needed in the field of trade liberalization, services, currency, etc., are often not congenial to the real needs of peripheral countries. Indeed, the development models of an advanced and a non-advanced economy differ. Trade liberalization was often promoted in countries that required an economic policy focused on national capitalist models and the creation of state sovereign, rather than market-oriented, institutions. For the neoliberal revolution, in effect, brought back to the forefront of economic policy the 19th-century liberalist concepts of balanced budgets, monetary stability, and contained public debt. The global economic realignment favoring financialization requires new rules of engagement for capital. Creditors' forces, for instance, promote structural adjustments in order to contain public spending to enable institutionalized austerity policies. At the same time, raising interest rates on currency facilitates the implementation of these adjustment policies. In many semi-peripheral countries indebted in hard currency, this rise in rates causes a deflationary spiral that increases the profits of international creditors to the detriment of local debtors. Upward rates benefit the hegemonic country and, specifically, the creditor capitalist elites who increase their share of accumulation to the disadvantage of other social classes and poorer states. The adjustment demands that are somehow imposed on debtor countries under the umbrella of the Washington Consensus are aimed at exploiting financial difficulties to request a package of pro-market reforms aimed at macroeconomic stabilization in the short to medium term, the liberalization of foreign exchange and trade and financial instruments, as well as a process of extensive privatization and deregulation. Therefore, the reforms required aim to realign, by forced and often brutal maneuvers, the social order and national economy to the new demands of accumulation and profit on a global scale. Danny Roderick argues that, at best, the structural reforms required between the 1980s and 1990s can only generate new growth in the long run and that, in most cases, the short-term effects are adverse. This can only highlight how the real purpose is to align with a system of economic liberal-oriented rules to immediately follow up, thanks to a new internal and external legislative system, with greater profitability of capital. This action benefits anti-market forces while leaving the domestic market economy to languish in a much slower process of realignment and institutional readjustment detrimental to social stability that survives in a precarious balance. Reforms in the financial sector, therefore, as opposed to those concentrated in the material economy, are aimed at conferring economic benefits on an ever closer circle of individuals with direct interests in the circulation of capital. For this reason, income inequality among the population increases at this stage. In light of the above, we can now interpret the policies pursued by the European Union since the Maastricht Treaties. According to Wolfgang Streeck, the European Union has become nothing more than a machine for the liberalization of European capitalism. It has enabled various governments to impose pro-market reforms in every way, resulting in social confrontation and weakening the very foundations of democracy. European authorities succeed in conferring advantages on the local groups with the most direct interest in pursuing such fiscal adjustment policies. It is, in essence, a system aimed at co-opting financial elites and, more generally, all forces interested in the global market. The outbreak of the European financial crisis highlighted the end of the capitalist elite's moral restraint to defer to countries considered developed or adhering to Western values. It is a further corrosion of ethical forms of social respect in favor of the aseptic mechanisms of capital reproduction. In conclusion, external liberal capitalist reforms are identified with an attempt to promote institutions, norms, and styles of behavior typical of a liberal capitalist economic order. However, such reforms also aim to hinder the ability of the state to influence those institutions, rules, and norms that affect the proper functioning of the liberalist market. In this order one sees the separation of power between the Treasury and the central bank or the inclusion within national constitutions of explicit condemnations of deficit policies and, hence, outsized public debt. Therefore, it must be reiterated that reform is an instrument, a longa manus, which originates from an ideological intellectual substratum behind which are hidden particular and well-defined interests. Since the 19th century, and in the 2 centuries that followed, anti-market forces have always sought to make the most profit by extracting value from subjects acting within the rules in the market economy upon which, however, they remain deeply dependent. Thus, reforms are an instrument of action hiding class-based gains and ideological and political values. External liberal capitalist reform is not a neutral factor but a clear expression of particular and circumscribed interests.